Live from MIC2024 coming up. This is super horsepower mode for Sean. You guys hear me, USDCA? Wow.
Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere. Like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. We go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her 2 friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that VetTix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Soundstripe. Soundstripe.
place. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Soundstripe. Soundstripe.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
You know, there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere. Like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers, they kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of meet and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for vet ticks. You know, being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
Vet ticks opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. You know, we go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her two friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that Vetrix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Soundstripe.
Testing, okay. Takes like half a second to come up. Okay, great. Testing, test and see how far it reaches. Perfect, yeah. Okay, test. Okay, good. Testing, test. Good, testing.
What's going on, everyone? It's your boy Greg Williams. Welcome to the Parade Deck stage. We're here live at the Military Influencer Conference in ATL Atlanta 2024. For the next 3 days, we are bringing you some of the hottest content. We've got influencers, content creators, podcasters, producers, documentarians. We got everybody except the cookie makers. We need some cookies. Who makes cookies? I like chocolate chip. Anyway, Amy is going to join me on the stage shortly, and we are going to be lit, and we are going to be live, and yeah, just look towards having fun. You're now rocking with the best here at ParadeDeck.com. going to ask us if are you ready? What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, and
Amy Forsyth. We're at the parade deck.
We are not at the parade deck. We are the parade deck. So listen, everybody, we are here live at the Military Influencer Conference in hot Atlanta, ATL. Amy, how are you taking Atlanta? You loving it?
I love it here. It is amazing. Yesterday was amazing. We're going to talk more about yesterday. But first, let's talk about what the parade deck is. For people tuning in and joining us now, let's give them a little bit about what parade deck is.
You're right. We got to baptize them with the words. So listen, paradedeck.com, the #1 spot for military influencers and creators. Whether you're a podcaster, whether you are a documentarian, photographer, whatever you create, bring on to Parade Deck. Paradedeck.com, we have a potential outreach of 137 million households worldwide, international, streaming live. We have esteemed authors like Amy. I'm trying to get like Amy because Amy got that book. All right, so I'm just saying, Amy, I'm giving you your props, okay? She's just not an intellectual person. She bring it to from the core to the boardroom to the authoritarian. I'm just making up words right now, hyping you up. I'm trying to be your split star, and you could be Busta Rhymes.
Well, you know, we have so many people. The lineup today is going to be amazing. And for the 3-day conference that we're here in Atlanta for the Military Influencer Conference, it's my first year.
It's your first time?
First time.
First time for everything, Amy.
And yesterday was amazing. So it was the kickoff, and last night's opening remarks, we had Jack Carr, who is a retired Navy SEAL, who's an author, was being interviewed by Marty Skovlin.
Yep.
Set the scene for us last night. It was pretty impressive.
And then not only that, but afterwards we had the official opening reception. It's so great to see, like, when thousands and thousands of creators come together. Because I don't know if you were here, Amy. I was sitting in the lobby and it just started matriculating. You saw 50. 100. Then it became 500. Then we had to go to the Great Lawn. There's a Great Lawn here at the Signia Hotel in the Hilton, and it was just thousands of creators coming together, and it was just a grand old time.
It's where party meets policy, and so we're, coming together, we're collaborating, we're curating, and it's just really a great time. And the Parade Deck stage is going to host some of the biggest names really in this veteran space.
You got to run down the line right now. Amy going to run down the line of some people that are going to be on the Parade Deck stage just to give you some anticipation.
Well, Greg, let me first ask you about Tell us about you.
Okay, so real quick, 2 minutes about Greg. Story time. So Greg Williams, I still serve in the U.S. Army Reserve, still in public affairs sergeant, like yourself, a public affairs practitioner, been downrange before, and I work a city job. I'm a member of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated, which I hosted the Finer Life Show. I still host our podcast, and that's actually how I got converted to Parade Deck. So I was at the MIC 3 years ago with my cell phone, holding it up, Amy, just talking to people, and now look at us. Now I'm on a stage. Now, what about you, Amy? Public affairs officer extraordinaire, author, and you got fans. I don't have any fans. You got people waving to Amy. Hi, where's Greg's fans? This is ridiculous. Anyway, Amy, a little bit about yourself.
Greg, we're going to get you some fans out there.
I need some fans.
Well, I'll tell you, we share a common background. We're both graduates and alumni from the Defense Information School at Fort Meade, Maryland, and we started our careers together going through the training there, which is amazing. And we learned broadcasting, radio, TV, print journalism, photojournalism. I started my career as a Marine combat correspondent, enlisted for about 18 years, and then I transferred over to the Navy. I earned a commission through the Direct Commission Program. And I'm a Navy Public Affairs Officer living and working in San Diego, but I've also because I was in the reserves. I worked as a TV reporter for many years, and I currently do a lot of volunteer work with different veteran organizations. I host a podcast for the American Legion called the Tango Alpha Lima Podcast and Be the One, really talking about veteran suicide and causes that I care about, and of course, lifting veteran voice. Heroes live here, and I'm going to share tomorrow on the parade deck how other veterans who, it is the number one question I get asked, how do I book? Where do I start? How to get published? And so we're going to be sharing some of those secrets.
Talk to y'all about her book, and she got 2 questions. The great thing about the MIC, let me tell you, if you are not here, you need to get here next year. Not only where creators and entrepreneurs and all the big companies come together, but this is a place for you to network. Amy has got 2 sessions talking about the book, how to become an author. Myself, I'm going to be interviewing NBA veteran Joe Smith. He used to play with Kobe and against LeBron and Hakeem Olajuwon. That was his first NBA game, getting punched in the face by the Dream, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow. But it's just so great when you can bring together veterans, athletes. Killer Mike is going to be here later on today, not on the parade deck, but at the Military Influencer Conference. We just had Jon Stewart. So you have all of these celebrities, all of these veterans, all of these creators coming together under one roof. If you are not here at the Military Influencer Conference, next year you need to be here. And if you are not a subscriber to paradedeck.com, if you can't make it to the Military Influencer Conference, go online, paradedeck.com, across all social media platforms, at Parade Deck, sign up, subscribe, it's free, log on, let's get it, let's get lit. Also, Amy, while I was here, I got some free goodies. Like, listen, big up to one of our sponsors, USCCA. I'm just saying, United States Concealed Carry Association. And look, Amy, did you get a bag?
Not yet.
You ain't get a bag?
I will.
USCCA, Amy did not get a bag. That is ridiculous. You know what? I'm going to share some of my goodies. Keep on talking, Amy. I'm going to go get some more goodies. I'm going to share with you. Okay. Keep on talking, Amy.
Lots of swag here. Lots of people. The energy is amazing. And what I really like about this conference is that they've used the Whova app. It's WHOVA, Whova app. And the Whova app connects people. It talks about, you can build your agenda based on your sessions. You can connect with other attendees. And what I learned is that Whova is actually based in San Diego. And so for those attending in person, get on the Whova app, build your agenda, meet other people there, connect with others. There's polls, there's questions, there's people talking amongst themselves.
And you can download each other's business cards. Yes. Did you know that? Like, if you come to the Military Influencer Conference, you go on the Whova app, you just look up the directory, be like, Greg, you ain't got no fans. I'm going to be a fan of yours, Greg.
Yes.
Unlike Amy, who has thousands of fans. I need some of your fans. But listen, you get free swag. Like, listen, USAA. What's up, USAA? Yeah, I got some swag. Listen, Amy, you like candy? I got some candy in here. We're going to have the MCCS, the Marine Corps Exchange. They're going to be here. He gave me this spinner. I don't know why he gave me a spinner. Amy, we are ending the show with Sony. We're ending the show at 5 p.m. And then I got a Gerber. I got notepads. We're going to get some swag after this, Amy. We got to get the swag.
And the sessions are filled with really experts, influencers, people who put themselves out there. And we are so proud today to preview who's on the parade deck today, starting out with Deshauna Barber. And she's a powerful international speaker, former Miss USA, founder of Women Veterans for Change. Up next after that is Patriotic Kenny and Amanda Klein.
Now, the whole thing about Deshauna is, I give the Marine Corps their love when it's due. But when I say hood, that's for Deshauna, hood, because we Army veteran, hood, and Deshauna's looking like, why do you keep saying hood that way? Because I'm going to just say it that way. But who else do we got coming up? Oh, big shout out to Steve Weintraub, Vet6 in the house, yeah.
Vet6. All right, we're winding down because we are ready to introduce our next speaker.
Yes,
here.
Deshauna and crew, yes.
We have Jordana Nagal. I'll get that right, I know. LaQuinta Monley, Kagan Dunlap, and Joel.
Kagan's going to be in the house at 1:30. Kagan's going to be here.
Kagan Dunlap, you know Kagan from his Instagram.
Oh, Troxel going to be here?
Yes.
Yo, John Troxel. Where's John? Yo, John last year was lit. It was a great conversation.
SEAC, right? John Wayne
Yeah,
Troxel.
yeah.
Anna-
She had to hit me with the whole big title, SEAC. Now you bring me back to my days to when I almost got counseled.
I'm sure he could counsel you on the spot if
That
needed.
is true.
Anna Larson, Sean Alcaraz, Annette Wittenberg, and the lineup continues and goes on and on and on.
Got like 5 pages of lines up and everything. But real quick, like I said, big shout out to our sponsor, USCCA, also our collaborative sponsor, the Military Influencer Conference, also another collaborative sponsor in TikTok. TikTok, you going to see later. I'm not going to take the thunder, but TikTok's going to be in the house live. And also another collaborative partner in VetTix as well.
So many great partnerships and collaborations here. Okay, we are ready to introduce our first speaker.
Deshana. Oh, I just was off key with that. That I will try to do better next time. But yes, where's Deshana? Deshana, you ready? Yes, let's get it. You know what? I'm sitting in your seat for like the next 30. You got a seat. Deshana got all these audience members. Now, when I get my session, I hope I have all these audience members. But yes, I'm just going to do a transfer of authority. So we're going to do this like a change of command. I ain't got no battalion flag or nothing, but I know when I'm going to have to exit stage left. So I'm going to just do this impromptu. So how you want to do it? Do I just walk off the stage and give the mic to Deshana? Yes, I do. Deshana Barber, everybody, welcome to the stage, my queen. You can have the seat. I don't know why I'm on one knee, but here you go, Deshana. I'm out, peace.
I love a good song introduction. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you
Welcome
for
so
having
much.
me.
Let me just tell people more about you because
Sure.
really just amazing and
Yeah.
couldn't be more proud to welcome you as our first speaker for this year's Military Influencer Conference. Deshana Barber is a powerful international speaker. You've probably seen her on TV representing America and the Army so beautifully. Army
you.
veteran, former Miss USA, and founder of Women Veterans for Change. Known for her inspiring approach, she draws on her military background and advocacy work to motivate audiences. Deshana amplifies her message through TikTok, reaching a wide audience, and is a sought-after speaker for Fortune 500 companies, embodying resilience and perseverance. Thank you so much and welcome to the parade deck.
Thank you for having me. I'm so
Yes.
excited to be here.
Yes, I am going to leave it to you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you. And then there's me. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hi, Deshana.
Hi, girl.
All right, so I'm Andrea Brown. I am with TikTok, and we're so excited to have Deshana with us today. We're going to talk about a few things that you guys might be wondering about her platform, about what she does on the platform, and how you can also get on the platform and use your message as well. So let's get started.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, Deshana, you want to plug in your TikTok name really quick so they all know to
Yes.
follow you?
Yes, so my TikTok is Deshana the Speaker. It's a lot of motivational content. If you ever need a boost in your day, you need to be re-energized, Deshana the Speaker is where you will find all the energy possible to motivate you.
Yes. Okay. And so you've been an advocate for veterans for many, many, many years.
Yes.
Definitely after taking the crown as Miss USA 2016.
Yeah.
But you're now using that platform on TikTok. So can you tell us a little bit about how you've been using content to be an advocate for veterans on TikTok?
So one thing that I was able to do is I was the youngest president to become the, well, let me backtrack. I became the youngest president of an organization called Service Women's Action Network back in 2020. And I was in that position for about 3.5 years. We advocated on the Hill. We worked with legislators to pass policy that benefits women veterans. So that was probably the first of my TikTok journey, started in 2020 when I was able to use this nonprofit organization to be able to impact women veterans. And last summer, I stepped down and transitioned to the board of directors for this nonprofit. And then I focused in my TikTok content on just promoting my motivational speaking And there's so many veterans and individuals that are looking for ways to, one, become entrepreneurs, two, having a rough day and feeling as though they need some sort of boost. And just by being able to show that women are capable of all things. I think that sometimes when we think of women veterans, we forget that we're so many things outside of the uniform. And I think that it's really important to have that visibility to showcase that.
I love it. I love it. And so some people may be like, okay, TikTok's a lot. I never been on there. I don't know how to use it. This is like some funky new kids app.
Yeah.
But in one of your TikToks, you mentioned that your dreams are not in your comfort zone.
Correct.
So you cannot reach your dreams in your comfort zone, just being comfortable. You have to get a little uncomfortable. So what advice do you have for other veterans who just don't know how to use TikTok and they're just a little uncomfortable? They don't want to put themselves out there just yet.
I say just do it afraid. It's my go-to aside from, your dreams are not your comfort zone. I like to say do it afraid. I was one of those individuals years ago where I'm like, I'm not getting on TikTok. All they do is dance and there's no substance there. And once I actually joined the platform, I was able to see that there's literally a community for everyone. There's something for everyone. And I think that just make it, create it, post it. It's one of those platforms where if you post something that catches wind, you can go viral and gain a community overnight. And that's something that has happened to me a few times over. So I say go for it and to just do it afraid.
Love it. And so let's say that they do use the platform. They do use the app. They want to get on TikTok. They want to advocate for veterans like you.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit how they can do that? What are things that they should talk about? What are things they should mention? And how can they be better representative of this community?
I think it depends. So if you are someone that wants to promote the benefits of being in the military, you can do that. If you want to talk about the things that the organization can do to improve, you can talk about that. If you want to talk about transitional things, careers, how a veteran can move from active service into the civilian world, you can do that. So it kind of just depends on what your passion is, but the main thing is to do it. And to have that conversation, like we spoke about, I think that TikTok is a come as you are type platform. You don't have to be prettied up. Even though my platform is a little bit more polished than it needs to be, I think that sometimes we're afraid of having the perfect aesthetic before we go through and post. And TikTok is one of those rare platforms where you're able to do that without being perfect, but really just being true to yourself.
Love that. All right. And so if you don't use the platform, you may not know what the FY is. The F, and it's basically algorithms, and it is this plethora of videos that are just interested. Everything that you're into, everything's on there. So you might have, I'm on this side of TikTok. It's very weird, but it's very satisfying. Okay, yes, rug talk in the house. Okay. Crazy anymore. So, Deshauna, what is on your FYP?
I'm embarrassed, but I know that there has to be somebody out here that is as weird as I am. I'm on Pimple Pop. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm an extraction girl. Thank y'all. Thank you for nodding your heads. I'm an extraction girl, so I like to see pimple extractions. And aside from that,
something for everybody.
There's something
clearly
for everyone. We are a judgment-free zone. So I'm on that, and then I'm also I don't even know what to call this, but I like recreations, but the comedic versions. So there's this guy on TikTok that recreates Twilight scenes. So I love that. I also love the recreation of Game of Thrones scenes, okay? Winter is coming. And there's a couple other, recreations that I like, but I like the comedy pieces, yeah.
Okay.
So that's my FYP for the most part.
Okay. So we got rug talk, we got pimple talk, Game of Thrones talk. It's truly something for everyone.
Yes.
And switching off of the platform right now, there are ways to advocate, of course, off-platform. And so a lot of times what creators can do is they use their platform online to really be able to spread their message and amplify messaging off-platform. And sometimes people trust them a little more because they're like, I'm familiar with your face. I know your content. I know who you are as a creator. And so I'm sure, obviously, people know you outside of TikTok. Obviously, look at you. You're Miss USA. But when you're advocating for veterans off platform, what does that look like? And are there ways that you take your content with you when you're advocating off platform?
So my advocating looks a little bit different. I'm the person that's on the Hill. That's usually what I'm doing. I'm someone that believes that our legislators has an obligation and our country has an obligation to give back to veterans and to give back to military families. So I spent a lot of time, that's where my advocating is taking place. I also recently founded a nonprofit called Women Veterans for Change. It's very much an infant. It is a newborn, so it's still in its building stages, but I think it is a goal of mine to make sure that veterans are a part of the community, but specifically women veterans are a part of the community. I think women, as we know, individuals that have served, unfortunately, sometimes when you think of military, you think of veteran, you think male, and there's about 20 to 25% of the military population that are women, including my mother was a service member, and so was my sister, and my dad and my brother, but go women, right? So it is one of those things where I believe that we need to be considered a go-to community for opinion and for influence. So Women Veterans for Change is an organization I'm excited to use to be able to advocate for that. But other than that, the way in which I go about advocating outside of the Hill is being at organizations and corporations like yourselves, like TikTok, coming to Military Influencer Conference and just being that visible voice for women that have served. But not only women that have served, making sure that we're able to highlight the diversity of our background. We're able to highlight our ability to be very versatile in the work that we do. As service members, we're so talented, and I think that the uniform can shield us from feeling like we can explore those different things that we're interested in. So I think having been a former Miss USA, I'm able to represent the versatility of the things that we can do. As long as we break through that glass ceiling and that fear, you know, we can go for anything we want.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up representation. I know that's important to you.
Yes,
so
it is.
being a representative of women, of Black women, that is something that you're really passionate about. What does it mean to kind of be the face of that representation for the veteran community?
I think it's a lot of pressure. I'm excited that the current Miss America and the current Miss USA are both service members. Y'all need to look that up if you don't know already. But Miss USA and Miss America right now are service members. And I think that that's a beautiful thing. Miss America is Air Force and Miss USA is Army. Go Army, huh? So I think it's good that I'm seeing more women in different parts of the industry that are stepping into very rare communities and spaces. I don't, you know, you can be the trailblazer and an individual that has shown the versatility, but I think the goal is to welcome more women into those roles. I don't want to be the only unique military woman on the planet. There's plenty of us, and I think it's important for that platform to be highlighted.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And so what can people take away from this? How can people just be better advocates? How can they represent better? How can they spread the message of ways to support veterans? What can corporations do? How can we be better as TikTok? Can you give us any wisdom, any words of advice? How can we better represent and support you guys?
So one thing you all can do, which is what you're doing right now, you're here at the Military Influencer Conference as a sponsor. And I think that that's beautiful. We need to see more conferences like that that have corporations that are investing into the community. And I think that because these conferences aren't necessarily... This particular conference is so unique because it's showcasing entrepreneurship, it's showcasing all the angles that comes with being in the military, and I think that that's a beautiful thing. So corporations need to invest. Corporations also need to recognize that as a veteran community, because of the things that we've been through, my father, my mother, my sister, my brother, all have post-traumatic stress disorder. So we also have to, I don't want to say we don't want to glamorize the uniform. The uniform is an honorable and a beautiful thing, but we have to recognize that what comes with the uniform can be negatively impacting on our lives. So as a corporation, as someone that benefits as Americans from the work of a veteran and from the work of those that serve, make sure that you're looking at the other side of service and giving back in that way. I've seen different corporations, specifically Fortune 500 companies, that recognize that post-traumatic stress disorder is a real thing. What are we doing as organizations to invest in services to help service members that have post-traumatic stress disorder? What are we doing to recognize the fact that 22 veterans a day commit suicide? What are we doing for suicide prevention? All those things require resources, and these corporations are the ones that have access to that. So while it's great to say, go Army, go Navy, go Air Force, and all these different branches, and we are highlighting the great things we're highlighting the beauty, let's not be too commercialized in the fact that we're not recognizing the issues that we're facing as a community. Let's make sure that we're investing into resources to help us in our hardest times, while also celebrating us in our greatest times.
Thank
Shout
you
out
for that.
long, y'all. I'm sorry.
No, that was amazing. Thank you. I hope everyone was taking notes.
Yeah.
That was good. Thank you. And I want to wrap it up with this. Deshauna, you've been a great advocate. What do you see in the future? What do you see for yourself as a TikTok creator?
Yeah.
How do you see that growing? How do you see your platform growing? What are you looking forward to in this space as you really flourish as an advocate for the veteran community?
So I'm going to make this one long because I think they just showed us a sign that we've got about 10 minutes left. But I think what I'm going to do moving forward is I'm going to continue to network. I'm going to continue to build. And I'm going to continue to look for ways in which we can bring community into this network of individuals. I'm going to continue to highlight the importance of entrepreneurship within the veteran community. We are such a creative group of individuals. So I'm just really excited to see this community evolve. I think I can say 10, 20, 30 years ago, I wasn't born past 34 years ago, but I know that I've seen this space continue to change. I've seen it continue to welcome people from all walks of life. I've seen the diversity of our community highlighted. So I want us to continue to showcase and spotlight those amazing things. Yeah.
I love that. And as far as the MIC, the MIC, you've been here before.
I was,
You've been here before. She is no amateur to the conference. So do you have any words of advice for how maybe people can use content or use TikTok or as themselves get content for the conference and put themselves out there and meet new people and network and just build their platform?
I would say use every single platform, and I know that it sounds very overwhelming, but I have a Facebook, an Instagram, a LinkedIn, a TikTok, and a YouTube. And what they call it is your refurbish. You know, you're able to reuse that content. So I'm taking a 1-minute clip that I'm posting on TikTok. I'm posting it on YouTube Short. I'm posting it on Facebook. I'm posting it on LinkedIn. And I'm posting it as an Instagram Reel. So don't feel isolated to just one social media network. That's one thing that I've learned that has really helped me build my speaking career and promote my brand is because you have individuals that are isolated to certain pockets and you want to be able to access all those pockets of people. That's the first thing that I like to do. LinkedIn has been my go-to as a platform for being able to move people to my TikTok. So I've also been able to utilize other platforms to be able to feed into other platforms as well. I also think that it's important to send out messages and DMs for those that have nonprofits and organizations. I'm a LinkedIn message, TikTok message you girl. The way that people are like, how were you able to fundraise for Service Women's Action Network? I fundraised and increased our funding by 400% within 2 years of being president of the organization. And I did that by stepping outside of my comfort zone and messaging people in mass. So, you know, don't tell anybody the secret I'm about to tell you, but for those that have nonprofits, I know fundraising is hard. So let me go ahead and give you a trick, okay? Here's the trick. The trick is you Google whoever is in charge of corporate social responsibility, find them on their social media platform and send them a message. And what I would do is I would find corporate social responsibility officer at a Fortune 500 company. I would get an email list and I would blast all of them. Okay. And while blasting all of them, I would link our social platforms. I linked our TikToks and all the other platforms that we used. It said, please check us out. Check out the work that we were doing. I sent that to maybe 500 to 600 different corporations.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was serious.
You were working.
Y'all. I was working, okay? And by the end of that wave, you're probably only going to get maybe 10% of those bites. And then out of 10% of those bites, only 1% is probably going to turn into an actual check. But we're talking about 5 to 10 different organizations that are donating 5 and 6 figure amounts. Right. So it adds up, and it's really, really, really impactful for an organization. So for those that are looking to fundraise, use your social media, do an email blast, be very unique. And then also, all these corporations are here. They have booths. Bring your business card, introduce yourself, ask them for their business card, ask them for their email, send a follow-up. It was great meeting you, and do your best to get them on a call. Are you available tomorrow at 12 p.m.? I'd love to get on a call with you and discuss how we can partner. And I did that 1,000 times over, and it was so, the networking of it really helps build the organization, but two, it just helped me build relationships, because sometimes it's not even all about a check. I remember for Service Women's Action Network, we partnered with PBR, which is the professional bull riding organization. Okay. They couldn't, I know this is random, but they couldn't offer us anything financial, but they said, well, how about this? We'll give you all 100 tickets to go to a PBR event in New York, and you can hand them out to different women veterans, and they can submit for them. So we were able to do that to be able to, again, create a partnership. Not every partnership is going to be lucrative, but it can be beneficial for the community that you're serving.
Yeah, I love that. Innovation is very important. I think being innovative is definitely important for being a content creator as well. Do you have any last words of parting wisdom for the group?
I think I want to put on my speaker hat really quickly. So I know that we're all here. We're all doing amazing things on our normal day-to-day. But I just want to encourage everyone in this room to, one, you said your dreams are not your comfort zone. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now, okay? I know that although I'm a motivational speaker, I still deal with stage fright and anxiety. Yeah. But one thing that I like to do is I like to do everything afraid, because I recognize the fact that fear does not escape us. Fear is a part of the human condition. So because of that, I have pushed myself to do things that makes me uncomfortable, and I've accepted failure as a part of the road to success. There are things that I have done and have failed at 10 times over. But one thing that I love being able to say is that I tried. Some of us are in this room and we have something in the back of our head that we want to do, but we're too afraid to do it. We're too worried about the opinions of the people around us. We are concerned about, well, what if it doesn't work out? And then all my family and friends knows that I failed at this. And that becomes a kind of a mountain that we're too afraid to climb. But I think that because no one has ever jumped into a successful career without first failing, I believe it's important for us to push ourselves to accept failure as a part of the process and to accept discomfort as a part of the process. I can give you guys 1,000 examples of the things that I tried doing and it did not work out, but I'm glad that I at least gave it an attempt. I'll give you a secret. It's a little embarrassing. I tried out for The Price is Right. To be the girlie that shows, you know, the dish soap is $2.50 and is the laundry soap more expensive than the dish soap? Yeah. So I did that randomly, it was in 2018. I flew all the way to Los Angeles. And I was like, this is interesting. They reached out to me and I'm like, okay, let's go do it. So I get there, it's about 25 other girls, and they call me downstairs and they show me all the little products that they're selling. So I go through and I'm like doing this, you know, embarrassing myself, right? And by the time it was over, I could tell they were not interested in me at all. But this is 2018, and if I had gotten the position, I would have been filming probably 6 to 7 months out of the year, multiple shows a day. Right after I did not get that job at The Price is Right, my motivational speaking career took off because one of my speeches, which is about my journey to becoming Miss USA, went viral. And next thing you know, I was booking 5 to 10 speaking gigs a month.
Wow.
So it's also one of those things where when a door shuts, don't feel sad because the heavens has something else in store for you, and accepting destiny and fate and the things that are meant for you will never pass you. So if anything in your lives has not worked out, I want you to take a breather and just remind yourself that it just was not meant to be. Child, I'm putting on my motivational speaker.
I was going to
hat,
say,
y'all.
I'm
sorry,
feeling inspired personally. I'm like, is this like a therapy session right now? Well, thank you so much, Deshauna.
Thank you.
I hope everyone got something from this. This was really impactful. You are such an inspiration to us all. We really appreciate you being here with us, specifically TikTok, but also all of you, and sharing your wisdom. Thank you so much.
Amazing host. Killed that. Thank y'all so much.
Bill with the 24-hour critical response team.
I'm going to hand it off.
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
Sure, of course.
Test, test.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Test.
Are we live?
Welcome back,
I'm jamming
everyone.
out. Oh. Amy.
Wow.
That Deshauna, no, why she had me sing to her though?
Because she's amazing.
I know. I was on one knee. Please, y'all don't think that I was proposing. Don't get me in trouble today. But give it up for Deshauna Barber, everybody. Yes.
So Deshauna Barber, if you're just joining us, she was former Miss USA, Army veteran, started her own foundation. Just an amazing way to kick off this year's Military Influencer Conference right here on the parade deck.
Now listen, if you're just tuning in, I'm Greg Williams and this is
Amy Forsyth.
We are here live at the Military Influencer Conference in hot Atlanta. All right, 2024. This is Parade Deck. You are going to see some of the greatest influencers, military influencers, and content content creators today on this stage, on this stream. We're streaming live for the next couple of hours. Tune in, go to paradedeck.com, become a subscriber. Big shout out to some of our sponsors, USCCA, TikTok, VetTix, Military Influencer Conference, you name it. We got some folks behind us.
Everybody who's anybody is here, and I just want to remind everyone, for the Military Influencer Conference, there are 5 pillars: inspiration, innovation, influence, inclusivity, and impact. And that's
all got eyes, right?
That's what we're here to do, is to make an impact, connect with each other, really the premier event for those who share and support the military community, leadership, entrepreneurs, content creators, creatives, and brands.
And the whole thing is, you have creators like Amy right here, esteemed author, just dropping some knowledge on how to write a book. Myself, I mean, I'm an award-winning podcaster, the Finer Life Show, and that's a PHI, courtesy of Mu Beta Phi Military Fraternity Incorporated. And we are just here talking to some of the greatest minds today, just that are changing the game. We got TikTok in the house. Big shout out to TikTok. We got USAA. Amy, if you are not at the Military Influencer Conference, networking and making great connections, I don't know. Amy, tell them, what have you gotten so far out of being here at the conference?
Well, last night was amazing. Jack Carr was the featured author talk, and he's a retired Navy SEAL. The impact and the energy was amazing. So we're just kicking off day 1. We've got a full lineup today.
Who's next?
Well, we've got, you know who he is.
I know, but I want you to say who's next. Give the whole intro.
Patriotic Kenny and Amanda Klein. And if you're not sure who they are, you definitely want to keep watching. We're excited to welcome our next guest. From uniform to platform, elevating military voices on TikTok. You're going to meet Kenny. He's an 80-year-old Navy veteran who's giving back to the veteran community through his incredible mobility scooter program. Kenny is truly making a difference, bringing smiles and raising awareness around the world.
So keep it locked. The next person you're going to see is Patriotic Kennedy. Keep it locked, paradedeck.com.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
All right. I think you're good. Are we on?
Hello.
We're on.
Am I on?
Okay.
Well, I hope I am.
You're on now.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Well, Kenny, you're an absolute star to all of us at TikTok, and I'm sure many of us here today. So you served 6 years in the Navy aboard the USS Refueling Squadron of Okinawa during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then you found your TikTok stardom in 2021 when your mobility scooter broke down.
Yes, I did.
And then Amanda had this incredible idea to post about it on TikTok. So Amanda, I would love to hear how you guys, what's y'all's relationship and how that all came to life.
So Kenny was, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Kenny's actually my neighbor, and a friend of ours introduced us. So Kenny is in our town. He's the guy with the mobility scooter and all the flags. So Kenny gets around town and everybody knows him and the flags come flopping. I'm not talking like one. I mean like 75 flags on a mobility scooter, and they're just going. So I noticed everybody would come into town and stop by and see Kenny and, oh my gosh, I love Kenny, you know, and I thought, this has got to get out beyond our community. Kenny is a joy. He helps make people happy, and I know about social media. He did not. And so I asked him, I said, can I set up a TikTok account for you? And he was like, what? So I showed him some videos, and he was like, yeah, do whatever you want. So I set up the Patriotic Kenny is his name, and I came up with it clearly because of his love for country and love of flags. So that's how it came to be, and we just started making videos at the beginning of him showing joy, learning sign language with his best buddy who's deaf, and showed him the videos and said, what do you think? And he's like, we only have 5 followers. We got to get more. That's not enough. we gotta expand our reach. And the next day, how many followers? We have 5. Still, we gotta do more. And then it just really took off.
Amazing. Kenny, what were your thoughts when Amanda proposed this idea for you?
Well,
to get on TikTok and be a TikTok star now.
Well, in my opinion, I mean, to me, I couldn't believe it. You know, social media, I didn't know nothing about how it...
How about I hold this? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You talk, I'll hold it.
Okay. So, anyway, I thought this would never happen, you know, because I didn't know nothing about social media. Then all of a sudden, you know, all this started coming in, and it just went crazy, and I mean crazy. All this, it just wouldn't stop. I got everything. I mean, it was so amazing what TikTok did, or what everyone did for me, all the fans.
So Amanda posted that first video. It went viral, and the world came together and donated enough money for you to buy a new mobility scooter. What was that like on the receiving end, seeing all of these people that you've never met through a digital space online come together to support you?
It was an honor, believe me, an honor, and I just got to give so much thanks to Amanda, what she did for me, because, you know, I didn't have that scooter, and I was isolated, and that's the worst thing to have done is when you're a vet, when you're isolated, when you got health problems. It's no fun, because I used to travel, you know, when I had the other scooter, I'd go all over the coffee shops and meet people and veterans. You know, I love to talk to veterans. That's one of my favorite things is talking to veterans. I go to the VA hospital. I go all over. The more, the better I talk to. You know, they tell me what they did, and then what I did in the service. It's just such an honor. And then I can, you know, do that for them.
Amazing. And you say that you love to talk about veterans and your experience and your service, and now you've been able to do that with 2.7 million people on TikTok. What has that been like? You're telling your stories of the time you've served and different things that you've learned, and on the receiving end, what has been the perspective of this community of allies and veteran supporters and military families that you've built online?
Well, what they did for me, I want to pay it forward and give it back to the veterans and honor and empower veterans with mobility scooters. And I told Amanda right from the beginning, I want to pay this forward, and that's what we're doing. We got a Patriotic Kenny Foundation now, and hopefully we can continue this and keep it going forward. Get our sponsors, and it's going to be a legacy, believe me. As far as I'm concerned, I hope it does. And just to donate more scooters across the mobility scooters across the country and all over.
And Amanda, yes, I mean, because of TikTok, you were able to found the Patriotic Kenny Foundation. So tell me more about that and the impact that y'all have been able to make across the country.
Well, I think one amazing thing across TikTok is seeing the military representation, and that's how the foundation came to be. It wasn't. I didn't wake up one day and we said, you know, I would love to have a nonprofit that, you know, gives mobility scooters to veterans free of red tape and empowers them and supports mental health wellness. You know, that's not something you just dream of. It was an organic thing that really came from a need. There's a gap, and it became such a need that we saw on TikTok of people reaching out and the community saying, you know, I need a scooter. My uncle needs a scooter. My grandma, my mom, all these people. And we're like, what do we do with this? And so we set up this nonprofit. But the military community on TikTok has been amazing and beautiful. And the conversations we've had and people reaching out that we've been able to meet virtually or in person and giving back, it's been amazing, really beautiful and full of support. I haven't seen any resistance or negativity. Just everyone's there to connect and to become closer and stronger together.
Definitely. And I mean, from the TikTok perspective, veterans and #veterans has amassed more than 15 billion views and likes on the platform. So, and that's why we're here, to engage with everyone. And it's such a significant community on the platform, and we're just here to connect and build relationships. So I'd love to know, especially for you, Kenny, like everyone thinks that TikTok is just for Gen Z, young people doing dances, lip syncing, and here you are, an 82-year-old veteran that is thriving on the platform. So what do you say to people that have that perception in their mind?
Well, what I say to these people that have that in their minds, like you said, I'm 82 years old, going on 83, that if I can do it, anyone can do it. It gives me inspire. It helps me, gives me more breath, everything. My health is better. It goes on and on. I say any vet or any old can get on social media and do it just like I did. I've had so many experiences. I've flown in helicopters, tanks with gun style, and we went to I forget where we're Florida, and I was going to parachute, but then the weather got bad, so I couldn't do it. So I was looking forward to that.
And that's all been truly because of TikTok.
Yes, because of
networking,
TikTok.
opportunities that have come up, and Kenny keeps saying, "I got a whole new life," don't you?
And I do. I do.
I know, and even I don't think you really need the mobility scooter too much. You're walking. You're doing good.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's what it did for me with my health. You know, because I was confined in a house, and you know, it's not good for a veteran to be isolated. You know, because I see him every day. I talk to him every day. A lot of them are scared. They don't like that word. You know, I don't want to. You know, they're tough. You know, they think they are. And then we donate them one. You'd be surprised. They contact me all the time, how much they love it. They go all over. They take the dogs for a walk. They go to the park. They go grocery shopping. It's amazing how much they do like it. And I get calls from these vets that we already donated mobility scooters to. So that really breaks my heart, makes me feel so good.
Amazing.
'Cause I went.
How many veterans have you guys been able to support through the Patriotic Kenny Foundation?
I think we've given about 130 mobility scooters at this point. And the foundation's only been around a year and a half, maybe. So it's a baby and it's growing, kind of like Deshauna was saying, you know, it's just starting small, but you got to start somewhere.
Yep. So tell me about your content strategy. Kenny, are you now coming up with ideas, or is it all Amanda? Do you now have thoughts about what you want to post and when? Tell me about what the content breakdown when you're strategizing. How does that go down?
Well, Amanda, she's good at it, so she does probably. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was about 90%, but now I'm getting pretty good at it. Yes, I'm getting pretty good. Okay. What I'm trying to do, I go to like we're having a 5-10K. We're having this man is riding his bike from St. Paul to Washington D.C. 1,580 miles and stuff like that. But what I'm doing, I go out and I go to different places, Walmart and Fleet Farm and all over, and I set up stands and, I talk about the Patriotic Kenny Foundation and try to get donations and sponsors. So I'm doing a lot more, but Amanda does the best because she's a pro.
Kenny's a boots on the ground type of guy. So for content strategy, I would say, we know people love when Kenny experiences new things. We know that for sure. So Kenny, I see an opportunity and we just go with it. Kenny, however, absolutely loves going live. I mean, it is like, we were doing it yesterday in the airport on the way here to Atlanta. We were sitting by the bathroom and he's like, "Hello, fans! Whoa, Finland! I got family from Finland." So it's a way for him to connect beyond his community, a global community, and for him to talk to people, and he reads the comments like through the bifocals, and
We'll need to make sure you go live from the TikTok booth this afternoon.
Ooh, that would be fun to go live. He got an AirPod in his ear, had to take the hearing aids out, but he kept leaving them in and putting the pods in. One at a time. But he loves going live, so that's something he was saying yesterday. I want to do this all the time. I could do this every single day, and he could. So as far as content strategy, aside from that, really genuine. I mean, keep it real. Nothing is rehearsed or polished, like Deshauna was saying as well. Nothing is polished or practiced, or you got to say it this way. It is truly just, we're living life, and I just happen to be hitting record. And that's what we post. That's who we are.
Yep, be your authentic self. I love it. So especially, we're here at the Military Influencer Conference. There's lots of organizations. There's lots of creators. What is your advice for maybe if they're a nonprofit, how can they leverage TikTok to amplify their mission, to amplify their story?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you get the information out there. The more information you get out there, the more response you get on. I found that out, whereas I was just doing a little. I wasn't doing. So the more flyers you have. And another thing, kids, they love things too, their family. Some trinkets like our bracelets here that we got. Kids love them. So.
Yeah, I would say using TikTok for nonprofits, the reach is huge. I mean, even yesterday we went on live on other platforms, and it's very different. The engagement is very different. Nonprofits are able to collaborate with other nonprofits. There's a lot of direct messaging that comes through on TikTok from other people reaching out, and the collaboration, I think, is key. Different brands or different companies will reach out and say, hey, we saw this, your foundation, we want to support it. So that's a big one that I would tell any nonprofit, truly, you've got to get on TikTok, because that's where it's at. Even as Kenny mentioned, this guy who's riding his bicycle 1,500 miles from St. Paul to DC for the foundation to raise money for scooters. And he was like, oh, I'll go live on this other platform. And we were at the send-off, and everyone was saying, why are you going on that? Like, TikTok is where the engagement is. Like, that's where you're going to find the people. And not to be like a walking commercial, but legit, like this is truly what it is, And so we did, we go on TikTok, because that's where you're going to find the boost to take your nonprofit and bounce it off. That's not the word I'm looking for. You know what I mean.
Yep. And for the creators in the room that feel like they have something to add to the conversation, but maybe scared to post or get started, it seems a little daunting. What's your advice, especially being an 82-year-old that has killed it, and then the social media strategist behind it? What is your advice to the people that think they have something to offer in this space and talk about veterans issues? How can they get started?
Well, they might be scared.
Well, you just got to reach out and do what you have to do, and it can be done. I mean, inspire everyone throughout the country, because that will go on, and that'll make everyone feel happy, because that's what we have to do.
We were talking about this, and Kenny was saying when TikTok was first proposed to him, how so many things, technology, so much is new at his age, but it was like you just gotta try things. If you don't try things, you never know. That's what you were saying.
That's exactly right, Amanda, and that's where I've learned so much with TikTok, because my fans, they gave me inspiration too to do things, like going kayak. Remember, I said, oh no, I'm not going.
Kayaking,
and I had more fun than anything. So now if I get time, I'm going to go fishing, and it's all set up because I love fishing. And not only that, another thing I want to put out is some veterans I know back home. They took me deer hunting up at Camp Ripley in Army camp for vets that's got health issues, and went up there and did a lot of inspiration up there. Did a lot of contacts up there. So, I mean, just so many things you can do out there. And just like Amanda said, and I'll say it until I die, you got to put boots on the ground just like you're in the service. No difference. That's what it takes. So,
and back to your content, I know that you've had several videos that are fun, like when you tried, what was it, a dragon fruit? When you tried that, but then you also have your very impactful veteran stories. Like when you got one of the most recent videos, you guys just went to Normandy. Tell me about that experience and what you see from your community that you've been able to build in terms of the various types of content. Because now some people think that they have to stick to one thing, but you guys have proved that it can be everything in all of it. So what does that look like?
Yeah, I think since the start of Patriotic Kenny, it's evolved very much. And it's, the algorithm, it's always figuring out, not just what do people want to watch, but really Kenny's life has changed. I mean, things in his life have organically changed. And so reflecting that as well in the content. It's terrible to say, but it's true. Kenny used to only have 3 teeth in his mouth. And because of TikTok, and I'm not joking you, he got teeth, A dentist reached out and said, we'd love to give you dental implants. We saw you on TikTok free of charge. So we got teeth. And it was strange because when Kenny didn't have teeth, it was like people were more heartfelt towards him. And then once some people pulled back and was like, oh, you don't need help. You're not helpless anymore. And so that was an interesting challenge to navigate. But at the same time, I would never say, oh no, you shouldn't be healthy because people want you to look sad. That's not right either. And so his life has changed, and people who are now willing to celebrate that and enjoy that are joining and are following that. And so showing the journey of different trips or opportunities that have arisen, as well as focusing on our veterans. That's key. That is one message that has never changed. When Kenny was, without a scooter and Kenny was struggling, the focus was on Kenny. But then we were able to pay it forward and go further with that. And so just let it change and let it flow with where it's organically going, because that's life. Life changes.
Yep. And Kenny, we were talking backstage about what your For You page looks like, and it's all veterans and military-related content. Do you have any favorite creators that you follow and you love to engage with and do things with?
He'll probably have a hard time remembering names, but we were... Just before this, we were watching Kelsey, who, her name is Star Kelsey, whatever, but she owns a bike shop nearby us.
Yes.
And do you want to talk about her meal prep or any of that, where she was making meals for her husband? And
Oh yeah, you're still on.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you want to hold it?
Yeah, so, this, the fellow that's riding his bike to Washington, D.C., they stopped somewhere in this small town. It was a bike shop, and she was making muffins, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, she was making muffins. And the other day we were watching with the geese when the lady, passed out, and to see how the geese would respond to her.
Yes.
I think it's really, his For You page is very, it's just heartfelt stuff. It's military and cats and geese.
And so anyway, this lady at the bike shop, she said she was so inspired, what he was doing and what the vet, what... I'm getting lost here.
You're getting excited.
Yeah, excited. Yeah, well, that's the way I am, believe me. I get very subject in school, so I'm sorry about that.
I can't tell.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, so now she's going to... donated some on the bike ride, and not only that, she's going to make muffins. And
yeah, she's got a meal prep, and she's just down to earth, real down to earth lady.
Really,
and she's local. So
yes, a
nice.
down to earth lady. So that's the kind of inspiration you get when what we're doing for the Patriotic Kenny Foundation. But I want to tell you something else too. Where I live in a senior high-rise, I can do a little bit on TikTok, but Amanda, she taught me quite a bit. I can do a little bit, not a lot, but a lot of my senior citizens there, and they've seen all my stuff on TikTok and what I've done and this and that, and they want to get on it too now. So I was kind of helping them out how to get on it. That made me feel so good. If I could do that, that's all the better for.
So you're the cool guy in the senior high rise, it sounds like.
It's an apartment.
Yeah, so, I
2
mean,
floors.
If I can do it, anyone can do it. I don't care what age they are, even if they're 99.
Exactly. If you can do it, anyone can do it.
Yeah, so
Awesome. So we're here in Atlanta at the Military Influencer Conference. This is y'all's first time coming to this conference, even though, I mean, you're one of the top military influencers there is. So what are you guys most excited about for this week?
Just being here at this conference. I mean, everything. And to see these people that we haven't seen in a long time, it's so nice to see all these people. You know?
I think networking, clearly networking, meeting people, getting to know other people's stories. Why are other people here? Who are they? Getting to know them. And I think that's, for me, what I'm most excited about. The presentations, the talks, those are nice too, but the one-on-one, two-on-one, whatever conversations as well.
So Kenny, to close up here, what is the one thing that has surprised you most about TikTok and that you love the most about TikTok?
I'm going to think about this stuff. That surprised me?
Yeah, that surprised you.
Okay, about TikTok.
About TikTok.
Okay, yeah. What surprised me probably the most is the awareness, you know, the people that reached out to me, you know, on TikTok. I mean,
When Kenny's health was really going downhill, one of the big things, his house was very moldy, and people kept saying, set up a wish list, set up a wish list. And so we did all this stuff we put on there. And Kenny didn't know because we didn't think anything would even come of it. My garage was completely full of stuff that people gave. And so when he was able to move into a new home, because of money that people had donated, he was able to move into a new home. All his moldy stuff we ditched. Literally everything in the entire apartment was donated from TikTok and from people on TikTok. And that type of kindness you don't just find. Like, strangers are rallying around him, you know, giving him a bed that can elevate for his COPD so he doesn't suffocate in his sleep. Like, these are basic needs, you know, giving him denture cleaning and a recliner that he can, you know, sleep in.
big TV. I always just had a little one.
Everything, you know, silverware, you name it. So I think kindness that people rallied around him and still do. That's been very surprising for me, I can say. Would you agree? Or
Yes, I agree 100%. The kindness out there is just tremendous because, you know, all this stuff through TikTok that they gave me to make my life better. And the inspiration was just in fan mail. I got, right now, probably I have a whole bedroom full of fan mail from all over the world. Kids, like Amanda, she teaches at the deaf school, and I go down there once in a while, and I know a little deaf, I know some deaf signs, and I enjoyed so much going there because the kids they love me so much, and as well as I love them.
Every Veterans Day, schools reach out and say, hey, can we send you a whole bunch of mail from the kids? So that's fun too.
And they even want me to speak at some of the grade schools where I live to the kids. So I am going to do that because it really makes me feel great.
And you mentioned Veterans Day. I know you guys have a big initiative coming up with this bike ride. Tell me a little bit more about that, about what you guys are doing for the Patriotic Kenny Foundation, what's coming up for the foundation, and what you're excited about.
Okay, what's going on with the bike ride? Like I say, it's 1,580 miles. And you can imagine what he might hit, the weather, rain, whatever. It's a struggle. And he's going to arrive in Washington, D.C., Veterans Day, and then we're flying out there, and we're going to meet him as he rolls in to Washington, D.C., because he's trying to raise $10,000 for 10 scooters.
Yeah, he's it. Tonight he just hit $8,500, and he just left a week ago. So that's been really cool. Miles for Mobility is what it's called. Roll on to D.C.
Roll on, and we'll meet him there, and it's going to be an honor to do this out in Washington, D.C. Really looking forward to that, and it's getting close already. It's already October, you know. And then also we got a big 5-10K coming up in St. Paul, and this coming Sunday. So I'm ready to get out there and do a little scooting and do a little conversation with all the vets out there and all the other people that they'll hopefully have out there to
And
get our Patriotic Kenny Foundation going. So.
And it's also virtual because TikTok, we can't just be in person.
Yep.
We can't exclude the people.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for being here. We're so happy to have you here. And we got a lot coming up. It sounds like we're going to go live this afternoon.
I think that would be pretty fun. And there's
Okay.
also a meetup for grassroots nonprofits. If you're in the area, come on over.
At the TikTok booth. Yeah. So everyone can find you at Patriotic Kenny on TikTok. Look out for the live. And thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much for inviting us here.
Your name? Do solemnly swear. To support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. And to bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. That I will obey. The orders of. The President of the United States. And the orders of. Those officers. Appointed over me. According to regulations. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
Yeah, our pleasure. Thank you.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Marine Colonel Charlie Bolden, the pilot on this mission.
Mission Control, Houston.
All program. Roger, roll, Discovery.
Oh my gosh, Amy, I think we are having way too much fun.
My father was
and
a veteran
I mean,
of World War II. He was drafted
are
into
we
the
on?
Army.
Are we live? Are we talking? What's going on?
I decided
don't know.
in
Tell me when
7th
we're live, Marcus.
Okay, so we're just sort of talking.
I know.
It was a really good set. Yeah, it was really good.
So Patriotic Kenny, I'm gonna tell you right there, that was a great segment. I'm great.
Forsyth.
Amy, you gotta say it, your name right. Let's try that again. What's going on, everybody? This is ParadeDeck.com. I'm Greg Williams, and this is
Amy Forsyth.
You got to say Amy Forsyth. See, I said it like UFC. That way, everybody that's in the conference room is just hearing me. But we are here live at the Military Influencer Conference. Amy, what are you taking away from this? I mean, we had Deshauna Barber. We had Patriotic Kenny.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Patriotic Kenny is amazing. No matter your age, what branch of service, what field, what expertise you're in, Military Influencer Conference is a place for creators, brands, influencers, people who are committed to the military community. And so we've got such an amazing lineup today at the Parade Deck Theater. So if you're not here, you can, of course, watch us streaming on YouTube channel, Facebook, but you got to go and sign up, join us there.
Yes, they got to subscribe. You got to subscribe. And the whole thing, Amy, is, now listen, I'm going to tell you right now, Greg is jealous of Amy. Earlier, I see all her fans. She had so many people that come into her book session because she's going to teach you how to write a book that she got to do 2 sessions. Not only that, Greg said he needs fans. Everybody keep walking past Greg. Everybody keep saying hi to Amy. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm fangirling over all the people here that I've only met online, but now I get to see in person. So next year you can plan your visit to the Military Influencer Conference. And of course, Greg, being here with you is just really a highlight because your energy, your motivation to make an impact on people. And that's what our next guests are going to do.
Who's the next guest?
So
anyway?
we've got Jordana McGonigal. She's going to be interviewing a very special guest. And we're excited with this partnership, of legendary partnership. You're going to learn all about that and what they're doing. And so welcoming to the stage is Jordana McGonigal and Steve Weintraub.
What?
Coming up right here on the YouTube channel.
All right.
In honor of the 20th anniversary of the National World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., the United States Mint has issued the 2024 Greatest Generation commemorative coins. This stunning collection of gold, silver, and clad coins features beautiful designs that capture the valor and sacrifices of the World War II generation. Proceeds will support the maintenance and repair of the National World War II Memorial. These coins are only available in 2024. Don't miss your chance to support a vital cause and own these special coins today.
I think we're ready. We're live. Steve, we're live.
We're live.
Oh my gosh. Hi. We are coming to you live from the Military Influencer Conference. My name is Jordana McGonigal. I am the CEO of the Recon Network, and I have the distinct honor of getting to talk to you today, Steve. So let me just preface this a little bit, though. So you're here because we're going to talk about events and community, right? How do you build community with events? But spoiler alert, you've already been here for like a whole day, so you already know. So what are we here for?
Well, you're here to keep on pumping my ego.
Oh.
So am I on? Okay.
Sweet.
Yes. All right. So why are we here? We're here for you to keep on pumping my ego.
Okay.
So no, I'm kidding.
No, if I know that, I can handle that.
Okay. No. Yeah. No, and thank you for the kind words, yes. And for all of you being here, and for those of you that are streaming in. So really appreciate it. So why we're here. I mean, it's about community, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we talk about the community, and in this case, the MilVet community. And what we all have in common is that shared background of whether we served, we're still serving, or our family members, our spouse, or other family members have served, and that's we've either by choice or not been thrust into that community, and there's a lot of nuances about who we are, what we do, what we've experienced, either wearing the uniform or being that family member. But we in that community, we have our own code. We know these all different things and shared experiences. And that's part of that VetTix piece of that. VetTix, our mission, our motto is give something to those who gave. And this is how we can do that by sending veterans, service members, and we even have it for first responders through FirstTix, sending them to these events for free as a way to thank them for their service and sacrifice, give something to those who gave, and really that's how we can, and our donors, because our donors are so important, because we couldn't achieve our mission if it were not for the generosity of our donors that donate these tickets. So, and that's how we can strengthen and build that military and veteran community.
Yeah, so let's back up for a quick second, though. So tell us about VetTix. What is it that what is it that you guys do? How do you give back? You kind of alluded to a little bit, but I want to make sure it's super, super clear for everybody so that they know how to get into the hottest deals.
Yeah, VetTix is we're a nonprofit. We're the largest non-federally funded nonprofit in the United States. We have over 2 million members. And what we do is we get donated event tickets, sporting events, concerts, performing arts, family events, anything where there's a ticket involved, we get these tickets donated by donors. These donors can be venues, they can be sports teams, performers, promoters. If you've got season tickets, you're a season ticket holder, you can donate to VetTix. And as a charity, you get the tax write-off. So we get these donated tickets. We turn around and we distribute them to our VetTix members. And you sign up, you create an account, takes less than 5 minutes. You get verified through ID.me, so we know that you're verified as a veteran service member, first responder. You get verified, you put in for these events. If there's something that you see that you like, you put in for it. There's a nominal delivery fee, and that's skin in the game. If you get something for free, you're not always likely to use it. And that's important to our donors, because our donors donate these tickets. They want people to attend these events. You go to the event with your friends and your family, and you don't, if you're a spouse, you don't, your VetTix, your military member doesn't even need to be there for it. So maybe he or she is on deployment or whatever, girls' night, salt and pepper, whatever, taking the girls out to that, or guys' night, going to a NCAA or NFL game, whatever. That's how our process works.
Yeah. So if they don't get the salt and pepper tickets, I can do the whole thing verbatim. So anyway, aside from that, so that's incredible, first of all, because that is an incredible way just to give back again to this community that has given so much. But we're here to talk about specifically community building at these events, right? And so at the Recon Network, if you're not familiar with us, we talk a lot about total transition. That's transition in every area of your humanity, right? It's not all about finding a job. It's not all about figuring out those next steps. There's a lot of change that goes into transitioning out and even changes kind of along the way. And one thing we talk about a lot is community and building that network, having a support system, but also expanding who you know. So how does something like VetTix help with that? Where we're trying to build the sense of community, we're trying to build our network. What does that look like?
Well, that's a great question and lead in. And what the Recon Network does, it's a broader aspect of that community and the resources. A lot of times with VetTix, these tickets are donated in bulk. So you're quite often sitting in the same section or group with other veterans and service members, whether you know it or not. So you're sitting among your tribe. And you're kind of like, hey, that cat over there, he kind of speaks like me, kind of dresses like me. I wonder if he served or she served. And more than likely, he or she did, because again, you're in that same section. Mm-hmm. And what we've seen from our feedback, from our testimonials, is they're sitting among their tribe, and that gives them a sense of community. Mm-hmm. And you never know who you're sitting next to at one of these events. And I'll give you an example. I was at the Marine Corps Air Station Miramar Air Show last Friday, and I'm talking to the base commander, the base CO, and he's like, I love VetTix. My family uses VetTix all the time. It's great for my... And it was cool to see that a senior officer was using VetTix, because a lot of the senior and senior officer out there, and you're not, because it's completely randomized. But so he's at this event, so you never know who you might be sitting next to. So the base commander of a air station knows the mayor of San Diego and all these other people. So it's like, hey, if you might be looking for a job, or your spouse is or whatever, you never know who you're sitting next to. And the same thing with if in the community resources, like, hey, maybe the person you're sitting next to is a mom of 3 kids, and you're looking for a pediatrician for your kids because you moved into this area and you're new to it and you don't know the resources there. So that's that community thing that really intersects with what the Recon Network does.
Right. And I think it's really important too that we play this out, right? So you're sitting at an event next to a 2-star, right? That's incredible. But even at events like this, we're at the Military Influencer Conference. There are thousands of people here, and you don't know who the person next to you is. The only way to do that is to talk to them, introduce yourself, that kind of thing. So going to the event is one thing, but you have to get out of your shell a little bit in order to really connect. So that's the other side of this, is one, building community, but also fostering new connections. So what does that look like?
Yeah, and that's getting out of your comfort zone. Mm-hmm. And being comfortable being uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. And the cool thing about MIC is this is such a safe space that you can walk up to anybody and introduce yourself. And because we're all in the MilVet space. And we've got that feedback before from other MICs is like, this is so cool because I can be myself and so on and so forth. And we in the military, when we served, we had networks, we had hookups, right? We went to boot camp or we went to, follow-on schools, and we built these relationships and bonds. And we've kept in touch with these people throughout our military, careers, right? It's like, hey, maybe you're in supply and, you don't have what you need, but your hookup on the other side of the country has what you need, so you dial him or her up. And it's like, but when we get out of the military, we tend to shut that down. I mean, we kind of lose track of those people we served with or the networks. We know how to do it. We've succeeded very well in it in uniform, but getting out of uniform, sometimes we forget about that. And whether it's people you served with or, again, in a situation like this at MIC, it's amazing. I've already connected a handful of people with other people that I know, and they're like, oh my God, you're the person I've been looking for, to help me with this or whatever. So that community piece, what MIC and the Parade Deck platform offers is really tremendous.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And so I want to get your advice on this. I'm going to throw you this. You weren't prepared for this question.
It's a good thing I took my medication.
So for those people who you get out, and it is often a very uncomfortable situation. You feel like you're out of your tribe. You're away from your brotherhood, right, or your sisterhood. You are trying to make ends meet in kind of this new world era, whether that's the job or moving or just life transition and those changes. And the last thing on your mind is really like turning everything on to go get out of your comfort zone and go be that person that walks up to someone else or asks the guy next to you, hey, what kind of beer is that at the ball game, that kind of thing. So how do we start getting out of our comfort zone? Like, let's get into some practical stuff that we can use here based on sitting next to the two-star at the ball game, right?
Right. Okay. That's a great question, and fortunately I have an answer for you. Look, when we served, when we were in who we were was either on our collar, on our sleeve, or on our ribbon bar. Right? And that defined who we are. But you leave the military, you don't have that anymore. And that's a hit to our ego. You walk in a room and you see, the stripes, the shiny stuff or whatever, and you instantly kind of command respect or demand respect or whatever, more command. But anyway, when we get out, we don't have that anymore. And so we have to be okay with being vulnerable. Right. And in the military, it wasn't like that. I mean, sun's out, guns out, sleeves rolled up. It's that's who we are. That's what we do, right? But in the private sector, nobody cares. Mm-hmm. And thank you for your service, but what does that do, right? So that's where you have to be comfortable with being vulnerable, asking for advice. Because look, we love telling war stories, don't we? Right? Even if we were on the mess decks, there's war stories about being, a food service, person, right? Death from within, right? So we all have these stories, but in the private sector, they love to talk about themselves also. So when you can ask them, hey, how did you get so successful? I served in the military. I did this. I did that. And this is where I'd like to get to. What are some of your advice on your keys to success? And that's the thing is, like, when we served, we made a sacrifice, and so it's hard for us to transition out because our civilian peers, they've been doing it for this whole lifetime, but for us it's a little bit new and it's out of our comfort zone. So when you can give them a little bit of love and say, hey, what advice do you have for me? They're going to love to give you that advice because, hey, this is how I can give back. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. Well, and they love to be mentors. We in the military loved to mentor our younger, airmen, Marines, sailors, soldiers. So in the private sector, it's the same thing. And again, you never know what kind of networks they have.
Yeah, and I think too, we see this a lot in the veteran community is this concept of imposter syndrome. Like, oh, I'm really faking it right now to have this conversation next to me. But I'll give you a hint, like everyone likes to talk about themselves. So that advice, like ask them something, that is absolutely perfect because that just gets that ball rolling immediately. I love that. So let me shift a little bit. I want to talk about, because we've mentioned this idea of connection, of working with others or meeting others. Talk to us about some of your strategic partners. You know, you've had a lot of growth. You've got a lot of partners, obviously, in the ticket space. So talk to us a little bit about how those relationships come to be and how they end up working together really for the benefit of the veteran population.
Yeah, that's, we have a lot of tremendous donors in the sports world, in the entertainment. Live Nation is our largest donor, and we have got strategic partners, other VSOs, but on the donor side, quite often they'll approach us and say, look, we want to hire veterans, but we really don't have a good process. We don't know how. And for example, for Live Nation, they have a lot of venues and they need to staff them. So I'll work with their HR team, their hiring team, and sometimes it's seasonal, sometimes it's not. And the same thing on the athletic side or the venue, just sports venues, those venue sides where, they donate to us, but, because of our reach and the impact that we make, we help them, and that's how we can give back to our donors and connect them with our over 2 million members that are maybe transitioning out or maybe they're in a job that it's really not what they want to do. So we can help them connect with our VetTix members. And a lot of times at these events, they'll have activations where they'll do meet and greets and things like that because they want to meet our members and thank them personally for their service and sacrifice. And if you're a VetTix member and you're doing that, and it's like, again, asking them, hey, I'd really like to get into this industry, whatever. What's your advice? And now, VetTix arguably was that platform, that gateway for something like that.
Right. Well, and I think too, we've talked a lot about these connections and partnerships within the post-military space. But what about connections with the civilian world, right? If you're making that shift, how can events, whether it's these concerts or ball games or what have you, or even just events like this, how can we really foster the two different sides of that coin as military members are transitioning out?
Yeah, that VetTix event, you can bring a friend that didn't serve. So you bring your girlfriend, right? And then you're sitting in this VetTix section, and they can see, within that VetTix community, it's like, oh, wow, I see that brotherhood, that sisterhood that you all have. But also, I've been to events as a VetTixer, at these events, sitting in the VetTix section, and I see, they're holding their signs, they're taking pictures, right? And other people are looking at them like, what are you guys doing? What's, this cult you guys are doing? And that's where they're like, and they, the VetTixer explains, and these other people are like, wow, that's so cool. And they're like, hey, I've got season tickets. Can I be a part of this? So that's where it spills out into that private sector, that non-military sector. Again, whether it's VetTix or whatever, you have these veterans sitting in these sections having a great time on top of what they're doing at the event. And the civilians, they're like, that's some really cool stuff you guys got going on there.
Those are some cool guys. I want to go hang with them.
Yeah.
Right? And then you can be like, no, go away. Go away. I don't like you. Well, cool. Well, I want to make sure that we make any time for any questions that we might have in our audience. So if
the questions, how can I get more coins? Yeah. And look, hey, here I'll give you all some pro tips on the coins.
There you go.
Okay.
Right.
if you don't know about the coins process, you go to an event. After the event, you get an auto-generated email that says, "Hey, Steve, hope you enjoyed going to Disney on Ice. I hope you had a great time." And I'm going to write back. And if you'd like to submit a thank you that we share with our donors, click on this link. So you click on the link. I had a great time. I'd never seen Disney on Ice before, and my kids, their heart melted. Whatever. And we share it with the donor. So you get a certain amount of coins for that. But if you upload a photo of you at the event, then you get more coins. If you're wearing VetTix gear, swag, a hat, things like that, you get more coins. And we have swag on our website. There's the VetTix store. You can buy a hat, you can buy a shirt. There's scarves. There's other things you can. And so if you're in the picture wearing that, you get even more swag. So you can get, or coins. So you can get up to 30 coins per thank you, per testimonial. So that, obviously there's referrals. So if you get other people to sign up using your QR code or your VetTix ID. We had one gentleman, Joe Pasternak, he passed away recently, Vietnam veteran. He had over 25,000 coins because he made YouTube videos on how to sign up for VetTix. So, so there's the coin process. So to get that's how you can maximize your coins. And a tip on that with the photos is make sure that it looks like you're at the event, because sometimes there's photos of people's feet, at the event, and they get rejected, right? So we see on these social media, oh, my photo got rejected. It's like, well, we have to kind of see you at the event because we want to make sure you're actually there. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of that pushback. So there's certain criteria that you have to do. And another thing, avoid getting suspended. Yeah, you want to avoid getting suspended, and people get suspended because they transfer their tickets to other people. So if you can't go to an event, and we have an app now, so you can use our mobile app. The app is great, but there's an option. Yep, see right there. There's the option. If you can't go to the event, you can, note that on the. So we have the technology now to where if you're not going to go to that event, for a lot of the platforms now, we can get those tickets back and somebody else can use them. So in the past, it wasn't like that. It was a little bit different. So people are transferring their tickets or whatever, and they're getting suspended, and that kind of suspension is permanent. So if you can't go to an event, use that option to, I'm not going to go to the event, the tickets and you get credited back, and, don't transfer them, because in our eyes, that's a no-no, and you can get permanently suspended for that. So those are just some of the tips and tricks that, will help you get more coins. Make sure you're not suspended. And another thing is, if your account gets flagged, sometimes your account will get flagged, and that's because maybe you're going to an event that's outside of your radius, your normal radius. And it's like, okay, well, is this person scalping tickets or whatever? So the flag is, hey, after the event, you need to upload a photo of you at the event, so we see that it was actually you there, because again, it's out of your profile, out of your kind of local area. So you take a picture, you upload it, and your flag gets cleared, and now everything is good to go. It's like, okay, we know that was you at the event, cleared hot, good to go. So that's how. And if you don't clear those flags, eventually you'll get suspended, and it's a temporary suspension. Usually about 30 days. You're in a timeout. But again, if you get flagged, don't blow that flag off, because it's for a reason. So those are some of the pro tips for that. But for those that are here in the audience, any Q&A, any questions or anything like that? And yes, sir. Okay, the question was, what percentage of the tickets go unclaimed? Okay, we obviously have a lot of tickets, and our A-list events, like the Falcons game that's going to be here on Thursday night in a couple of days, that's boom, those tickets are gone, right? So A-list events usually, they get scooped up, but we get a lot of, not high demand events. So maybe about 15 to 20% of the tickets don't get claimed, because again, but sometimes donors will donate thousands of tickets to us to a small event, and we tell them, look, we can't assure that they're all going to get used. And they're like, look, we don't care. We want to give back, and whether they all get claimed or not is okay with us. But so that's where, we get 2,000 tickets and maybe only 500 get claimed. So that's where that percentage comes in of tickets. But, for, major events, concerts, things like that, yeah, they're getting gobbled up. But again, and the other thing is that a lot of times we get the feedback that, hey, I went to this event, it was during a weekday, I didn't have anything going on, but I figured I would go and check it out. And then they were like, the feedback was, wow, this was really cool, had a lot of fun. So they start going to those types of events. And because a lot of times we have retirees or people that have a lot of time on their hands. And so they just go to these events because it's something to do, relatively inexpensive, and it's just a way to get out of the house. And again, go out with your girlfriends or your buddies to guys' night, girls' night, things like that. So use us like a borrowed mule. Go to events. Thank our donors, because we couldn't do it without the generosity of our donors. Our donors are so important to us. So another pro tip, is when you say those thank yous, thank our donors too. And VetTix, we donate. VetTix is the 4th largest donor. So we donate to VetTix because that's our mission. But again, we have tremendous donors, and we want them to be recognized also on top of VetTix, because we couldn't do it without the generosity of those donors. And like sometimes they can donate, sometimes they can, and sometimes they'll sell out and they're not going to donate. But other donors, they know they're selling out, or they know they could sell these tickets. So you'll see tickets to events that you thought you would never be able to get tickets to, because again, the generosity of our donors are like, they carve out blocks of tickets for us to make sure that our VetTixers can have that kind of experience and not have their banks broken to attend these types of events.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think, did we have a question over? Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So the question was, he works for a nonprofit, and he's a VetTix member, and can he, on behalf of all his other members in this organization, request a block of tickets for 4 or 6 or 8 or whatever? And unfortunately not, because the way our process is now is, in the past we were able to do that because we had hard tickets and things like that. But now with electronic tickets, it's really, you have to sign up, and each individual gets those tickets. So like program administrators and things like that, they can't create an account and request 8 or 10 tickets on behalf of that. So it is an individual thing. And like we've gotten testimonials where, like, I saw one where there was this guard unit, and they were doing their annual training, and a group of them were VetTixers, and they all, like, they were in some other location city, and they all put in for tickets to a ball game, and they all put in for like 4 tickets, and they all got selected, so they were able to bring their fellow members with them. So it was like a cool kind of team building, bonding experience. But yeah, we can't, unfortunately, the way our process is now, each individual has to put in for them.
Awesome. That's a great question. So we're getting the wrap.
We're getting booted. Yeah.
We're getting the boot. So everyone go revolt and leave a nasty review. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Totally kidding. We knew what our time was. We signed up for this.
Well, thank you all for attending and for tuning in. If you're live streaming or watching this, pulling it up, thank you so much. And if you haven't signed up, vettix.org. We have the same thing for first responders, firsttix.org. Same exact process. Everything is identical for our first responders. So thank you again for tuning in and watching this. And Jordana, thank you so much for making me look better. And if you haven't, check out Recon Network also, and Jordana's organization, because for transition, it's tremendous.
Well, I thank you up here. Thank you to Parade Deck, and thank you to the Military Influencer Conference. You guys have a great time, and we'll see you out there.
Ah, yeah. Where's my mic? I am about to make so much noise right now. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Come here. Move it more. There you go. We're not doing that. He was like, I'm stacking. Move. I'm stacking. I'm racking. Oh, shoot. Shiggity dig. I don't know where I just said that. I'm just wilding out right now. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Greg Williams, ParadeDeck.com. Welcome to the Military Influencer Conference. We are here in hot Atlanta. You just got through listening to Jordana and my boy Steve Weintraub, VetTix. Listen. I utilize VetTix all the time. I saw 30 Seconds to Mars. I saw Maxwell. I'm going to shut up right now. But anyway, we are here at the G3 PD. G3, Greg, my camera is the third camera. Yeah, anyway, we're here at the G3 PD side stage. We got MCCS in the house, the Marine Corps Exchange Program. Now, listen. I am not gonna be no Bruce Buffer, not hyping you up. You say your name the way you wanna say your name. Now, if you whisper your name and nobody can hear your name, that's on you. You a devil dog. No instructions needed. Go ahead, girl. Tell them who you are, where you from.
We don't whisper in the Marine Corps. My name's Amanda Ayers. I'm the Business Development Manager for Marine Corps Community Services and the Marine Corps Exchange. And we're out here showcasing the almost 80 different programs and services that we operate globally on the Marine Corps installations that support quality of life for the Marines and their family members. To help them get stuff done faster and easier so they have more time to reset and recharge and spend with their family.
Go ahead, Gunny. Now listen, she said that with a big voice.
Well, I was a prior drill instructor, so you ain't got to worry about me whispering. My name is Gunnery Sergeant DeMay. I am a Marine Corps Community Services Specialist.
What is that? We don't have that MOS in the Army. I'm sorry, in the Army we have civil affairs. What is that?
All right, so my MOS basically is we have the Marines that are in the middle of nowhere, and they don't have anything available to them besides an MRE to eat out of. So what I do and what my MOS does is we grab a 7-ton and we throw it basically to the middle of nowhere to where those Marines are at, and we bring them a PX so they can have a little taste of home.
So literally when somebody is at like a forward operating, you're outside the wire and you just can't get your supplies, you say, ooh, that's a good job.
Exactly.
Oh, you welcome at the gate. So tell us more about MCCS. What are you all doing here during the Military Influencer Conference, and how are you connecting with creators that are here?
Yeah, so we're trying to connect with all the different businesses and creators to partner together to support the Marines and their families globally. All of the revenue generated through our programs and services, or even sponsorship and advertising, go right back into the on-base community to support some of the free programs that we have, everything from behavioral health to libraries, Marine Corps family team building, major events such as concerts, July 4th festivals. We also have a variety of different sports programs, intramural and youth sports, as well as, just like you would see in Atlanta, movie theaters, bowling alleys, and all of that provides quality of life programs and opportunities for Marines to participate in those types of activities.
So I have to pose this question to you because she just ran down the whole skillet. How does this change the lives, or how does it impact the lives or enhance the lives of Marines and their families?
I mean, you see it every single day. NCCS steps in before, during, and after deployment happens. So they're there for the Marines to help them get ready when they do deploy. They're there for the families whenever they have deployed. And especially once they get back, they're able to help them find the resources that they need just to reintegrate back into normal life after so many months of just stress and just not being with their families, being able to reintroduce normal life back to them.
Wow. So where can people go to connect with you? Where can they go to support? What's all the hashtags, the .coms? Throw it all out there.
Oh, yes, definitely. Go directly to mymcx.com or usmc-mccs.org to take a look at all the different offerings we have, as well as how to get in touch with us or how to do business with us. And we'd love to connect with anybody who wants to support the Marines and their family members.
Listen, MCCS, they're on and rocking, they're on and popping. They gave me a spinner earlier, and then Amy, my co-host, had to take it away. I was like, don't take away my MCCS spinner. But she did. We're going to get another spinner later on.
Absolutely.
But listen, thank you all so much for being on Parade Deck, paradedeck.com, MCCS in the house. And I am going to take your microphones because I'm going to bring up another Marine.
Oh, you got to give a big oorah first.
Yeah, go. Okay. 3, 2, 1. My tinnitus is now aggravated again. Thank y'all so much, MCCS. Thank y'all so much. And now I am going to bring up another beautiful individual, Steve Peck. Woo! Steve. U.S. Vets is in the house. How is everything, Steve?
Good. This is an amazing.
Did he take... See the Marine behind you. Turn it on. So Steve Peck, U.S. Vets. What is going on?
We are trying to connect with everyone who wants to help us end homelessness in America. U.S. Vets is the largest nonprofit in the country, providing housing and services for homeless veterans. Any given night, we're housing about 3,000 homeless veterans.
Wait. Any given night, you're housing 3,000 veterans.
3,000 veterans.
Oh my gosh.
And another 2,500 in the community. We're in 6 states across the country, but we're trying to expand the message. And we're doing that because we're the largest program in the country, but we're not in every state. But people in every state should be helping us end homelessness, and we're doing that with our program, Make Camo Your Cause.
Your cause, okay.
And you can
Make
sign up
camo
for
your cause. What is it about, Steve?
That is about wearing camo any day of the year, but especially on Veterans Day.
Okay.
And that indicates that you are supporting the end of homelessness among veterans. And that's what we're trying to do.
So let me ask you this much. What is the real impact of homeless veterans, in your opinion, in today's nation? Like, what does it do to communities when you see a hero that is left out on the sidewalk?
We shouldn't have veterans living on the street. They've served this country honorably. They know how to work with teams. They know how to accomplish a mission. And to let them fall into homelessness and despair and disillusionment after their services is really criminal. So we are doing everything we can, one, to get them off the street, but two, to prevent veterans homelessness. What can we do to provide them mental health counseling? What can we do to get them a job so that as they're experiencing difficulty, we catch them before they become homeless? It's much more humane and much cheaper.
So how do you mobilize veterans? How do you mobilize community outreach facilities? How do people basically get in contact with U.S. Vets, and how do you hope to collaborate with them?
In the communities that we're in, we always collaborate with city, with the VA, county, state, you name it. You go to usvets.org and you can see where we're located. We also have a national outreach director. So that guy takes calls from anywhere in the country.
Wow.
He's got a resource guide that can hook them up anywhere. If we're not in that state, we'll connect them with someone with a program that is.
And once again, that website is?
usvets.org.
usvets.org. Get mobilized, get ready, go out in your communities, take the heroes off the sidewalks, just enhance somebody's life. Thank you so much. Listen, where can people find you online, Steve?
You can find me at usvets.org. They know how to find me.
Okay, Steve Beck, you could Google, Wikipedia, all that stuff. Bing, Yahoo. He's there.
If you put in Steve Beck veteran, I'll come up.
Okay, he's gonna pop up. Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much, U.S. Vets. Thank you so much, MCCS, for touching down here on the G3 PD side stage. Guess who's next? Lakita. Lakita in the house. Listen, it's her birthday. Go ahead now. It's your birthday. We're gonna Okay, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm just showing out.
Going off of me.
Steve and I are gonna go get a croissant. Keep it locked. ParadeDeck.com. U.S. Vets in the house. MCCS Vets in the house. Holla.
I've lost him.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you.
Quick question. Okay.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
I'm here at the Military Influencer Conference. I wonder who's next. Self-innovation with Lakita Monley. I wonder what that is about. I've been here at the and I'm listening to all these influencers and all these. Amy, how you doing? Come on, Amy. The next speaker is supposed to be Lakita. Is Lakita on stage?
Yes, we are so excited to have her. She's talking about, innovation and influence and confidence, and we couldn't be more proud to have her join us on the Parade Deck stage today. But if you can't make it, be sure to join us on YouTube, and of course, we're streaming on Facebook. But we've got such an amazing lineup, especially for tomorrow too, so you want to stay tuned.
And I know, I've seen you just walking around, and this is just inequitable. Amy's got all her fans, she's networking, she's gonna tell you how to write a book. I don't know, I need some fans, Amy, I need some fans.
We'll get you some fans, Greg, but of course, we are such big fans of those people that we have lined up. The Parade Deck has an amazing lineup all 3 days. To make an impact, to influence people, talking about innovation. We had Steve Weintraub talking about
Vetics.
Just an incredible lineup. Anybody who is, in the veteran space, we're so proud to partner with them.
I know, I just can't wait it's just a glorious day. But listen, if you have not subscribed, you better do it right now, ParadeDeck.com. I'm telling you right now, you are missing out. And if you're not here in hot Atlanta, news for you. Amy and I, we are doing our thing. Listen, we're going to throw it. Lakita, you ready, girl? Take it on home.
Welcome back, everyone. Listen, we are coming to you live. It is 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and all eyes should be on the Parade Deck. We are here streaming live on ParadeDeck.com. If you are not a part of the Parade Deck family, why not? What are you waiting on? You guys run out to that ParadeDeck.com, get yourself registered, because for no other reason, you don't want to miss any of the episodes of Laquita's Toolbox Live when I am speaking to amazing military spouses, active duty spouses, veteran spouses, and today is no exception. Today I have with me none other than Lachelle Atkins, aka America's Supermom, and believe me, the moniker is well earned, y'all. If you do not know who she is, stay tuned. You don't want to miss any of the gems she's going to share or her story. She's a mother of 15 children, y'all. 15 children while active duty Army, okay? Praise God. Y'all know the deal. Active duty Army, her husband spent numerous years. He is now an amazing veteran, so is my husband. And today we're going to be sharing some gems about self-innovation, and we're going to do it from a biblical perspective, coming from Romans chapter 8 and verse 28, because the word of God is our foundation. Amen. You know, a lot of military spouses, I don't know about you, Lachelle, in your journey, your husband spent 20 plus years active duty. My husband did as well. Mm-hmm. Were you ever asked the question, what or how did you make this run successful?
Well, you know, I got that question a lot because we did have 15 children. But, you know, the family kept growing over time. But I think one of the things that just stands out is that it is kind of hard to find your own way. Yes. When it comes to being a spouse of a military officer, because, you know, you're someone's mom or someone's spouse, and a lot of times just that reminder whenever you go somewhere, who's your sponsor, what's their social security number. So, you know, it's really important to have a strong sense of personal identity and understanding who you are and what it is that you're bringing to the relationship and what your role is in supporting your husband.
That's a fabulous answer, and I could not agree more. Oftentimes as spouses, sometimes we get the wrong impression on the value that we bring, especially if we are stay-at-home spouses. Mm-hmm. And when you're told, you know, hey, what's your sponsor's number, or you're the dependent, it can kind of lead a person into a space where they absolutely lose their identity. And if they're young, straight out of high school or straight out of college, and they have yet to determine what that identity is, it can make it difficult. But for you and I, we've discovered that when we understood who God is and who He created us to be, it was easier to understand who I am. Yes. And the value that I bring, not just as a military spouse, but the value that I bring as an individual and as an entrepreneur. Yes. You know, today's Army or today's military is a little bit different than when our husbands joined. And so a lot of our spouses have that opportunity that they don't have to struggle with when I'm PCSing, I lose my job. Right. Because they have their business and they have their online brand. Mm-hmm. And I know that in your company, America's Supermom Company, you speak specifically to that online business community with helping them to understand the importance of their brand, how to build their brand, and how not to lose themselves in it. So today, you know, if we were to ask the audience, what would you recommend to a military spouse who is trying to build their online identity? What would your recommendation be?
Well, you know, coming from my own background and journey of overcoming 13 years of depression and 3 hospitalizations, I did lose my identity, you know, because I was so attached to finding my worth and value in the role or title of something that I was doing, whether it was an officer's spouse. My husband's also a pastor's wife. And so, you know, I think it's important for you to know who you are and understand that your role is simply a function. It is not determining your value and your worth. And so when you're able to kind of separate yourself with that and understand that you have dreams and values and things that you want to accomplish, and it's okay. Right. You know, I think sometimes we feel bad about having something separate than our spouse because you're so used to being the supporter, you know, the one that's behind the scenes, always there to support. So I think having that confidence to stand with your own dreams and aspirations is very important in order for you to show yourself and be authentic in whatever it is that you want to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal here with self-innovation.
Yes.
You know, we can look at that term self-innovation and think about it in a number of different ways. But what I would love for people to take home from today's conversation about self-innovation is, what is it? What is my superpower?
Yeah.
And how am I able to do that personal work in order to become or to continue to be the best version of myself?
Yeah.
And whether we're using biblical perspectives or whether we're using traditional principles, understanding a sense of self is absolutely necessary. And this is whether we're military spouses or not.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's very important to know your message. Because a lot of times we get caught up in comparing ourselves to other people. I was just on my way here this morning, and the message about trusting God and being an overcomer rang really true this morning, because I was stalled on 75 North. We had ended up getting our car towed. And it just helps to remind me of what my purpose is, because I was committed to being here. I knew what I was going to do today. And so it's not that it didn't faze me, because things happen that are outside of our control. But when you have that clarity of focus, of understanding what it is that you are intending to do, and that there's going to be obstacles and challenges, but they're not designed to make you quit or stop, but they're to make you stronger.
Right.
And so I think when you have that sense of understanding who you are and what your purpose is, when life throws you curveballs, you're going to continue to be able to move forward.
I love that. When life throws you curveballs, we have to move forward. Many years ago, a former pastor of mine, he has a saying that I love, and I still continue to use it today. And that's ever forward and never backwards. No matter what life gives us, we are the blessing. And no matter how hard it was, the thing that we went through or the thing that we're going through, the fact that we are still here today to have this conversation, or wherever you are when you're watching this broadcast, that you're able to be here. You're present, you're in your right mind. That means I'm living out that I'm more than a conqueror, because I'm one step ahead of this thing. Yes, it's still happening, but I'm one step ahead. If you've overcome it, now that's my testimony and my story, right? And I can use that as stepping stones to build myself a ladder or build myself a bridge to cross over these next things that's going to happen, right? Because life keeps happening.
Amen.
But as long as I'm alive, I can continue to move forward, never backwards, and keep pushing, right?
Right. And I think, when you talk about self-innovation, a lot of people get caught up in the self part, not really knowing how to navigate through that, but it is important to recognize that you are an individual.
Yes.
And you have to have self-love. You have to have self-care, self-awareness. That is really the stem of everything, is understanding how you fit in this world so that you can be able to navigate through those challenges.
Right.
There's going to be storms.
Right.
There's going to be all kinds of problems. But when you understand yourself, you can be in a situation where you know how to pour into other people.
Right.
And take care of your own needs.
Right.
When you have them.
Absolutely. I love the fact that you brought that into the conversation. It's very relevant, because oftentimes as women or caregivers or, provider protectors, we think that if I take care of everything and everybody else, then I have a moment to take care of me. Putting yourself first is not selfish, right? What's your motives behind it? If you have selfish motives behind putting yourself first, then you might want to check on that. You probably need to check on that.
Well, I have this saying that my mom always tells me. It's you don't have to set yourself on fire to keep other people warm.
Come on. I love that. We don't have to set ourselves on fire, good people, in order to keep someone else warm. One of the I was interviewing about a year or two ago a wonderful sister out of New Jersey, Dr. Tiffany Jenkins, and she wrote a book on, it's called Reclaiming My Time, a Black Woman's Guide to Self-Care. And then she used an analogy in the book that I love. Those of us that like to drink tea or coffee, we understand that sometimes we put that cup on a saucer. Yeah. Dr. Tiffany says, imagine you're the cup or you're the saucer. If I am giving something to someone, I don't want to give it to them from my cup. I want to give it to them from my saucer, because that's the overflow, all right?
Amen.
I want to ensure that I'm always so full and so capable
Yeah.
That they don't have to drink from my cup. They can drink from the overflow. Or if you look at it, that just blew my mind. I love tea.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like giving it from my overflow. So what am I doing to build me to the capacity that I'm overflowing like a cistern that I can pour into the life of other people? They can drink from me. Because that's what the word says.
Yes.
He says, come and drink from me.
That's
Right?
true.
So how are others able to drink from you if you have not yet taken the time to know yourself?
Right.
And to take the proper steps to fill your cup to overflow.
Well, you know, and I think that's good because we're not taught that.
Right.
At least I wasn't.
I was not.
I was not taught that. I felt like I had to give and keep giving. And that was how I showed love out of coming from depleting myself.
Yes,
And so I think it's important that we have these conversations so for people to understand that it's important to fill your cup up first so you are overflowing.
Yes.
You know, and giving to other people rather than coming from a place of depletion.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, you said it. Self-care is not selfish. And we're speaking today on self-innovation. And this is our ability to understand who we are. We've done a self-assessment. So now that I understand who I am, I also understand the tools that I need in order to become or to maintain myself as the best version of myself. I understand the tools and the systems I need in future in order to see growth in my life personally and professionally. That cannot be selfish in any capacity because if I truly want to show up and serve others, I have to be equipped to show up and serve others. Every one of us has been on a flight.
Yeah.
And we get that same set of instructions, right?
Right.
And my first flight, I was like, no, I'm going to put that on my baby. But if I'm passed out, because there's no oxygen, I can't put that on my child.
Exactly.
So if we are depleted, how are we able to show up at 100% for the people that we're to serve in our families, in our communities, on our job, as entrepreneurs? How are we able to show up for the teams and the staff that depend on us, right? Because we're the visionaries. We're seeing this moving forward.
Exactly.
How can we do that if we're so depleted? We cannot.
Yeah.
So,
and I was going to say, you know, another thing is you need courage.
Oh, yes.
Right? I know
yes.
I had to have courage, one, to have a big family. You know, people kept saying another one. That was one thing. But standing up for what you believe is not always popular.
Come on.
So having that courage to be non-negotiable about your values and how you want to show up in life, it takes a lot of courage.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
It does indeed. And courage is a great place to have this conversation as well, because oftentimes we are told or we think that we have courage, but when a new opportunity a question was posed to us about how do we know when is the right time to implement new innovations, to make that next step, to do that next level of growth.
Yeah.
If we don't have courage, that right time will never come.
It's so true.
Right? Our common sense will cause us to plan and triple check and double check and quadruple check to the point that we never accomplish it.
Yeah. And, you know, you have to have that confidence to be able to trust yourself, you know, your own voice.
Right.
Because I know it for myself, I was a pioneer. I was a pioneer in my family with a large family, a pioneer with being an officer's wife, a pioneer with being a pastor's wife. And so I didn't have a blueprint to follow.
Come on, you created
it. And so you have to create that road as you're traveling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, come on now. Don't be afraid to create it if the blueprint doesn't exist. So what I hear you saying is if the blueprint to what you want to do does not exist, do not be afraid to take the steps to create the blueprint. I love that. I love that.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with not reinventing a wheel. But if a blueprint to do what you want to do hasn't been created, then that means the Lord has appointed you as the person to create that blueprint.
Absolutely.
So we're moving in confidence.
Yes.
We're moving in courage. We're moving in commitment.
Yeah.
These are all things that you have to have in order for self-innovation to be implemented and for you to be able to walk it out consistently. We received another question that was a really good question as well. One of the other questions that we received was, how do you know? Like, how do you know when the right time is to do the scariest thing you've ever done? Now, we were asked, what's the scariest thing that you've ever done? And what was the greatest reward?
The scariest thing I've ever done was have 15 kids. Okay.
All right now.
You know, that first one, every time it was scary, okay?
Yes.
But I would say that it's scary to make the move when you don't know what the outcome is going to be, right?
Yeah.
Because we have a vision, but is it going to work out that way?
Correct.
And so not knowing what's on the other side, but for me, it is this anxiety about not doing it. That is more of a problem than just taking the first step.
Yes.
So I think sometimes we try to take the step too big. And so
That's
you
good.
can't be consistent because you over here trying to recover from this big step you took. And so you worn out over here. You know
Come
what
on.
I mean? Instead of keep moving. So
Come
that's
on.
what I would say.
I love that. I love that. You know, for me, the scariest thing that I ever did was make a first step.
Yeah.
Make a first step. And it didn't matter. I had to come to a place where I realized the win was in making the step. It wasn't in the outcome of the step.
Right.
The win was in making the step. And the greatest reward for the steps that I've taken in my journey has been not just the support of friends and family, but the support of absolute strangers that have never met me before, whether we connected on social media at a networking event or they became a client.
Absolutely.
A total stranger understanding a vision or me being a solution to a problem that they have. They're recognizing the potential and the greatness in me and being willing to allow me into their space, to serve them. Whether it was for an exchange of currency, whether it's for a monetary exchange, or if it was an exchange of services, whatever the exchange was, knowing that the thing that I believe that God had called me to do, it was actually touching lives outside of my inner circle. That was, to me, one of the greatest rewards. And again, that speaks to self-innovation because we had to take the steps.
Well, you know, and I think another thing that brings up with that is you find out the things that you were thinking if they're true or not.
Yes.
Because when you have a vision, you're not sure what is real and what's not real. So when you start taking those steps, it becomes clear what you need to be focused on, what you don't need to be focused on, who you need to connect with and who you need to separate from.
That's real
good. So
good.
I think that's really something to even think about when you're on that journey of taking that first step and you realize the steps become more clear because you're able to determine between the vision and reality.
That's real good. That's real good. Now, the thing that comes to mind there as you're saying that is we're veteran spouses.
Yeah.
So we may have some active duty spouses that are saying, that sounds good, that briefs well, but y'all are in one place. And so you're able to build. How can I build when my life is so transitional?
Yeah.
I don't know in the next 2 years, next 3 years, next 4 years, where we'll be stationed, if the SOFA agreement will allow it, all of these things. And so what would you say to them?
I would say we're in the best time ever. We have social media. You and I met on LinkedIn. You live in Texas, I live in Georgia, and it's about what you desire to do in terms of building that relationship.
Right.
You know, you have to stay top of mind. It takes doing the work and being engaged. And so I believe you can do that anywhere. I have people that I'm connected to all over the world. And so it's about your intention, about how you want to serve in your relationships that makes all the difference.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. You know, again, the military now is a lot less than what it was when we were active duty. I remember when we were stationed in the UK in 2011, it had been recently allowed for spouses to work from home. My husband was in the military in a time when that was illegal. You could not do that in government quarters. You were not allowed. But walking into that young lady's home and seeing how she was able to set her business up, I was going to get a massage, and she was a great masseuse. And how she had that space set up, and I was like, God, this is wonderful. her craft that she had been honing for years, she's now able to put that on display. So what I would say to fellow military spouses, when you know that you're PCSing to that next place, recon it.
Yeah.
Find out what's happening, because we were in the UK. So that SOFA agreement allowed for it. Find out what is allowed and what's not allowed. And if what you do is not allowed, you're an entrepreneur. You're innovative.
Yeah.
What is the next thing that you know that you can do that will bring the resources into the home that you want? And so oftentimes, I don't know about you, Lachelle, but in my journey, my desire to work wasn't always about the resources coming into my home.
Yeah.
It was a part of me building me. Me
Amen.
building my self-worth, me building my
Amen.
self-esteem, me feeling valuable in some type of way. And so I would say to the spouses, what is it that you love to do? And would do it for free. Find out if it's legal or how you can do it in government quarters. And if you are not in government quarters and you're on the economy, what's allowed and how can I get it done? How can I get it done digitally? How can I get it done with a physical product? But the key question is, how can I get it done?
Yeah, and asking for help. I mean, that is something that being willing to be vulnerable. I know for myself, being an only child, that's how I grew up. Just having that fear about asking questions and finding out where I need to be, who I need to connect with. Be vulnerable, because it's a superpower.
It is.
Because you will find people that are there that can help you in anything that you're experiencing.
That vulnerability is
no
a superpower.
one reads minds. Yeah.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That vulnerability is a superpower. Find your group. We're here at the MIC, an amazing event. Loads of networking is going on. Within your communities, find your group, whether it's on social media or whether it's in person. Find your group that not only identifies with the things and your volunteerism, but that identifies with your entrepreneurial journey. Find your group, connect with your group, be around people that will build you and not tear you down. Be around people that will help open doors. Be around people who, if I share my vision with you, you not only can you see the vision, but you can help me map out a plan to help me get there. And if those individuals are not in your group, it's all right. Because we can always go and build another group, right?
Yeah, and I think another thing to think about is your mental health.
Yes.
And your kids' mental health, your spouse's mental health.
Yes.
There's a lot of transition when it comes to the military with rank, jobs, locations, schools, and things with your kids. And I learned through my depression that a lot of these things are post-traumatic situations for your kids.
Absolutely.
And so it's important to remember that component about making sure you're checking in, getting a counselor, getting a therapist, somebody that could talk you through that.
Yes.
And sometimes it may take medication or, some more extensive type of help with that.
Right.
But I think it's important. We talk a lot around these topics.
Yes.
But we don't always face them until it's a problem, right? Until it's just too much to fix.
That's why I love having conversations with this woman. I love it. She always has so many great tools. And it's like, in this conversation, I have thought about maybe like 5 other conversations we can have with different shows. So I'm going to ring your phone, right?
Absolutely.
Like the text messages are coming. Listen, if you guys are not following Lachelle, she is Googleable. Go out to Google. Google Lachelle Atkins. Connect with her on social media. And if I may say so myself, I am Googleable as well.
Amen.
Google Laquita Monley or my podcast, Laquita's Toolbox. And you will find shows with both Lachelle and I talking about topics that are relevant, not just within our military community, but that are relevant to women and entrepreneurs as a whole. Because having good mental health is necessary. And within our communities, within our military communities, even more so. We don't, there's been times where that's not top of mind. That's not the thing that we're thinking about. We're chasing the bag, as they say, building our businesses, building our brands, supporting our spouses as they're elevating in their careers. And sometimes our babies get left behind.
So true. And another thing that you're bringing up is having allies outside the military community.
Really good.
You know,
real good.
I mean, you have TV media tour. You've got a lot of things that you're doing on a local level, connecting with the military.
Yes.
And so it's important to remember that you need allies everywhere,
Yes.
not just in your community.
This is so very true. This is so very true. Where you are within your military community, outside of those gates, into your local community, whether it's with veterans organizations or with strictly civilian organizations, you can find the resources that you need in order to reach the goals that you want to accomplish. Listen, Lachelle, we're at MIC, and we can keep
Military veterans
not
of
at
the United
MIC.
States.
Make sure you're at MIC in 2025. If you are not on the parade deck, you need to get connected on the parade deck. And most important, I had to drop my own plug, right?
Yeah.
If you are not following Laquita's Toolbox Live on all social media platforms, go ahead and take your phone out right now. Type in Laquita's Toolbox into your Google search engine, your Safari search engine, and hit those subscribe buttons. I'm on all major podcast platforms and all social media platforms. Hit that subscribe button so that you do not miss out on any amazing episodes that drop weekly, twice a week. We have new content coming out. You guys, this has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you all from the parade deck stage. My great friend and fellow veteran spouse, Miss Lachelle Atkins, a.k.a. America's Supermom. We've had a blessed time today, y'all. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
And now, a special message from the VFW Washington office.
Hey, Pat, have you heard this thing about claim sharks? That they keep saying that there's no pathway for them to become accredited, so they're just going to keep operating outside the law and regulation and any kind of ethics standards? And now they're demanding that we not call them claim sharks? What do you think about that?
That's bullshit. Hey, did you hear that the claim sharks are sending cease and desist letters that tell us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, you hear about these cease and desist letters the claim sharks are sending us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Commander Sarmiento, I'll now turn it over to you for VFW's opening statement.
Chairman Tester and Boss, ranking members Moran and Takano, thank you for the opportunity to represent the 1.4 million members of the VFW and our auxiliary here today. Now let's talk about claim sharks. It's distasteful that these claim sharks take money from veterans, but it's absolutely disgusting that they take money from survivors. But we will never give up because we have the law and the moral high ground on our side.
Commander, I wish you'd quit beating around the bush, man. We've gotten less bullshit from you today than any witness I've ever heard.
ParadeDeck.com is here. We are streaming live. Amy, I'm signing up for sessions. I'm signing up for networking. Oh my gosh, I got 2 followers.
We're building your fan base, Greg, as we speak.
I'm trying to get fans, Amy. I'm trying to get fans.
Well, we've had so many great sessions already today, and our lineup continues of fantastic creators. Coming up next, we are thrilled to welcome our next Parade Deck change makers, Kagan and Joel. Kagan Dunlap and Joel Del Rosario. You guys know them. You've seen them on Instagram, and we are thrilled to welcome them to our Military Influencer Parade Deck stage. You got it on your app?
Kagan, I just sent you a DM. What's up? We got to connect.
And if you're following at home, we want to encourage you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, of course. But let me tell you a little bit about Kagan Dunlap and Joel Del Rosario. Active duty service members and entrepreneurs, they not only excel in their military careers, but serve as valuable resources for their social media followers. They'll be sharing their insights on how they balance their roles and navigate social media while adhering to both military and platform community standards. Now,
Wait, what's the topic they talk about? You got to talk about that topic. What? Say it again.
Social media standards, community guidelines, and what we know about being on active duty and how that helps their career or what their followers are saying and how they're navigating the complex world of social media.
Now, also, Kagan, I know you can hear me. Joel, I know you can hear me. You're doing active duty. I'm still in the reserve. What's up? Give me some of that reserve stuff, too. That's all I'm going to say about that, Amy. I'm going back to the followers.
All right. Well, the energy is building here. Our parade deck stage is filled. It's standing room only. But if you're watching at home, of course, follow us on YouTube, Facebook,
LinkedIn,
Instagram.
All that stuff. And if you are not a subscriber, you need to subscribe now. ParadeDeck.com. Oh, big shout out TikTok. Collaborative partner. Shout out VetTix collaborative partner. Shout out to our sponsor, United States Concealed Carry Association. They over there. I'm gonna go get some candy from them. And yeah, Mick, what's up?
We're on day one here at the Military Influencer Conference. Our stage is filled. We've got standing room only. Kagan Dunlap and Joel Del Rosario. Folks, if you're in the halls looking for the next session, you definitely want to join us here at the parade deck stage. And as they dive into the theme of navigating social media community standards.
Take it away, Kagan!
He said, "Take it away." You're on.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be taking away, but I guess we'll start talking here.
Yeah. So thank you for the introduction. That was well said, and I think you gave me more credit than I deserve. But thank you. Social media obviously has been a crucial topic in the military, and it has been that way for some time now. Marines, which is what we are, and any military members have to really learn how to navigate social media the right way. Hopefully, we're going to be able to give you some tips, some nuggets you can take with you to be able to not just help you grow your social media, help you understand the standards a little better, but also stay out of trouble if you're an active duty member, reserve, or even if you just try not to be in the naughty list for the DOD. So go ahead and tell us a little bit, Kagan, about what you do on social media, how you're known on social media.
So first off, I appreciate that introduction. And for the parade deck folks, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to come out here. So I use social media for a number of different things. I use it for communicating current events, current affairs. I like teaching people about stuff that's going on around the world. I like raising awareness about things that pertain to our community and things that impact us directly as service members. I like to talk about history. I think history is important. I like to talk about weapon systems because I think that stuff's cool. I like, firearms. I like all that stuff. I like armored vehicle identification. Has been stuff that's going on in Ukraine, the ongoing conflict there, a lot of the stuff that's going on in the Middle East as well, because that stuff is very pertinent to our life and everything that does, because something that happens 3,000 can directly impact what happens with us and what happens with people that we know and where they go. So that kind of stuff is important to me. Learning to navigate stuff and learning how to navigate the sea of the community guide posts and talk about on the internet and what you can't post and talk about on the internet based on those platform standards are something that are very difficult. It's very difficult to learn. It's also the policies of the Marine Corps, of the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and the DOD in general. It's a very difficult thing to navigate, and learning how to do it properly you can use it as an asset, or it could get you in trouble if you're not doing it the right way. If you're violating an order, you're going to get yourself in trouble. If you're doing something you're not supposed to, you're going to get yourself in trouble, right? So it is a very difficult thing to try to navigate. And I mean, literally steam comes out of my head trying to find ways to do this where I'm not skirting the line, and trying to stay, within that left and right lateral limit is something that you get better with time, and I've made mistakes, and I'm going to continue to. But the point is that we just get better as we go forward, and we continue to try to improve on how we use this tool, which is what it is. It's a tool. It's something that we can use to help people, which is the whole reason I started this in the first place. learning how to use this to our advantage to help people and to help ourselves.
Absolutely. Well said. Yeah, I mean, you cover a vast number of topics on your social media. Mine's pretty simple. My social media is mainly fitness. If you follow me, you know that I focus mainly on kettlebells, but focus on helping Marines stay fit, ready. You know, I'm 39 years old right now, and I can probably keep up with the youngest Marine out there, and I love to show off that fitness capability or my fitness to the Marines, mainly because I'm a true believer that officers in the military, and as long as you stay in the military, whatever rank you are, you should be able to still perform and be able to, when you Marine you to do this, they show that you are able and capable to do the same. I will never tell my Marines to do something that I am not capable of doing myself. So whenever I talk to my Marines about fitness, about staying ready, from experience, they know that I speak from my day-to-day, and it's not just staying fit and going to PT in the morning with your Marines and sailors. It's also about what you do when you're when you take off that uniform. That I like to say, it's not about the 9 to 5. It's really about the 6 to 8, right? What you're doing in that time period. That's going to help you become a better Marine, a better person. So my experience on social media has been pretty simple. It's been easy to navigate social media because the Marine Corps doesn't have any qualms with what I do, right? I'm helping Marines. As long as I'm not selling a program wearing my uniform, the Marine Corps doesn't really care about that because I'm not supposed to be using my Marine Corps image to be able to promote my business. However, you cover topics like you said, Ukraine, that could overlap with political things as well. And I'm sure you get a lot of questions, comments, maybe DMs of people telling you, it's like, hey, you shouldn't be speaking about this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to, like, how are you communicating this information to people? Are you communicating in this is an unbiased, this is what's happening perspective? Or are you sitting there giving your opinion on something, and are you, like, making commentary and judging, like, the administration on something? Or what are you doing? Like, what's your goal for this? And so the easiest way for me to navigate that is by just, hey, this is what's happening. This is what this video is of. This is the information that I'm seeing. And if you keep it like, hey, this is what it is, almost like what people would expect from, like, you know, an unbiased news source, right? This is something that's happening. Here to inform you, letting you know, here's how it could affect this. Here's how it could affect this. This is something that I've been seeing a lot of people talk about. Like, for example, the drone stuff, the drone warfare. That's a relatively, it's not a new thing. It's been around for, you know, at least 14, 15 years at this point, but it's becoming so widespread use in Ukraine, specifically, like, just the way that they're using drone for you know, aerial surveillance, using it for offensive maneuvers, using it in support of defenses, like showing videos and showing, like, footage of how it's being used, what it's being used for. That's all intelligence gathering that people can then take and they can study it and they can get with their platoons and talk about, hey, look, this is some of the things that the Russians are doing, and if that benefits them, because if, like, God forbid, we ever get into a situation where we're facing another near peer or peer adversary, it's probably going to be good for people to have some general level of understanding of, like, how people are using these things in combat right now, or, you know, whatever happens to be going on. But again, it goes back to how do you navigate that stuff without getting in trouble? Well, obviously, like, there's like the social media standards and guidelines that the Marine Corps has. Like, you can't. There's a lot of things you can't do publicly as far as, like, political stuff. So I try to stay away from the politics. If it's like a current event, like something crazy happened that happens to have to do with some political person, then I'll talk about it, be like, hey, this is what happened. And that's it. Not giving opinions, not giving commentary, just saying, hey, this is something that happened. That's unreal. Like, this is something that's, like, people should know about, right? But typically, just stay away from that. It's easier to just, like, navigate if you stay out of the politics stuff, and it just doesn't mix well. And it's too dirty for me anyway. I'd rather just talk about, like, hey, this is things that are going on, current events, current affairs, or history. Like, for example, what's it called? Kursk. for example, like the incursion of Ukraine into Russia, Kursk. Like the first Battle of Kursk happened in 1943 when Germany invaded, right? And you could find a German martyr on the battlefield right now from Ukraine that was given to them from the Germans. Now, of course, now it's an infantry fighting vehicle. It used to be an anti-tank armor vehicle. It was different back then, but it was still a German martyr in Kursk in 1943, and now 2024, what is that, 80, almost 80 years later, you've still got German martyrs in Kursk. That's wild to me. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think I like to talk about history, because I think that stuff's fascinating. I think we can learn a lot from history. I think that it would benefit a lot of people, especially service members, to know something about history, because if nothing else, you can learn from things that happened in the past to not make those mistakes in the future.
Not just that. I mean, history allows the Marine the opportunity, or the military member the opportunity to learn, right? A lot of history in any time you have a war between two opposing forces. There's not just like, hey, I don't like you. Likely there's that history not only allows or us in general, the public, to know how, what information we need to make the decision based on to decide on how we're going to feel about those things, because there's no worse decision than an uninformed decision, right? Yeah. If you don't have information, then you're not able to really navigate not just your logic, but why do I feel this way? Yeah. And social media is a lot about how I feel, how you feel, right? So it's not just, hey, I see what you're saying and it makes sense. What you're saying makes me feel angry, and they're going to comment. And on Instagram, there's no dislike button, right? There's just a like button, and if you want to dislike, what do?
You put some hateful comments in there or something.
Exactly.
Drop some F-bombs and get a community guideline violation.
Yep. And speaking of that, sometimes you get some comments that are hateful.
Oh yeah.
Do you delete them?
No. Honestly, I've tailored a lot of the things that I do on social media based off of like how Joe Rogan does business on there, to be quite honest.
And how's that?
I'm a habitual Joe Rogan listener. I've been listening to him for like 6 years at this point, and he does this thing called post and ghost, where you post, you bounce, and you stay off of on a different platform. Because it's super unhealthy for me to just sit there in the comment section and reply to everything, especially when there's a bunch of negative stuff in there. And there's going to be negative stuff. You don't have the time. No, I don't have time, number one. Yeah. Number two, like there's going to be people that are on both sides of the fence. I'm not posting it to create that. I'm not posting that to create that animosity, that division or whatever. I'm also not posting it to give my opinion on the situation. I'm just saying, hey, this is something that's happening, this event taking place. I think this is interesting. People should know about this. And then if people do that stuff, well, that's the one issue with social media, is it does create these echo chambers where you've got all these folks of one belief system or another belief system going at each other in the comment section. It's not good to spend too much time in there. Like you got to get outside and touch grass.
And you have a family, right?
Yeah.
You have a family. You still are active during the Marine.
Yeah.
So let me get to this point here. You have a podcast, right?
Yeah, I've only got 10 episodes out right now. I've got a couple more on the way that I haven't quite had an opportunity to review that I like from January. That's how bad I'm backed up, because I'm just like, I don't have a lot of time, but so I do like it.
You have a podcast. You also post those long form and short form videos for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all those things. You do that pretty often. How many times a day do you post?
It's changed a lot. So when I first started, in 2022, like really, really trying to work on it, I was posting 20 times a day. And then after about a year of that, I got burned out super bad, and then I started doing 10 times per day. And even that's too much. So now I'm at a point where it's like, okay, most of the time, if I'm lucky, I might get like 5.
Okay.
But a lot of times, like busy days, if I'm busy at work, because work has to take priority, I can't put social media like ahead of what I'm doing for work, right? So that has to take priority. If I don't get home until 1800, which is most nights 1900, then I've only got a little bit of time to post some stuff. So most of the time, I wake up every morning at like 4:45 in the morning. I shave, I go downstairs, I eat 5 eggs, drink a cup of black coffee, and I go up in my office and I record videos for an hour. and then I leave and go to work at 7:30, and then I'm at work from 7:30 until like 1700, and then I leave. You have to maintain that discipline. I leave, I go to the sauna, I go get some food, I come home, shower, make videos the rest of the night till 9:30, go to bed, wake up, do it, the whole thing over again the next day.
That's impressive. That's impressive. I mean, not many people have that much time in, not just in the day, but brain power to be able to do something like that. Right now, you're not saying that, in order to be successful on social media, you have to do that, but when, having to be an active duty Marine and doing that, you are using the social media platform as a way to inform, like you said, to provide context, like you said, but also it allows you the opportunity to better Marines. So you're not using social media for your job as you use a tool that can at what they do, whether it's information, whether it's fitness, whether it's, hey, we got tickets, vet ticks is available out there for you to use. Any of those things. And the demographic that the Marine Corps is looking to inform and looking to recruit and looking to retain, they're all on social media.
Yeah.
And so balancing that, have you gotten any counseling or talk to from your command about your social media?
My command has been very supportive. I've been very fortunate. They've been very supportive.
Not every command is like that.
No, and they see that a lot of the stuff that I do is genuinely from a good place, and that I'm not out there just like throwing up airing all the dirty laundry, because there's lots of dirty laundry, right? I could be out there posting all the drama stuff. I'm not interested in that. I try to stay out of it. There's a lot of drama in the active duty and veteran, creator space in general, and like nobody hates our own community more than we do, and nobody loves us more than we do. I prefer to stay in this the supportive side of the house for other people, like other creators that are in the military or veterans, because that's the kind of person I am, and it's better for my brain health. I don't like to soak myself in whatever negative stuff is going on as far as just like the infighting in the community, but. No, I've been pretty fortunate with getting, most of the time, people are pretty supportive of what I do because they see that I try to do something that's decent, like something that's helpful, whether it's teaching people something or educating somebody on something or keeping people up to date on like certain things that are happening or whatever. But the whole reason I even started this thing in the first place is because of wanting to help people. That's the whole reason I started.
What are you doing now to be helping people? So I don't know if you guys know, but he uses his platform quite a bit to give people awareness of something that's going on somewhere else in the world, the United States, and he does that with a large reach and tries to help people. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing right now with social media, and he's probably checking to see if something happened with that. Yeah, he's getting blown up right now on his phone. What are you doing right now? What are you addressing right now?
Well, right now, obviously, as everybody probably knows, the hurricane that just came through that turned into a tropical storm absolutely destroyed western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee and parts of Georgia, parts of Virginia, West Virginia. And there is, I've got a lot of friends that are up there doing relief efforts right now up in Asheville and the surrounding areas in the mountains. People are trying to get like Starlink internet to the law enforcement agencies and to like the town centers so people can start getting connected. There's a lot of places that are cut off. They don't have any water. They don't have roads because the roads are gone. A whole bunch of the dams failed and flooded all these towns. I'm getting so many DMs from all over the place telling me how bad it is. And like, fortunately, because I have this platform, I can do something to have an impact. I can't physically be there because I can't take leave to go up to do that stuff right now, even though I would like to, but, I started a GoFundMe like on Friday for an organization called Mountain Projects Incorporated, which is based out of Waynesville, North Carolina. It's a local nonprofit in that area, and they're going to be doing a lot of stuff to help out. So far, we've raised like $10,000 over the past few days, so that's pretty freaking cool. I know a lot of other folks that are like shuttling supplies, bringing stuff up there, getting people connected, getting people reunited with their families. I know folks that another guy I know flew like 400 pounds of drone batteries up there. They're using agricultural drones to fly supplies.
You help with that, right?
Well, just connecting people,
right.
Just connecting people and getting people linked up so that way we can start doing stuff to like enact like some action, like taking action. That's one thing that I'd like to think that I've got inside my head somehow is like I have a bias for action. Like I don't like to just not do anything. The whole reason I started this again was to help people. So like if I'm not doing something right now to help people, then what am I doing? You know what I mean? So like I try to find ways that I can be helpful to not only the community, but just like, you know, just I mean, if I can be helpful to like my community in North Carolina too, like I'm going to do that. America in general, you know.
So will you consider yourself an asset more than a liability for the Marine Corps on social media?
I would hope so. But I mean, again, like some people don't like social media. There's some folks in the military that don't think that it's good for service members to have the reach that some of us do.
And why is that? Was it because of some of the videos? I mean, I don't know if you guys know about Marines United, what happened a long time ago on Facebook.
I remember that.
That was a huge shift for why the Marine Corps in general, but the social media and the DOD kind of cranked down on social media was because of Marines United.
I watched General Neller get roasted by Congress during that in his alphas. And he had there's no way that guy knew what the hell was going on. There's no way, you know, and we all signed the page 11 in 2016 while I was on my second deployment. Like I remember it happening. And I understand there's a fear because they don't have control over their internet. You know what I mean? Like scary that like a private person, a Marine or sailor, or airman or whatever the hell that you don't have any sign for a lot of commands because some people don't know how to navigate this stuff or don't know like how to use it in a way that's positive. And they post something stupid, like they post something that's going to get them in trouble because they're violating the PAC order or whatever order, you know, like, and that's what it just goes back to like, you got to learn like this thing, social media is an asset, is a tool. It's like a hammer. You can't hammer in a nail with your fingers. You know what I'm saying? You need a hammer for that. And that's what social media is there for. It's there to connect people. It's there to network. It's there to grow people's, you know, awareness about stuff. It's there to help you build your brand and build your business. It's there to help people. It's meant for something positive. It can be used for something negative if you so choose, but that's why it requires discipline. It requires, you know, it requires individual responsibility, you know. And I'm not the most mature, responsible. I can act like a child and I make mistakes all the time and I do stupid stuff all the time. I'd be the first to admit. But it's like, but if I don't do this, who's going to do it? Yep. You know?
No, you're absolutely right. And what's the one line or what's the line that the Marine Corps likes to use about good order and discipline when it comes to anything, right? If it's detrimental to good order and discipline, then you don't do those things, right? So like you said, generals out there and commanding officers are very afraid of what social media can do to the image of the Marine Corps, to that command. It's like, hey, my barracks room is all messed up. I'm going to put it on social media or whatever. Like some people do that. However, there is, like I said before, if you're an asset, if you provide information on social media, and the Marine Corps sees that you are doing your best to navigate social media properly, and this goes for Navy, Army, anybody like that, or any of the branches, you will be given a warning if there's something that comes up that is not supposed to be there, right? Have you ever been asked to take something down from social media? From your command? I have, but go ahead.
I've been asked to take stuff down from people that were involved in the videos before. Actually, no, I have. It was from a sergeant that was from a certain command. They're like, hey, you know, people are interpreting it in a certain way and it's making our unit look in a certain way. And so I was like, yep, no problem. You know, just take it down. No issues. I'm not here to try to like make people look bad. I'm not trying to use this to like rat people out for doing something stupid. I'm not trying to get involved in drama. Like if it's causing problems, I have no problem taking it down. Like most of the time it's not like I've kind of gotten away from like sharing videos that other service members recorded because it's just too muddy and too many people get upset about it. But yeah, there's been a couple times here and there, you know. Yeah. So
I know we're coming up to the end here of our time. We wanted to provide you with like just some perspective, right? There's no way I can tell you, do this, do that. Here's the black and white line. It's not a black and white line when it comes to social media. there are things that people like and things that people don't like. And the mindset or the personality of the person in charge is going to change very often. Every 3 years, you're going to have someone else in charge. And that person may have a completely different idea of what they want social media to look like, right? The commandant, like our generals, Marine Corps has some of the oldest generals. And that is a good thing, but when it comes to technology, it's not necessarily a good thing, because they're used to a life, and when they grew up in the Marine Corps, it was very different. And explaining to them how much of an asset the social media can be is very difficult without them looking at, hey, this may actually harm me, and looking past that and saying, it's like, hey, this could be an asset. Right? So we have like 3 minutes, and I'm sure there are people here who want to ask you questions, more you than me, because I'm sure you get a lot more people that engage with you. So I'm going to open up the floor for some questions. And who wants the first question here?
Hello. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I asked, has anyone ever tried to get you in trouble with your command? And my second part to that question is, how do you deal with haters?
Bro. Dude. Yeah, no, I've had people, one specific person there's one specific person that was calling NCIS habitually on me for a long period of time. Their reason why, I don't know. And here's the thing again, it's like when you get haters, like you're gonna get them. It doesn't matter who you are. Like it doesn't matter what you do. There's haters for everybody. I don't ever talk about who they are. I don't ever say their names. I'm not like going around talking bad about them to other people. I just don't talk about them. That's it. I just don't talk about them. I don't feed into it. I don't contribute to that. I'm not interested in participating in that. If they want to do that, they can do that on their own time. But I'm not gonna put into it, because I only have so much bandwidth. I only have so much time to spend each day, and I'd rather spend it on something positive that does something good for somebody else. And I'm not interested in like contributing to any of that, any more of that stuff. You know, it's been very hard though, because like, you know, I try to do the best I can, and you know, not everyone's gonna like you, and that's just the way it is. You know. Sometimes life sucks, and that's one of those things about life that sucks, you know, and it is what it is, you know, and you just have to learn how to live with it and keep moving forward and not let that stop you from what you're doing, and stay dedicated and stay focused on what your personal missions and goals are, you know?
For me, go ahead.
I was just wondering, do you think we're ever going to move to a position where we'll stop having selective enforcement of the DoD social media policies, where they'll be a little bit more clarified? Because for those of us on active duty who are influencers, we definitely would benefit from clearer DoD guidance.
I'll let you get that one.
Yeah, that's I will say this: all branches right now are working to provide a more clear guidance on social media. Correct. So they think, you know, there are some people who think, some people in charge that think you should have 2 separate social media accounts, one for your military one and one for, especially when it comes to recruiters, right? Recruiters, they go out there and do their job. However, it's very difficult for people to say, it's like, hey, you're a Marine 24/7, but at the same time, I want you to have two separate social media accounts. So it's going to have to be a more common sense approach to that, right? And there's also going to have to be some risk that the command is going to have to be able to take. Marines love to take risk. We take risk as long as the outcome and the risk outweighs the mission is still accomplished, and the risk does not outweigh the mission accomplishment, right? So this is the same thing with social media. We have to be able to take some risks and also make examples of the ones that are not doing it correctly, right? When they do it wrong.
Setting the example.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the best you can do. Use social media to set the example for others to emulate. That's how I learned from the best leaders I've ever had, is they set a certain example when I showed up to the platoon, and I was like, I want to be like that guy. I want to be like that person right there.
And the same thing on social media. Well said. setting the example. So if you can take anything from today, from our conversation that we had here, is set the example. If you want to be a social media influencer and or social media leader, I like to call it social media leader, and at the same time be able to be in the military, then show them how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
And so set the example, and if you see someone doing it wrong, call them out, not in the comments, send them a DM, ask them to, hey, take that down. You're not making us look good. You're hurting the rest of us. So it takes a village to be able to do what we're doing on social media.
Yeah. And again, the more of us that do this and can use this in a positive manner, I still look at it. I know that's a very repetitive thing that people say when they talk about a rising tide lifts all ships. But at the end of the day, if we have more people that are out there creating content that are in the content creation sphere that happen to be veterans or active duty and they're doing stuff to positively impact the community, the better we're all going to be. It shouldn't be about oh, this guy's got more followers or this guy's got more subscribers. I don't care. None of that stuff matters. What are you doing to actually have an impact? What are you doing to help people? How are you using your platform or your platforms to have a positive impact? And I want to be supportive of everybody that's doing that stuff,
Excellent. I think our time is up now. So we're going to be on the side here. If you have any more questions, please come and speak to us. We'll be available, and have a phenomenal rest of your time here.
Yeah, thank you.
And now, a special message from the VFW Washington office.
Hey, Pat, have you heard this thing about claim sharks? That they keep saying that there's no pathway for them to become accredited, so they're just going to keep operating outside the law and regulation and any kind of ethics standards? And now they're demanding that we not call them claim sharks? What do you think about that?
That's bullshit. Hey, did you hear that the claim sharks are sending cease and desist letters that tell us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, you hear about these cease and desist letters the claim sharks are sending us to stop calling them claim sharks?
That's bullshit.
Commander Sarmiento, I'll now turn it over to you for VFW's opening statement.
Chairman Tester and Boss, ranking members Moran and Takano, thank you for the opportunity to represent the 1.4 million members of the VFW and our auxiliary here today. Now let's talk about claim sharks. It's distasteful that these claim sharks take money from veterans, but it's absolutely disgusting that they take money from survivors. But we will never give up because we have the law and the moral high ground on our side.
Commander, I wish you'd quit beating around the bush, man. We've gotten less bullshit from you today than any witness I've ever heard.
Hey everyone, you're watching us here on Parade Deck. Wasn't that a fantastic session?
That was awesome. I want to show y'all the power right now of Parade Deck. Come here. Come here, beautiful. All right, come here. You're going to stand right here. Now, real quick, you get 5 seconds. Say your website now and who you are.
I'm Gina Elise.
No, you take the mic.
I'm Gina Elise, founder of nonprofit organization Pinups for Vets. We have been supporting veterans and troops for almost 20 years now.
What's the website?
Pinupsforvets.com.
Thank you. Now you go that way. All right.
Be sure to get a calendar.
Yes. All right, Amy, throw it.
We know Gina is extremely important. We're honored to welcome our guest, former senior enlisted advisor to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retired Army veteran, and owner and founder of PME Hard Consulting, John Wayne Troxell. And with him is a special guest, Matt Hesse, who is the founder, CEO of the University of Health and Performance, an amazing location in Arkansas. And we are going to welcome them to the stage. Please join us for an incredible fireside chat with John Wayne Troxell.
I love you, John!
And his special guest. This is going to be an important session.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. It's truly an honor for Matt and I to be here today. As you heard, John Wayne Troxell spent 38 years in the United States Army, 20 years as a command sergeant major, retired as the senior enlisted advisor to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now I am accused of being a serial consultant. I have my own consulting company and I consult for 9 different businesses. But the thing I focus on is giving back to our veteran community, paying it forward to the current men and women in uniform, and making life comfortable. And today, Matt and I are going to talk about 3 things that are critical for transition and post-military life, but frankly, it's important when you're in uniform: vision, purpose, and positivity. And Matt, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about what you do at University of Health and Performance and what you're trying to do with that keyword purpose?
This is not working. Check, check, check. All right, thank you, John. I love following after SEAC because I get to say all my accolades, which are very meaningless in comparison. I served for 6 years in the Army. I reached the very prestigious rank of E4. John would often say that I was in the E4 Mafia. And somehow found a way to get busted for rank down to an E3 before I got out. Did not spend any time in the Special Forces and was not deployed. But what is so special to me about military service is the experience of going into something and finding such great purpose in your life. As a young kid, I didn't come from a background where I had a lot of that. And finding leaders to emulate and finding an organization that's protecting democracy, the most important thing in the world, for me, is what makes the military and the community of this population so important, and why I wanted to give back to it in a way that is reflects the way that I feel about what it did for me as a young man.
Awesome. So one of the things that we all know is that a lot of people exit the military and they don't have a vision, all right? They had vision and purpose and in uniform and everything, but they start going through the transition process, especially if they spent a lot of time in uniform and they don't have that vision of where they want to go and what they want to do and the path to get there. And so one of the things we focus on, and what I focus on in helping transitioning service member and veterans, is delivering and developing that vision that you have of, here's where I'm at, here's where I want to go, and here is a path to get me to where I want to go. And then when we talk about purpose, it's all about having that same kind of purpose you had on active duty, where every day you were coming in and you were accomplishing missions, you were making stuff happen, and it was for national security. Now your purpose is, what do you do to make yourself better, to take care of your family, and in reality, help those on your left and right better. And in terms of positivity, we live in a crap negative world right now. And I hate being around negativity. I did in uniform, and I do now. And whenever I'm confronted with negativity, I always ask the person that's complaining about something, what do you recommend to fix this? And if they ain't got a solution, then I tell them you probably need to have a healthy cup of shut the hell up. All right? Because you are part of the problem, not the solution. So in terms of transition and post-military, we're going to hit a lot of roadblocks. We may not get that job we were looking for and everything, but we have to retain that positivity, that positive attitude that things are going to work out. And Matt, being the CEO and founder of University of Health and Performance in Bentonville, Arkansas, he's developed a 500-acre campus that assists transitioning service members and veterans with either regaining or retaining that purpose through a secluded kind of environment where they are, it's all about fitness, and I'll let him talk about it, but it's also how do we continue to get after it mentally and emotionally. So Matt, if you can kind of talk about what happens on campus there at UHP.
Sure. So when I first started out into the world after the military, I started working in nutrition stores, and I found myself mentoring people nutritionally, and I really enjoyed the feeling of serving in that capacity. Didn't really understand it then, and I could do now, but I over the years as I hired veterans, one of the things that I noticed about the veterans that I hired is that often they don't understand the value that they gain from serving and the way that it felt to serve. Get out of the military after a long time, you're like, I'm out, I'm done, I'm going to do something new. And maybe you find a great job, pays a lot of money, but if you find a great job that pays a lot of money, but let's say that you did, it might not fill up your bucket to where you felt like, I really love what I do. And part of that is because nothing is quite as meaningful as serving with your brothers and sisters, fighting for democracy. It's just, there probably isn't a bigger thing to do in your life. And so whether you were in this career in special operations or in and out in 6 years like I was, you were still touched by it. And I think it's important to find yourself before you go into that next career in a place where you understand what it feels like to serve, meaning you understand the feeling you get from it, and you know how to translate that into the next thing that you're going to do. And so UHP, the whole curriculum is built on what's called the Purpose Blueprint. The Purpose Blueprint is how to think, train, feel, and lead. So intellectual strategies, physical fitness, emotional awareness, and values work. And then take an accounting of what you're passionate at, skilled at, and what your unique gifts are. We wrap a strategy around an intellectual, emotional, and strategic values strategy to basically allow you to get after that career with a 5-year roadmap, and then an accredited personal training certification, licensed health coaching license, or a nutrition certification. All in 18 days, 160 hours of curriculum. It's very intensive, but very similar to the way that we learned in the military. Train, deploy, theoretical and practical knowledge all in one, very quickly done.
Now, your campus is secluded, all right? It's 500 acres out in the middle of nowhere on the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. And as a matter of fact, every time I come to visit, it takes me about almost an hour to drive out there. How important is that seclusion when you have these veterans that are living in barracks together like they used to in the military, and every day they are in classrooms together, they're doing physical training together, they're learning, going down a path that you described and everything. How important is that to getting after the ultimate goal of this purpose when they leave there?
I think it's extremely important because if you were married to a service member, a veteran, you probably would say, yeah, I'm really grateful for the service that he gave our country or she gave our country, but she was gone all the time or he was gone all the time. And I don't want to say that a spouse would feel it's selfish, but at times it could feel like it's all for them. It's all for them. And in reality, I think most people who live that life would say, it was for the country, it was for my family, it wasn't for me. And so it's not intuitive, I don't think, for most service members to say, I'm going to take a knee and invest in myself, turn it back on myself and pay forward the gift of service to myself for a little while. And so taking veterans away to a secluded place where they have no choice but to focus on themselves and have some of those hard conversations with themselves and with each other, I think is an important part of transition that every service member should go through. So I think the environment is extremely important.
Yeah, and as part of the larger picture of post-military focus and everything, you know, every mission that we ever did in the uniform, all of us, was done with certainty and not doubt. We had removed that doubt but through risk management, risk assessments. How do we mitigate risk? How do we maximize our ability to be successful, whether it's in combat training, whatever? And too many times when we get out of the military, we don't focus on getting after that certainty of the direction I'm going with my life and what I want to do post-military, which lets the doubt creep in. And once the doubt starts creeping in, bad things can start happening in everything. So in terms of this overall purpose, we met a couple of your graduates earlier today from your 18-day course, and the one gentleman said it changed his life. You know, being a veteran, being a wounded warrior and everything, coming to your campus for 18 days, that changed his life. What does that mean to you when you hear somebody like that came out there, spent 18 days secluded, learned more about themselves, but also, you know, maybe another profession and everything? What does that mean to you when you hear things like that?
I mean, that's back to purpose and the way that it feels to serve. It feels amazing. And I didn't know they were going to be here, and they ran up to me and they're like, oh my God, we came through your program in this class state. And I get emails and text messages like that every day, and it feels awesome. But not awesome in that I'm the man, awesome in that I get to be in a position to help people make a really important leap in their life to the next thing and next place, and to be a mentor. And I've had great mentors. So I think anytime you can be in a position to help other people, to coach other people, to mentor other people, that's a position of feeling fulfilled, and I'm grateful for that, for sure.
And if I had to, my term, I came and visited your campus when it was all here, and it wasn't the 500-acre sprawling campus, but hearing you talk about this and the passion that you had for assisting veterans and everything, I boil it down to 4 kind of C's that I focus on. One, you were communicating to veterans that here we are going to provide something for you that will allow you to regain that purpose. And when they get on campus, all of a sudden they start building this connection with these fellow veterans, plus your cadre and everything, which leads to a commitment not only to themselves, but to the men and women on their left and right like they were in uniform. And ultimately, in the end, they see how much you and the cadre cares. More importantly, they see how much it is to care about their future and everything. And in the end, that leads to best results for their life and for their post-military career.
Yeah, I think that the typical and I think the well-intended veteran nonprofit space is I want to help veterans, and sometimes it comes out of feeling sorry for them, and I don't think that's where we need to meet our veterans. I think we need to meet them in empowerment and appreciation, opportunity, but when you start pitying people, especially a group of prideful people, you turn them off. And I understand why people do this. It's easier to raise money when you make people feel sorry for something. That's why the puppy's in the cage and the sad music and please donate $1. And I feel bad for that puppy. I want to give it something. Veterans aren't puppies. And that approach, I think, is now wearing out, thankfully, because it's also, I believe, a national security issue when you start talking about how broken people are from serving. And the reality is, you heard me. I didn't have a distinguished career in the military. But what it gave me, I couldn't buy that. I couldn't buy feeling purpose for the first time in my life. I couldn't buy finding mentors and leaders, and they weren't all amazing, but I had some great ones. And that set me on a path in my life that I wouldn't be on today if I hadn't gone through that. And I'm really, really grateful for it. And so caring about doing the same for everybody else. You've got a lot of really amazing warfighters who get out and just cannot figure out what to do next. And to me, that's really unfortunate, because they're some of the brightest minds and some of the best leaders in our community. So we've got to find more ways to meet them where they are, empower them into awesome positions, and hire them, because veterans make amazing employees.
Yeah, and I would say the folks that are here are purpose-driven, the vast majority of them, and they're here for a reason. And you hear it all the time, post-military life, people are looking for that work-life balance, which is critical, and it's important, but for somebody like me, and I know somebody like you, we understand with everything that we're doing to try and assist veterans and our active duty service members and families and everything, that maybe you don't get after that work-life balance, but you get after work-life rhythm, where when you're home, you're with your family, and you're not focused on what you're doing, you make that the best time that you can be. And then when you're doing the things you're doing, supporting the troops, supporting the military and families, you're doing the best thing there. And I think too many people get caught up in that work-life balance, which I get it is critical, but I get criticized all the time because I'm doing so much. But I love what I'm doing, and my wife of 41 years, my little windmill, Sandra, her and I have this plan that we're going on. And because we communicate as a family, and because we have these times together, it makes it all worthwhile when I come out and do these things. Same with you?
Same with me. I obviously, we all watch your travels, John, and I don't know how many miles you have, but it's probably the most in the world ever. You are a consummate servant leader who is out there spreading the word and the message, not just in your consulting, which you get paid for, but you do it because of a passion for service members, and it's why you were a great choice for SEAC. And you're still playing that role, even though they're not giving you the plane tickets, and you're still doing it.
I can't get in the Pentagon anymore. I got to have.
Definitely not letting you in.
I used to run the building. Now I got to have somebody escort me.
But I think, again, back to, you found purpose in this work. You found it in the military, and you've continued to do it because it feels good, and it is important that anyone getting out has a pathway into doing the same thing. And unfortunately, career services are, oh, you're a welder in the military, you should be a welder in civilian life. Totally different. You're not wearing a uniform, you're not protecting democracy, you're not protecting the brothers and sisters left and right. It's just different. And I think that we need to stop looking at them as the same thing, because they're not.
100%. Okay, we got a few minutes left. Anybody got any questions in the audience here? Yes, ma'am.
I'm a veteran service officer, so I'm working with veterans on a daily basis. How would they get into a program like yours?
So they can go to the University of Health and Performance website, which is www.university-hp.com. We are recognized by the federal GI Bill, so they can go to school on their GI Bill benefits. It's 160 curriculum hours, so similar, about 18 days of education is equivalent to about 6 months of education at a normal school. What we learn in the pilots is that veterans need, in the military, they learned train, deploy, train, deploy, train, deploy. Theoretical and practical knowledge in sequence. That's how we teach at the university. So I know your question was around getting in, but I think it's really important to double tap the way that we learned in the military is a similar. We need to attack that in our transition life as well, because it's very relevant.
Come into the program each year?
Platoons of 32 at a time, and we can run 3 platoons at a time, so up to 90 students on the ground today. We have sleeping quarters for 200. All of our coaches are world-class PhDs and master's degrees. Most of them came out of either special operations or professional sports. And our chefs are James Beard, world-class chefs. It is end-to-end, nutritionally, physically, the barracks, the transportation. It's like Disneyland for transitioning veterans. It's pretty awesome.
Thank you so much for doing that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Sergeant Major. Okay. All right, Sergeant Major. Who else? Bill, go ahead.
So when we transition out, we find opportunity that we never would have considered before. You touched on that. But we also find opposition that we've never experienced before. What have you seen that people have learned in the military, have experienced, can help overcome the opportunity challenge and the resistance challenge, the opposition challenge?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I think, I tell everybody that transitions, one of my consulting jobs is with Hiring Our Heroes, the U.S. Chambers, nonprofit. And I talk about you got to build a network. And you have to have a network in uniform and out of uniform. And when you start coming to things like this, as a veteran, meet everybody and get business cards and create that connection. Because like I said before, when you create a connection, it can lead to a commitment. And in the end, it could end to a positive result. So I think it's that network you got to focus on initially. And then your attitude around everything and dealing with adversity. There's some people that get out of the military and they get very agitated when all of a sudden things don't go their way. Understandably so, but okay, you can either be pissed off or you can be pissed on, all right? Pissed off and moving forward is good. Being pissed on sucks, So you got to continue to push forward, get through those barriers, get through that adversity, and continue to stay on track to the direction and the goals you're trying to reach to. Because I will tell you, I talk about this all the time, and Sergeant Major Griffin has had, and he and I have had conversations. There are professional jealots out there that are jealous of you trying to go out and do something that the normal person getting out of the military may not be doing. So for me, trying to be a serial consultant and helping organizations across that are helping service members, veterans, and families and stuff like that, and organizations that are trying to, get better every day, people look at me like, well, generally people don't do that. Only a few of us kind of do those kind of things. But I don't let those people bother me. I don't listen to any of that flack or anything. I'm going to continue to do what I know is important. And some people, so you got a guy that was a former E4, was 6 years in, got busted to PFC, and now we are tag team partners, the former SEAC, because we were both purpose-driven, we're both focused, and we got great senses of humor. And I think that's why we came together, and we're doing a lot together now. Anything you wanted to comment on that, Matt?
No, sharing the stage with you and your fine vocabulary is often I feel overshadowed. You're the funny one, not me. But we are united in an effort to change some of the challenge. And I know that we're all here. This conference is about that. And I think there is an incredible opportunity to really lean into our veteran population, and we're very focused on doing that. So.
Yeah, and I'll leave you all with this. This is the kind of success stories we got to see more of. So I was at Seattle Airport in the Alaska Airline Lounge, and a younger than me, approached me. He was a retired Army Sergeant First Class. He said, "Hey, I heard you speak at Fort Carson, Colorado, and I heard your advice about building that network, about having vision, and going out and getting after that opportunity that you asked about, Bill." Now this guy's a retired Sergeant First Class. He went through his Veteran Service Officer, got his benefits delivered at discharge. He's 100% disabled, permanent and total, and now he went through a Skill Bridge program, and now he runs an HR department for a major corporation. And he was an infantryman, an 11 Bravo, running. That is the kind of success that is possible when people are on the right track with their service. They take care of themselves with benefits, with trusted veteran service officers, and then they go out and try to achieve and reach higher goals when they get out. So anyways, we're out of time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it on behalf of the Military Influencers Conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boom.
I need some fans.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
All right, Greg, what have you been up to?
Listen, so I'm telling you right now, ParadeDeck.com, Military Influencer Conference. Amy, I am fanboying out right now. You know, I wish I could show y'all the picture, but Amy, so I was hanging out with Tim Jensen, Keegan, Joanne Bass. She's like the former Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force, and Al Liphart, Commander-in-Chief of the VFW. I just met mad heavy hitters. I'm fangirling right now. I got numbers. I'm making moves.
So many great people here to come together to curate experiences, contacts, networking, talking about collaborations, and it's all to support the military community to make an impact on others. And right here on the parade deck stage, we have another fantastic session coming up.
Who is it?
Well, we've got Anna Larson and Sherry Beery. And you know, when our active duty life comes to an end, the first question many ask is, now what? Our next guest, Anna Larson, is here to help you transform that now what moment into opportunities you've dreamed us. Join us in welcoming Anna as she dives into the topic. Embrace your turn, sharing valuable insights on how to manage change, stay motivated, and truly thrive as a veteran military spouse. So welcome to the parade deck stage.
Woo! Let's go, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're so glad to be here today. So I am Anna Larson. I am the founder of MilSpouse Transition, and my focus is on military families that are getting ready to leave active duty service, and then the few years after that when there's still a struggle in finding their way into that civilian life. My guest today is Sherry Beery, and I'm going to have Sherry introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sherry, and I am a purpose and well-being coach. When my husband retired in 2018, he handed me the American flag and said, "It's your turn." I realized I was at the highest level of my burnout then and decided to become a nationally board certified health and wellness coach because I saw how military life affected my health.
So I brought Sherry on today because we recently did a podcast together where we talked about Sherry's new book that's coming out, It's Your Turn, and kind of what that moment felt like when her spouse turned to her and handed her that American flag and basically gave her permission to start to live the life she's always wanted to have. So we wanted to just talk a little bit today about kind of what that moment was like and where it came from, and then what Sherry did to overcome that burnout and kind of take hold of that opportunity and turn it into something that she's very excited about now for her future. So Sherry, why don't you give us a start? Like, just start us off and tell us a little bit about the moment and like how you felt when your husband handed you the flag, gave you that kiss and said, "Woo, I'm done with the military, lady. It's your turn."
Yeah, it's such a transition that I didn't even realize was going to be such a big moment in time for us. Was, woohoo, we're done. But honestly, there was so many things I needed to process. We needed to process as a couple. And we had 4 struggles really going on in our household. We had a struggle of each individually, one as couple, and then as a family with our kids. It was our identity changed in a matter of minutes. And it was something that was so difficult. But having that flag handed and saying, "It's your turn," I took the biggest exhale I have ever felt. The pressure released. And I thought, oh my gosh, is this what this feels like, of not always worrying about when the next deployment is, when the next move is, we're going to enroll the kids in school, and always taking care of everybody else but myself, and having that weight on your shoulder, and then to have that release was such a big, big moment.
So I want to jump backwards just a little bit. When you were talking about coming up to that moment, as an active duty family, we have a lot of active duty military that have joined us here today at MIC here. And I wanted to just ask you, like, when you were getting ready to go through the transition process, what were your thoughts? Like, how were you feeling? Were you prepared? Did you feel like you had it all together, or did you feel lost and like completely out of it?
I remember thinking, we need a checklist for this. Is there a checklist for this? Because, that was the thing that was so impactful for me in being part of the military, was we always had a policy and procedure, right? We knew what to do, and if we didn't know what to do, we created that plan, and then we had backup plans to that, right? So that's just the way we're wired and prepared. And so in some ways we were prepared because we began the conversation. My husband is in the medical field, so he has watched and taken care of patients. Many veterans come in active duty and not be ready for that spot of, I need to retire. So we knew in our mind he needed to start his medical VA package, quite a lengthy process to start it early. And so that was one conversation. And then another conversation was financially. What does this look like for us? And then really it became communication. Communication was the thing that was so important for us to sit down and say, what do we want it to look like? What do we both want individually? And what do we want as a couple, too?
I love that you just said that, Sherry, because one of the big components that seems to be missing in conversations is what each part of the family needs, right? I mean, we have a lot of services, and rightly so, for veterans that are getting out, for military service members that have served for so many years and are getting ready to leave. But there's not a checklist. I mean, they get a checklist. They can't clear base without it, right? I know this because we went through the checklist. I helped my spouse go through his checklist. But there's not a checklist for military spouses. We don't have a list of what to do or where to go or what's next. And what I have found just working with military spouses, reaching this point, is that the biggest piece where they feel the most loss is with their identity. So can you talk just a little bit about, like, how did you feel like about kind of losing that community, losing that identity as a military spouse, or did you lose that identity as a military spouse? How did you navigate that?
Yeah, it was something that, you know, we had our ceremony at Pensacola Air Museum. And so we drove over the bridge from Gulf Breeze into Pensacola, and I talk about this in the book, is driving back over, things look so differently in just that matter of an hour. An hour ceremony changed everything for us. And we were really encouraging one another. You know, I know some people, it's a personal choice whether you want to have a retirement ceremony or not. But I really think we needed it to really grieve and actually celebrate that identity shift. And that's why it was so important to both of us to just celebrate where you've been and what you've done. And, you know, yes, there's tough stuff, but also look at how all of that strength really builds you up. To then look at all the things you've done in military life and what it's been able, you know, I had a big fat R button that was hit really hard. I'll call it resentment, that hit me really hard right at that transition time. And I had to realize that I had 10 different jobs. And I started out as a respiratory therapist. I was a financial analyst. I was an admin assistant. I worked for nonprofits. I mean, everything. And for saying, I lost my career in the transition of being a military spouse. We know this, military spouse employment. We just had an amazing luncheon talking about those issues. Those all are part of our identity, but picking up all those parts and pieces of us to put it all together to say, what do I want now? And forming a new identity in that role.
So let's talk about resentment for just a minute, right? Because I think a lot of military couples go through this during the transition time frame where they don't realize that the strength of the emotions that are going to happen when you are leaving active duty service. You think you got it together. I know I thought I had it together. I call it my library card moment. It's like this moment where I fell apart, and it was the day my spouse went to get his DD-214, and I didn't know if I could go to the on-post library. It was the one question I still had outstanding, and I completely fell apart over it. And it's the silliest thing now when I think about it, but for me, it represented an entire, well, in our case, not even 12 months. It was 10 months of time that we had to prepare for leaving a lifestyle we've been living for 2 decades. And that was a traumatic experience for me. And so resentment, the word resentment, like rings very true, like just anger and resentment. And I didn't expect to feel that. I thought, we're getting the golden ticket. We can move where we want. I can go on vacation when we want. There's no more deployments that we have to deal with. But the reality is very different. And I think that surprises a lot of military families when they get to that point. So Sherry, as a health and wellness expert, right? Like, talk to us a little bit about overcoming those feelings of resentment. Because I think that not just the military spouse, but also the service member or the veteran feels that as well a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we have to get really honest with ourselves in the conversation that how this is affecting our health. Because this is not just affecting our own veteran health, it's affecting the health of ourselves, our kids, because we all go through the experiences as a family and whether it's deployments and all of that stuff that builds up. And so we have to be able to talk about it in a healthy way and have healthy conversations around it, but also acknowledging that we all have different needs, is being able to say, who can we go talk to? What does your support system look like? What do you need from a standpoint on the health side to be able, when I coach very holistically. It's about 8 different areas of life. It's our emotional, our mental health, our spiritual health, our career health, our physical environment. All of that affects our health. And so being able to really take all of that into consideration when we're going through this transition. And I'll just be honest, as a woman, midlife, a lot of other things are changing for us too. And that was the healthy conversation that I needed to start having was, it's okay, but we all get to take care of ourselves in that process. Our mindset has to change about how we take care of everybody else but ourselves. It also really switches to how we get to take care of ourselves first so that we can be better for everyone else.
Yeah, and honestly, that conversation should start much earlier, but transition seems to be that moment where all of a sudden the spouses or even the children sometimes step up and say, hey, wait, what about me? Wait, we've done this for so long the way we've had to do it, but what now? What do we get? We can change the way we do things now. So what would you say would be, because this is all supposed to be about embracing, right? Like embracing the fact that now there's an opportunity to do something differently. So what would you say would be the first step that we would encourage like a military spouse, a veteran, a military child even to take in moving towards that change, that ability to do things differently?
Yeah, I think information is powerful, and educating ourselves on whether it's the process of how this goes. But I know when fear comes in or just this, I feel stuck, I don't know where to go, many times we need some information. And so I think the first step is really asking yourself, what do I need right now to know to be able to confidently take a step? And the answers come up, and it's different for everybody. I think anybody's life, the way that we live, right? Everybody has a different recipe for what helps them be successful. So that's one piece. I think community is really important. I just said walking back into this military community, is so heartwarming. My husband retired in 2018, and to come back into an environment like this is just, it feels like home because you're with people who get it, right?
Yeah, and get it comes even after active duty service, right? When you're in the active duty service and you can access the base or military bases afterwards, but you don't have a reason to go there like you do when you're in active duty, right? So it really is like recognizing that it's time to take a minute and say, hey, just because we're no longer active duty, we are still part of that community, and recognizing you do have a place in that. That's really important, I think. Yeah. So in Sherry's book, she talks a little bit about what you call your calm method. Can you talk to us just a little bit about what you use that for and why it would be part of this conversation?
Yeah. So going through my own process of the whole transition after retirement, I found that there were really 4 key pieces. And once I put them into play, I started really working with clients and finding this process was working for them. So the first, I call it the CALM method, and the acronym is clarity. C for clarity. Clarity for who you want to be and what you want in your life. As women especially, we are doers. We think that if we can, check all those boxes of having a productive day, we get our worthiness from doing, not being. And that's a really important thing to remember. You are important for who you are and what you bring to the table. And then what you want. What do you want? And you don't have to have it all figured out, and you don't have to do everything at once. And then the awareness is the A, and it's awareness to what's slowing you down. In the book, I write about 7 most common phrases that we use as women especially that keeps us from saying yes to ourselves. I don't have time. I don't have money. I don't have permission. And there's more to it, but worthiness is at the bottom of all. It's the root of that. And then learning to listen to your body. How many times do you, when your body's like, I just need to take a break, do you listen? Do you give yourself that time? So, and, you know, I know the hype around self-care, but it really is about tuning into what you need, whether it's food, you know, a nourishing meal, time with friends, coming into having your social circles, your environment. You need to get things organized, whatever it may be. And then the M is mindset, because mindset, you need to be able to anchor into the thoughts that you can say yes to yourself every day. And when you can put those 4 pieces together, it just makes things come alive. And that's how my life really became alive with purpose. And so, yeah, that's really the 4 pillars of the CALM method. So thank you.
There's 2 that I really want to focus on for just a little bit. The first one, clarity, and where you talk about purpose, because this is a big conversation that happens, especially during transition. You have a service member that has a very purpose-driven position. There is a reason that they go to work every day, and it usually has to do with keeping the United States of America safe, right? I mean, that's kind of a big deal, right? And then they're getting out of that position and are sometimes moving to what I'm going to call a less focused purpose, or they can't vocalize it the same way they can with what is happening when they are active duty military. So, and then as military spouses, right, if we bring the conversation to both ends of that spectrum, we have a purpose in supporting that service member, right? That is a big piece of who we are. And one of the things I've recognized, especially with military spouses, when they're transitioning, is they forget to stop and think about who they are going to become when their spouse is no longer a service member. And you would think that that's a common, like, oh, yeah, it goes with the flow. It's just the way the conversation will go. But it's shocking how many of us forget to ask ourselves that question, like, what is my new purpose going to be? What is going to be the most important part of my life moving forward? So talk about some strategies like for finding that purpose, because that's a big one. I mean, we're not going to solve it here on stage today, but we can get a little closer, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I needed to do in the whole craziness and the lifestyle we were living was I say clarity is in the pause. You know, when you can take some time to really get clear at taking a break and not being busy all the time, because I think busyness is really a coping mechanism to keep us from really getting where we want to go. And so just being able to take time to just, you know, a common thing I hear quite often listening, especially to women, is I forgot how to dream. I don't know how to dream anymore. I don't know what to do for fun anymore. I gave it all up during all of that. And that there, I think, is where you start, is what would make you come alive again?
I love that question. What would make you come alive again? That's a great one. Okay, keep going.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then I was going to say, and the second part of it was really just being able to, you know, come alive in that, but also how you can be supported. Community is everything. We're creatures that we can't survive without one another. So we all have that time where we enjoy being together, and we have to respect that it's okay to have the calm moments when we're by ourselves. And, you know, people will say, I'm introverted, I'm extroverted. It's like we're really both. So it depends on what we're going through is what we need. So
the second one I wanted to ask you about specifically was where you were talking about feeling worthy. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit more, like what your experience was and what you've seen in the military community and why that is such a problem?
I think because we do support of always having it together, always doing things, checking boxes to show our value, and being able to, feel accomplished, and especially in the place where we've maybe given up a career or a path for our spouse or this life of service, is we've lost part of ourselves in that, but also, the unworthiness comes from one of the stories I shared in the book was going to a local car dealership. And I said, oh, you give discounts to military. And he said, yeah, but you're just the spouse. There's comments like that we pick up along the way that makes us feel even more unworthy. So recognizing that, and I stopped him and I said, just the spouse? And he knew exactly what he hit on. But I realized that it wasn't just him making me feel that way. I was allowing it. So in that piece, I think we all have to, as spouses, be empowered to say we are valuable. What we bring to the table, we are so worthy. Each of us has gifts, and nobody could survive this life the way we live unless we were as strong and as capable as we are.
I love that, Sherry, seriously. And that story, I don't even know what the reaction of that poor gentleman at the car dealership place was. But I'm sure he was sweating bullets when he heard just the spouse come out of your...
I got another call later in the day that he was apologizing. Again, he knew what he said and just that piece of it. So, yeah, he was very great. He knew me the next time I went into the dealership, too. And he gave me a discount.
So what are the strategies then, military spouses? Because finding your worthiness is not like go to the store and check it out, right? Like it's not that easy. It comes with like this whole process of understanding who you are and what value you bring. So what are some strategies that military spouses, whether you're active duty or you've already gone over into the civilian world and you're a veteran family or a veteran spouse, what are some strategies you can implement to say to yourself or to find or to recognize, I'm going to say recognize the worthiness that we're talking about right now?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is it comes from believing in ourselves. And I think one of the key pieces to my success really since 2018, I really give a lot of it to the women that I've surrounded myself with. Is I find the community where I thrive. And I think that's a very important piece that we all need to recognize is who are your cheerleaders in your crowd? And they're the ones that lift you up and you're cheering them on too. So that's number one. Number two is doing something for yourself every day. Something that fills your cup, that says that you are valuable too. I always say, we always give our accolade or tell our best friends all the great, important things that they do. Sometimes we have to stop and do that for ourselves. And then 3 is having the conversations with one another. I think that's an important piece, not only in community, but even in just the conversation my husband and I had before transitioning out of the military was I had to share those feelings I was having that were bubbling up. So I think those are important pieces to really can add to our worthiness. I had a client tell me that her husband made her write down everything she does for the household, in any type of thing that she does. And he was so sweet that he went and took that list and he went and said, if I had to pay someone to do this, how much would it cost me? And he came back and he said, I couldn't afford them. It was thousands and thousands of dollars. And I just think those kind of practices where you value your worthiness of, again, it goes back to what we do, but it does help in the sense of who are you and what you contribute.
And I love that worth isn't just tied to monetary, but it's both internal and external, right? So we're starting to wrap up in just a few minutes, but I did have one last question for you. Could you, if you were to give one piece of advice to military families that are beginning that transition process, what would you say to them? What would you be saying to them in terms of how to prepare yourself? Now, conversations, I'm just going to throw this one out. I am a big fan of talking all the time about all the things and not holding back the feelings, the emotions, the conversations. You cannot be afraid to say, no, I don't want that. Because if you don't say, no, I don't want that, guess what? You just might get that. And if you don't want that and you get that, then your transition is just all that much more difficult, right? So what would you say, what kind of advice would you give to military families that are starting that process, or maybe in the middle of the process, either one of those things? What would you tell them to do?
I think an important piece, and we brought this up all the time, was we're on the same team. We're on the same team, and what is it that we want? And being able to just touch it once a week rather than every day, I think having a plan and being able to say, what do we need? What are the 3 things we could do this week to help us? Is formulating your plan early is really an important part in that. And I think just being able to not only vocalize it, but actually have something that seems systematically in place can be really helpful too. And there are thousands of resources. That's the thing. It's overwhelming. It can be overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. It starts small and go just step by step.
Thank you so much, Sherry. So I do want to say that MilSpouse Transition the organization that I founded, is dedicated to putting together those resources. I mean, we never know, is this also for the military spouse? And that's the whole goal of what I'm doing, is saying, yes, this is also for you. And helping organizations recognize that if it is for the spouse, they need to say that more clearly so that we aren't afraid to ask for the help and the resources that we need. So I want to thank you for being on here, Parade Deck, with me today. Find me on Parade Deck, Anna Larson, or come find us at MilSpouse Transition. And when Sherry's new book, It's Your Turn, comes out, yeah, make sure you got it. Go and get it. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Amy, I bought Al.
Welcome, Al Liphart, the Commander-in-Chief of the VFW, is with us here on the parade deck.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and join you. So
Hold on, Amy, because I told you, Al, this is not what we rehearsed. You going to take the mic. I said you're going to take over. You can take over for 30 seconds and go.
Thank you very much, and it's easy for me to take over. Again, I'm with the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars was founded 125 years ago to take care of the veteran, surviving spouse, and orphan children, and advocate on their behalf. Been doing that for 125 years. But today, I want to kind of shift focus on the disaster that happened last week. We have so many people that are in desperate need. So if you would like to contribute, I invite you to go to vfw.org/relief so you can make a contribution to help these individuals out because they are in desperate need. So don't wait. Do it today. As a matter of fact, don't even do it today. Do it now.
Do it now.
All right, and now you took over. Now you give it back to Amy. See, you did not follow instructions. Al, we're going to talk about this later.
I keep telling you, Al. Al, VFW is one of the most trusted nonprofit organizations out there, and we can't thank you enough for your service and for being here at the Military Influencer Conference.
Thank you very much, Amy. God bless you.
Wonderful, wonderful work, and we want to get those folks back on their feet as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we want to introduce our next presentation. Sean Alcazar is our next speaker, and he is going to demo a class, and he's one of our sponsors from the United States Concealed Carry Association. He'll be sharing his defensive tactics, less lethal solutions, and we want you to make sure you please visit the USCCA booth after the class to receive your certificate and learn more about their member benefits. But his demo is going to show us what we want to know about defensive tactics and less lethal solutions. Take it away, Sean.
Thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure being here today. So who's ready to learn about less lethal defense for yourselves or for some family members? Come on, raise your hands. All right, let's get some energy, folks. Come on, let's do this thing. So again, my name is Sean Alcazar. I do, in fact, work for a company called Delta Defense, which is a service provider for the United States Concealed Carry Association. Do I have any members in the audience right now? Raise your hands nice and high for me. Well, thank you for being part of the Cool Kids Club. That is amazing. If you want to join the Cool Kids Club, come see us at our tent right over here and sign up and we'll get you going. My role with the company is I'm the Southeast Regional Training Manager. So I work in the training division of the company. My job is to help do business consulting and firearms training at our official partners all over the Southeast. I usually work with instructor candidates, but sometimes I do get to work with end user students teaching things just like this. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. So let's get into less lethal option for self-defense. This could be for you. It could be for family members at home listening, whatever the case may be. We're going to talk about why would we choose one of these tools for self-defense and how they bridge the gap between doing nothing and using deadly force. I'm going to specifically talk about OC spray, or as it's commonly referred to as pepper spray. I'm a huge fan of pepper spray, although it is a terrible thing. Who has been exposed to pepper spray? Raise your hand. Oh yeah, it is not great, not great. We're going to focus on that one today. I've got a little bit of information on the different energy weapons. You might know them as tasers, also a great option for self-defense. A little bit on use of force and how it relates to using these tools for self-defense. And then guess what, folks? We have a product demonstration. What I've done before you got here is I have installed 2 taser probes in all of your chairs. And I have a button on my computer that when I push it, will make you fly like an eagle. I'm just kidding. There will be no live demos today. Sorry, folks. That's a different class on a different weekend. Why in the world would we choose less than lethal? Legal implications. There's a lot of paperwork if you have to use a firearm for self-defense. There's a lot of paperwork to that. It's not legal to carry firearms in all places. So somebody give me an example of a place that's not okay to carry a firearm. Ready, go. A bank. How about a school? How about some universities? Well, guess what? Pepper spray is legal in all 50 states. So you could carry that for self-defense. That way you don't just have harsh language or a spoon. Physical implications. What do I mean by that? If we're going to choose a firearm for self-defense, it's going to require training. And that's a good thing. We need to practice with it. Maybe you don't have time to train. Maybe you don't have the physical skills necessary to save yourselves with a firearm. You could choose a less than lethal option. And with very minimal training, you could be proficient at saving yourself or the lives of a loved one. So could be any kind of physical, whatever that might be. How about moral implications? If you have to use deadly physical force, it's done. We don't get to take that back and say, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Can I just bring you back? Nope, we don't get to do that. Some people aren't okay with taking another life of a human being. These tools help us bridge that gap between doing nothing and deadly force. It gives us options. Maybe you can resort to a less lethal option before having to cross that threshold into deadly force. So it gives you options. That's why we like them. We like them a whole lot. Let's start out with talking about pepper spray. Remember I said it was one of my favorites, right? We're going to talk about the purpose of these implements. We're going to talk about how they work. And I'm going to give you some pros and some cons to each one so that you can make a really good decision for yourselves, for loved ones, or you can help out. What's the purpose of pepper spray? It harnesses the power of, look at this word, everybody, oleoresin capsicum, which is an oily resin that is in hot peppers. Most pepper spray comes from chili peppers. And they grow them all over the place. They harvest them. They bring them in batches. They grind them up, and they turn them into this insane spicy sludge that they then put in pepper spray devices. What does it do? It's going to stop attackers through loads of pain. And for those of you who have experienced it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is not, I see you smiling. It is not fun at all. 0 of 5 stars, would not recommend. Lots of discomfort, loads of discomfort. I wish I had made better life choices and not messed with this person, because this is not fun. And then finally, visual disorientation. If they can't see us, can they get to us? It makes it a lot harder. It's not guaranteed, but it definitely makes it a lot harder. That's the purpose of these devices. Let's talk about how it works. It acts as an can't even say that word. Inflammatory agent that causes a burning sensation. It's very, very bad. The eyes are forced shut. And this resin is hydrophobic, so it dries up your mucous membranes, your eyeballs. It's a heck of a thing, which causes your eyes to force shut. Your sinuses, immediate and rapid draining mode activated. And so you can't breathe. You can't see. You can't breathe in through your nose because all of that stuff that's in your head is trying to get out. Your throat, your lungs become irritated, and coughing starts. One of the products that I really like is made by a company called Sabre. It's called 3-in-1. It has the hot pepper stuff, and it has CS gas. Anybody been exposed to CS gas? Okay. Also, it has a ultraviolet dye. Well, that's really weird. That must not taste very good, right? The reason for the 3 different products is you get all of the benefits of the pepper spray here. When you add the CS gas to it, then they also can't breathe really easily. So if they can't see, they can't breathe. What's that mean for us? It's a good thing. The UV tracker dye goes on the skin, and when you call the police to say somebody tried to hurt me, and they need to go pick that person up, and that person's like, that wasn't me. That person's crazy. They get to shine a black light, and they can see that there's this dye all over their face and that they were the person that got covered in pepper spray. So there's some benefits. A lot of the other brands and companies do include that tracker dye as well. So it's real bad. Look at his face. Is he having any fun? I think this might be a model who's staged, because I can promise you it's even worse than this. Okay, like I said, makes people rethink their whole lives after being pepper sprayed. There's a couple of different types. There's a couple of different types and ways that these things get deployed. The first one is going to be a direct. What could that be? It'll shoot some kind of stream, liquid, gel, could be a foam. Affects anyone it contacts. Well, here's a caveat. Truthfully, OC spray does not work 100% of the time. It works on about 80% of folks. 80%. It works on humans because we are mammals, and we have the receptors that this affects. Fun fact, anybody into gardening or got birdhouses? Anybody? Nobody? Wow, okay, cool. Humans have what are called vanilloid receptors. Reptiles and birds do not have those receptors, so it won't affect them. Why do I tell you that? The 20% of people who are unaffected by pepper spray are lizard people. They do live in caverns under the Earth's surface, and you got to watch out for them. Actually, that's not science. These are the jokes, folks. You know, they told me to come up here, tell a few jokes, have a few laughs. What I want you to take away from this is, yes, when it does work, it is horrifying and very effective, but it's 80%. So we got to have other options. The streams, the direct spray methods are great. Another way is an indirect, a cone, a blast of powder. There are some products out there called a pepper ball blaster where you can set up a perimeter, a barrier, wall of defense by blasting this thing in front of an attacker or at an attacker, which will prevent them from getting to you. In this picture here, we have an ASP Defender, and it deploys a cone, which is really cool. We're going to talk about the pros and cons to that in just a second. What we're doing with these is we're creating a barrier between you and the attacker. If you put up that barrier, they then have to go through it to get to you. They will rethink their lives after doing that, which is a good thing. That gives us time to escape and run away, which is what we want to do with these devices. So what are the pros and the cons? Let's start with the direct. So your streams, you got gels or foams. The pros, you do get increased range and distance, 12 to 14 feet. That's good. That gives you space. That gives you time. Reduced risk of cross-contamination. Also a huge benefit, because the last thing you want to do is spray this into the wind and then you yourself be covered in it. So note to self, check the wind before you decide to start spraying this stuff. With the stream sprays, I have done testing in windy conditions, and I have had to clear my throat after standing next to somebody who was deploying it. So it's kind of like, a little bit, but I was not covered in it after the fact. Gels are even better because it's a gel stream going out, which makes it even more windproof. Foam, also awesome for indoors. It doesn't go all over the place. Let's talk about each one of those a little bit more. The gel, because it is a thicker substance, it does take longer to work. So once you get it on somebody, which it's, pretty windproof, once it's on them, it does take a little bit longer for it to take effect. The same with the foam. When the foam is on them, it's really on them. However, it can take a little bit longer for that stuff to take effect. The streams, without that thinner liquid goes right where it's supposed to be. But some of the cons of that, you've got to be pretty precise because it is a little stream. And we're going for ear to ear right across the eyes. That's what we're aiming for. And for those of you who I gave my free giveaway to, we're going to actually try it out. If you did not receive one of the blue tubes of mystery substance, which may or may not be pepper spray, just kidding, folks, I'll give you one. Yes, we're going to all spray each other as part of the product demo. It's going to be great. You got to be precise. I brought this $4, $5 training tool, Inert Trainer, because we have to practice. And that's what we're going to do today in just a little bit. We're going to see how difficult it is to manipulate these devices and aim. It's not real hard. It takes practice, though. The streams, the direct sprays do cover a smaller area, so you gotta lay it on them, which is okay. That's just the way it is. Let's switch gears to the indirect delivery methods. You do not have to be as accurate. So if there is somebody coming at you, you deploy that cone of pepper spray, and you are out of there. You don't have to completely cover them in it because hopefully they cover themselves. Covers that wide area. You do have to be closer, though. It's not going to go 12 to 14 feet. So you do got to be closer, which is kind of a drawback. Because it is a fine mist or a powder, there is a higher chance of cross-contamination. So if you spray a mist into the wind, what's going to happen to you? You'll be rethinking your life decisions, and yeah, hopefully you can get that off you. Any questions from the audience about the direct or indirect? You guys with me so far? Okay, perfect. We're going to focus on those pepper sprays, and we're going to have some fun with that. Let's switch gears now to energy weapons, just like from Star Trek. What's the purpose of these energy weapons? Well, again, we are trying to stop a threat in a less than lethal way. We're going to harness the power of lightning bolts and electrical current to make this stuff happen. What's it do to our attackers? Guess what? It's real painful. Any taser fans in the audience? Anybody been tased, bro? Yeah. Don't tase me, bro. That's exactly right. Causes loads of pain, disorientation, and muscle lockup, which we're going to talk more about in just a second. Great things if you're being attacked and you are able to successfully deploy this. Again, just like with OC spray or pepper spray, they're going to be rethinking their life choices. What does it do? It targets the body's sensory and motor nerves, and it hijacks the normal signaling to the muscles. And boy, does it ever. You know what I'm talking about. There is nothing what did you say? It sucks. It sucks a lot. Check this out. They are extremely painful, but on their own, they're not fatal. I know what you're thinking. Wait a second. What about this cardiac arrhythmia that I have? What if the bad guy has got... Nope. It affects the sensory and motor nerves. And it turns out tasers have been one of the most studied devices of self-defense ever. And we'll go into in just a little bit what could happen, but the taser and those electrical signals themselves do not cause death. It's the stuff, the other stuff that goes along with it that could cause more harm. What are the different types? Anybody heard of a stun gun? Raise your hand. Oh yeah, it's like the movies. You know, you guys see that where the bad guys, they take a stun gun in the elevator and they jab it in some lady's ribs and, you know, she goes unconscious. Nope, not a thing. They do not work like that. Maybe the really high power ones do, but the civilian models do not. How does this work? There are two posts at the ends of these devices that shoot a lightning bolt across them, which is the electrical current. You've got to have direct contact with the skin for this to work with these stun guns. You have to jab it into the body and have those two lightning bolt producing probes on the skin, preferably. It can go through thin layers of clothing, but it's really best if it's on the skin. These are awesome. This taser strike light's really cool. Acts as a flashlight as well. So imagine if you're walking your dog or your small children on a leash, whatever we do in this state. In Alabama, we do both. You can have this as a self-defense tool and a handy light. So that's awesome. We like that. That's really cool. They are, it's intimidating. When you hit that button and you get the crackling and the cackling of the noise, it is like a rattlesnake rattling its tail. You don't want to mess with that. So that can be a helpful thing as well. Stun guns. We're going to talk about the pros and cons in just a second. Let's switch gears to the actual taser. Don't tase me, bro. Creates electrical current between two probes that are propelled from the device using probably nitrogen gas, propelled into the body. They are embedded in the skin. Best case scenario, yes, they do go into the skin of the attacker. We're going to go in a little bit more detail in just a second about the parameters of that. We have this fancy word called neuromuscular incapacitation. If you do successfully deploy a taser into the attacker, there is nothing that they can do, I promise you. It doesn't matter if you're a small person or a gigantic person. I don't care how strong-willed you are. It's awful. It sucks a lot, whole lot. We like that. That's good. The way this works is, with a taser product for civilians, we deploy the probes into the attacker's body. We let the gun go, and we run for our lives. And that gun, that taser, will last 30 seconds. So whoever was messing with you, they get to ride the lightning for 30 seconds. Let me tell you, I've been exposed to 5 seconds, and that was 5 seconds too long. 30 would be another one of those things where I want to rethink my life choices. I should not have messed with this nice lady, because now I'm cooking on this funky floor with these probes in my skin. So this is designed to deploy and then get the heck out of there. Taser is such a cool company, they'll send you a new one. You send them a police report about your attacker, they'll replace that taser for you. It shoots out little identifying little plastic bits so that when the police are investigating, you can prove that what you did was reasonable, justified for the circumstances. They track those IDs back to your device, and it's cool. Let's talk about the pros and cons. Let's come back to the real world, because I know y'all are excited about riding the lightning. That sounds awesome. With a stun gun, it is super painful, and you will not ignore it. You want to get as far away from that as you possibly can, as quickly as you can. It is terrible. It is very loud and disorienting. Again, you got lightning bolts, right? Thor, the hammer of Thor, just between those probes. And you could use it as a, you don't want to do this, bzzz, make the noise. It's pretty wicked. The cons of that, though, it relies on the compliance of the attacker. You need to get off of me. Bzzz. Well, if they're determined enough with a stun gun, they could keep on going because you are very close to the person at this point. Great for get off me right now, but again, if they're right on top of you, we are lacking time and options, but this is better than nothing. It's very painful, very, very, very painful. Let's switch gears to the taser. Whenever you get that neuromuscular incapacitation, like I said earlier, it is super effective. There's nothing you can do. In order for it to work, in an ideal world, you want one of the probes to go above the belt and one of the probes to go below the belt. Notice I said below the belt. That could be the butt cheeks. That could be the legs, the extremities. But you need to have good probe, we call it probe spread, in order for that to make that current. If you get both probes in an extremity, this leg will be locked up, but the rest of the body is still moving, which is a problem if they're trying to get to you. So you have to get that probe spread in order for it to cause this neuromuscular incapacitation. Ideally, the probes go into the skin. As long as they are within half an inch of the skin, that current will still transmit into the attacker's body. But our company headquarters is in Wisconsin. It gets real cold there. I don't know how human beings survive there, but they do, and they work real hard at it. But they wear a lot of clothing. How could that affect the efficacy of a taser? You know, they like their thick denim Carhartt jackets. It might not go through. If one of the probes doesn't make it, but one does, you can use a taser device as a stun gun and cause neuromuscular incapacitation. But you got to be close to them. You do get good range, though, 15 feet. And it's true. They will go that far. It's pretty awesome. What are the cons? Training. Training's not really a con, though. We should all strive to train and be better. You do have to practice with these because it is aiming a gun, essentially. Depending on what model you pick, one of them looks like a really large flashlight from Star Trek. That's awesome. You hold it out this way and press the button, it'll shoot the probes out. Some of their other models look like small firearms, but you need to practice and see what that's like. It can be an expensive hobby practicing with tasers because each one is around $35 to $40 every time you deploy one. But you need to experience that, and they're phenomenal. Love them. They're great. But you'll have to train. You get one chance. With the civilian models, if you miss the probes, run for your life. Or use it as a primitive club, throw it down, yell profanities, or reach for your pepper spray, so you get one chance. Some of the law enforcement models, you get multiple, but with the civilian, how many chances you get? One chance. That's why training is super, super important. Any questions on our high-level discussion about tasers or pepper spray so far? I'm here for y'all. I came here from Alabama. I woke up today and said to my wife, you know what? I'm here for the folks I've never met in my life before. Anybody have any questions? Are we good? Okay, cool. So those are the pros and cons. Love the tasers. Huge fan of the pepper sprays. How does this fit in legally? Let's talk a little bit about that. Less lethal force is not a magic talisman. Just because you have this thing in your pocket, your purse, your holster, whatever, does not mean that evil will be automatically warded off of you and you'll be able to save yourself. It gives you options, right? So in addition to a home defense plan or a personal defense plan that you already make, it gives you options. It's not a get out of jail free card. If you use it improperly, you could still be tried. You could still be in trouble. Not 100% non-lethal. Think about that for a second. I did some research. 1 out of every 600, now that's a lot of people, 1 out of every 600 police cases of using pepper spray has resulted in a death. It is not from the pepper spray itself, though. It could be underlying conditions. It could be they have whatever allergic reaction, they fall down, they can't breathe. In the studies that I saw about those deaths, the suspects were handcuffed, so they're already short of breath, and then the pepper spray makes it worse. So 1 out of 600 law enforcement uses of pepper spray has resulted in death. Tasers, if you cause that neuromuscular incapacitation, you are helpless. So if you tase a bad guy and they go from upright to flat on their head, what could happen? Right. Shameless plug for our company. Being a member of the USCCA helps you defend yourselves even if you're using less lethal options. So if you have any questions about that, you want to learn more about it, how to protect yourself after protecting yourself, our fine folks under this tent over here will answer all your questions. You got to ask yourself, if you're going to deploy pepper spray or a taser, are you justified in doing so? I go all over the South, well, I've been all over the country, and I get these what-if questions from the what-if monsters in my classes. What if a space alien is scaring me at the gas station? Can I shoot him? What? Oh, say I'm in my house, and a guy kicks the door in and he's wearing a jacket. Can I shoot him? What are we talking about? This is insane. These are the questions I get. That's fine. Is it justified? Maybe using deadly force, and you can cook up whatever scenario you want. I would love to hang out with you after this over here in the tent. We can talk scenarios all day long. It'll be so much fun. Is your scenario that you're thinking up, are you justified and reasonable in those circumstances? That's what you got to ask yourself. Just because somebody looks funky at the gas station doesn't mean you get to hose them down with OC spray or make them ride the lightning. It's got to be justified. Is it reasonable for the circumstances? If he wants to come up here and cuss me out and tell me what for, as they say in the good old days, I would not be reasonable to pull out my taser and just put him on the floor. He was just chewing me out. So we have to keep these things in mind. Again, part of that USCCA membership is education on the law, and I would encourage all of you to, wherever state you're from, to also educate yourselves because it is really important. What are the consequences? Do I go to jail? Am I the one in trouble? Et cetera, et cetera. We have to know these things. We have to plan this out. Using pepper spray, using something like a taser will be a whole lot less paperwork than having to resort to deadly force with a firearm. That much is certain. And as I said earlier, pepper spray is legal in all 50 states, and you can carry it more places. I always have one with me because it gives me options. It bridges that gap between doing absolutely nothing and then using deadly force. Any questions on this that we've covered so far? Pretty awesome, right? You got a question? Okay. Raise your blue inert trainer nice and high for me if you have one. Oh, you guys just missed it. I'm just kidding. I have one for you. Don't you worry. I've got your backs. I would never leave home without enough. Oh, well, thank you very much for joining the Cool Kids Club. Here you go, sir. And I'm going to get one, too, so I could demo this. Now, this only works and is fun with audience participation. You guys promise? This is training. You didn't know you were coming here to get training, right? This particular device, let's take a look at it. Everybody hold this in your hand. This is one of the Sabre company's inert trainers. What is in here is water and propylene glycol and something else. It's just water. We're going to be just fine, I promise. The taser probes that are in your seats, not so much. Oh, she got it. That's amazing. Let's start from the bottom up and talk about this device. You see the key ring? What do you think that's for? Your key, there's always one. No, ma'am. We will not use this as a pinky support device. This is a key support device, so you can take it with you in your car. If you put it on your pinky, if I'm bigger than you and I decide to overpower you, this is now a new martial art called small circle martial arts, and I could control. Yeah. So no matter what, this is not some kind of cool tactical mega ring for, you know, yeah, I saw that pinky finger like a worm right through that hula hoop. You know what I'm saying? Notice that it should say water practice spray. Everybody look. If it doesn't, please let me know. Because when y'all start spraying me, whoo. Another really cool feature is the finger grooves. You guys see that, the finger grooves? Guess what those are for? Fingers. That's exactly right. When you're holding this device, you're going to put your fingers in the finger grooves. Index finger goes in the top one. Anybody want to venture why we would want our index finger in that top one? That's exactly right, Greg. If you have your middle finger in that top one, your index finger is now bouncing the pepper spray directly into your eyeballs. So the liquid comes out of the nozzle here. We want to stay clear of the nozzle. I love the fact that these companies have the foresight to remember to include that on their devices. Depending on what brand you use, they have some sort of index. With this particular model, there is a thumb safety. Slides back and forth. That's awesome. Inadvertent, negligent discharging of pepper spray in our purses and our pockets, that would not be fun at all. I promise you. This is meant to be actuated with your thumb. Here is how you hold the pepper spray. Aiming is even more simpler. That's how we talk in Alabama. You just stick your hand out. You stick your arm at full extension. Man, the memories. Oh, boy. Oh, man, I'm going to need a beer or something after this. Here's the thing. I don't really care what hand you decide to carry this in. Me personally, I'm a non-dominant hand guy, or the hand that I don't do a lot of stuff with. That way my dominant hand is free to do other things. Whichever hand you decide to pick, train and stick with that hand, okay? This is meant to be carried in your hand, not in your backpack, not in the console of the truck that's in the parking lot. If you are walking, let's just use this for example. If you were going from the hotel to go test drive a BMW out there, grab your pepper spray. You can have the safety off and hold it in your hand. It is a pretty non-threatening, indescript object. You will not have time to grab this out of a pocket, grab it out of a purse, go back to the car and get it. So this is meant to be carried in your hand. Don't feel bad about it. No problem. Deploying this device is really simple. Guess what? All you do is mash it down. This is a stream spray. One more demonstration. Pretty awesome, right? You get about, I don't know, 12 to 14, maybe 16 half-second bursts per can. And that's with the inert trainer and then with the actual pepper spray product. Now, what we're going to do for the next, I got 2 more hours. That gets them every time. What we're going to do is we're going to play a little game called Spray Sean in the Face. It's one of my favorites. I brought a hotel towel, and I got a hat, and I got safety glasses just to make sure. The goal with this device is to spray the attacker and run away while they are left to rethink their life choices. You guys with me? We do not spray them and stand over their bodies going, well, that was stupid, wasn't it? I bet you wish you hadn't done that, loser. Nope. We spray them and we get the heck out of there. And that's what we're going to do for the volunteers who want to play along. Now, we won't be running because if you run up here, you'll run off stage. And that will be awesome, but also not awesome. I'm going to pretend to be a bad guy. And in our little drill, I'm going to give you a chance to practice. I don't know, I'll stick my hand out. I don't want to get all over the Marcus's TV and cameras. He would not appreciate that. So I don't know, we'll give a little test run. Spray me right in the chest, and then we'll run a drill, and you can spray me right in the freaking face. And don't feel bad about it. It's a favorite hobby of mine. Do I have any volunteers who want to come up here to do? Oh, voluntold. Okay, awesome. So remember, we can even add verbal commands to this as well. Something like, stop, stay back. I will make you rethink your life. Verbal commands. One last little tidbit. We have a nice line here on the stage. You should get off of the line of attack by doing a nice step to the right or to the left. If you want to yell at me because you feel like that's what you want to do, I know you do. Yeah. I want you to give a nice lateral step, verbal command, aim, and spray me when we do our demonstration. I'm going to give you a chance to aim so you can test it out. In our little scenario, you recognize that major cities can be dangerous, and so you have your pepper spray in your hand. Okay? Everybody know what we're doing? All right, so our first volunteer, what was your name? Jenny. Come on up, Jenny. Give Jenny a hand. Come on, folks, let's have some fun here. Okay, I gotta get suited up here, my anti-pepper spray safety glasses. Thank you so much. Bad guy hat, it says USCCA on it. You should totally be a member if you want to be part of the Cool Kids Club. Jenny, it's good to meet you. Sean Alcazar, appreciate you being here today. All right, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to first, standing about that way right there, just give me a little aim. And Marcus, I'll hold your microphone out to the side so we don't ruin it. I want you to just right here, right in the chest. Okay, all right. So you see how she had to twist and aim a little bit? That's why we require the training. Okay, now you ready to have some fun? I wear these sunglasses so I can see at night. All right, so here we go. You are, I don't know, where do you go? Downtown Atlanta or, okay, we're in downtown Atlanta, and I've decided that I want a new pair of those shoes, and so I'm going to take them. Okay, you ready? You need to go ear to ear and cover my whole face. Verbal commands so the people downstairs can hear you, and very carefully, you know, maybe lateral step a little bit, just to be safe. You ready, Jenny? Ready. Hey there, lady, give me your shoes. I want those shoes. No way. You know, it is a bit spicy. I don't know which one you got there. Everybody give Jenny a hand. Now, nicely done. High five for you. Clearly, due to the amount of splatter on my glasses. Do we think that would have stopped me as the attacker? Oh, yeah. I mean, and she was like, that was like hose piping, just washing a car off across my face. That was absolutely incredible. Nicely done. Nicely done. Make sure you issue those verbal commands nice and loud. Mean it. Come on. That was a lot of fun. Let's go. Come on. Audience participation. Yes, sir. Come on up. This is the guy that wanted to fight me earlier. Let's do this thing. Come on up, sir. What's your name? Josh. I'm Sean. Good to meet you, Josh. Okay. So I want your money, but I'm going to give you a chance to aim. Yeah, just drop it and walk away. I'll give you a chance to practice so that you can get your index right. All right, so on the count of 3, I want you to chest, maybe not in front of that, probably really expensive monitor. Okay, you ready? So now he knows. Now he knows, right? This is why we train. Okay, we are in downtown. No, we're in the suburbs of Birmingham. And I've decided that today I want your money. You ready, Josh? Hey, Josh, give me your money. Give it up. Wow, that was intimidating. Everybody give Josh a hand. That was awesome. I mean, that went right down my throat. I'm talking about in the mouth, in the old trachea there. Nicely done. So you hear how loud he was? Do you think that would stop a determined person and make them rethink their lives? Oh, for sure, for sure. That would be absolutely terrible. Who else? All right, come on up. This is great. Love that. We'll give you a practice run. Right here in the old sternum. But wait. I got to say the magic word. I got to say something like go or spray me or something. Hi, I'm Sean.
I'm Lisa. No, I'm Molly.
Good to meet you, Molly. That was great. Okay, this is less lethal Molly. Love that. All right, I'm going to give you a test run so you can get a and if you want to do a foot forward, if you could do all that, no problem. All right, go ahead. So if I'm coming at you and I'm determined to get you, correct. Correct. You are getting out of the way. Imagine a freight train. I'm coming through. You are getting out of the way of the freight train, spraying to the side. And again, I've got the table and I've got this well, whatever we call this, backdrop. In the real world, I'm getting, like the width of the stage, I'm out. I am running for my life while simultaneously making sure that you are regretting this decision for sure. Okay, Molly, you ready? Right here in the sternum, test run. Actually, not in front of Marcus's TV. That would be really sad. Here we go. You got your aim? You're good? So you had to re-index it? You guys see what happened there? Got to change it around. Everybody gets to play. Like I said, I got 2 more hours to kill here, so everybody gets a chance. Okay, Molly, I've decided I do want some of the cleanest, whitest shoes I've ever seen on planet Earth, and I'm coming for them. And Marcus, I'm going to get your microphone out of the way. You ready?
Give me your shoes, lady. Get away. Oh. That was really good.
Nicely done. Nicely done. That was excellent. Do we think that was effective? Was that fun, Molly, or what? Oh, I can taste it. A little citrus, hint of lavender, as it were. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. Very nice verbal commands. I really thought you meant it. Move laterally a little bit more. Now, it's hard because you're right there, the table, but hey. Yeah, exactly. And you're going to look clean doing them. All right, who's next? Come on, who's next? Let's play. You want to play. I know. I've seen your face this whole time. You were having a blast. Come on up here. Come on up here. All right, everybody gets a test run. Spray Sean in the sternum first. Okay, I'm Sean. Don't spray me yet. I'm not quite ready. Okay, Ebony. Are you ready? All right, ready? 1, 2. Right in the chest. All right. So let's give it another one. You got the safety off, right? Obviously. Okay, so I want you to extend out and give me a nice straight line right here into the sternum area. Ready? So you might have to adjust, and you might have to, as it's being deployed, move. What did I say we're going for? Ears, eye to eye, just straight across. I don't know. You got any money on you? You got any cash money you want to give me? Expensive phone? Expensive jewelry? I'm coming for your braces. How about that? Okay. Here we go, Ebony. Let me get my safety glasses on. I didn't sign a waiver here. All right, here we go. Actually, this is being recorded. I'm not going to call out, I want your braces. That'll just be weird. I want your, I want your land. Give me your, I want your lanyard. That's what I want. Okay, Ebony, you ready? Wow. Nicely done, Ebony. Nicely done. Excellent, excellent job. All right, so according to the sunglasses survey says, you know, I was thirsty before we started this, and now I am not. Okay, what do we learn from this? You got to practice. You got to try it. Sir, you want to spray Sean? Are you sure, Greg? You're good? Greg's good. What do we learn from this? We have to practice. It's not a magic talisman, and it's got to be justified and reasonable. Here's the reality. Everybody in this audience is worth protecting. Do you have family members that are worth protecting? I am convinced that there are a lot of innocent people that have been killed in our country, maybe even all over the world, who, if they had had a device like this, would still be with us with something simple like this. They range in price from, I don't know, $9.99 all the way to $19.99. When I'm not being recorded and on stage over by the tent of awesomeness, I'm happy to give you some brand-specific recommendations, some things that I have tested and seen out in the real world and experienced personally. I have a 22-year-old daughter. She is not going to carry a firearm. She has several of these, and she carries these. Carrying a firearm might not be for everybody. Taking human life might not be for everybody. This gives us options. Who do you know in your family that could benefit from this? Anybody? You yourself? You got other people you worry about? How about you? You and your daughter. So for, I don't know, under $40, you guys can have a great option. How about you? You, first off. We talked earlier, didn't we? This is a great first step for you. Eventually, carrying a firearm might be right for you. Eventually, and hopefully today, shameless plug, come see us at the USCCA booth and sign up for that so we can offer you protection after you protect yourself. How about you? She has extra in the car. Awesome. Ooh, that brings up a really good point. We'll visit that in just a second. How about you? How old? Okay, so as they get older, college, you know, that's a great way. Like I said, I have a college-age daughter. How about you? Daughters. I have not heard of a birdie. I mean, it's a finger that people, yeah. Okay. Right. So big worry is, could this be used against us? Taken away from us and used against us? Absolutely. So could a firearm. So could a car. So could a knife. So, of course, there's risk versus benefit to everything that we do. With something like a alert, like a siren or the alert thing that you're talking about, that's all it is. If there's nobody around, nobody's going to hear it. With something like this, you can run. I happen to be a cycling nerd, and, you know, open carrying my AR-15 on my back as I'm biking down the road doesn't seem really easy to do, or carrying a pistol, but I can do this with a pepper spray. There's a couple of myths out there that were not in my presentation that I want to dispel as I have just a few more minutes to burn here. Anybody heard about using wasp spray? Well, if they come in my house, I'm going to spray them with wasp spray. And then I'm going to cook them with a lighter. Guess what wasp spray is for? That's right. It's that simple. It's for bugs that sting, not for humans. Number one, it ain't going to work, which would be tragic. This is your plan, home defense, wasp spray. But it goes 20 feet, and you got to keep it away from power lines, so that means it's probably really bad. No. You're using a pesticide outside of its labeling. Could that be looked at in a funky way in the court of law? Not only did you not stop the attacker, you used a pesticide outside of its labeling. That's not great. And I know what you're thinking, Ebony, right? What about bear spray? I can see your face. I know you're struggling with this. Okay. Guess what bear spray is made for? Indeed, bears. The major capsaicinoids content, MC units of civilian or human pepper spray, 1.3, sometimes it's a different number. Bear spray is 2 and plus. It's meant for bears. If you were to use bear spray on a human, you are using a chemical agent outside of its labeling. And is that reasonable? What are the consequences of melting a human's face with bear spray that's meant for bears? So if you have a fire extinguisher size, darn it, I hate when he's right. If you have a fire extinguisher sized can of bear spray in your home and that's your home defense plan, fear not, they do make human pepper spray fire extinguisher sized cans for your house. When you use bear spray, it comes in a can that you got to hold on with 2 hands. If you had it in space, you could propel yourself in outer space with the amount of liquid that comes out of it. Could that be problematic if you deploy that inside your home? Everybody from now on who comes to your house is going to feel the effects of that. So we don't want to use these products outside their labeling. I thought that was my presentation remote. Turns out it's inert spray trainer. We don't want to use them outside their labeling. Human spray is for who? Bear spray is for who? Bears. Any questions so far? Are we good? You guys excited about this? After this meeting, after this seminar, come to the tent. Come talk to us. We'll talk specifics. I'll show you some different brands. This particular Sabre pepper spray has a thumb safety, which is cool. It's one more step that you have to actuate, which can be problematic. That's why I told you to go ahead and take it off and be carrying it. There is a risk to that, though. You could accidentally do what? Grab and press it. So we got to be aware. Some of the products have a little flip top. So the top comes up on a spring, and then you just press straight down. Those are my favorite. I love that. That's what I would highly recommend. They have cans that are this size. They got big ones, and they got even bigger ones, depending on how much you need. We good? I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. I sure had fun getting sprayed and hosed by a bunch of strangers. I appreciate you playing along with me. If that's all we have, anybody have any questions, you let me know, because our time is up. We're good? Okay, awesome. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate your time very much.
I love helping out veterans just because I've been in their shoes. It really does make you forget about some of the stuff you're going through for an hour or 2, 3 hours.
there were a lot of things that were missed, birthdays, holidays. So it's sort of a reward for everything that you had to give up previously.
It's hard to be able to take your family anywhere, like the costs involved and sort of all of those barriers. They kind of remove that barrier and allow you and your family to kind of eat and do something out and just cool experiences.
I've seen the Islanders, I saw Taylor Swift, I saw Kenny Rogers.
I would not be able to go to these events if it wasn't for VetTix. Being a middle class, kind of, work paycheck to paycheck like so many Americans do.
VetTix opened up a whole new world for me for the time that I've been able to spend with my daughters. We go to different concerts, different plays, different musicals, comedy shows, real good father-daughter bonding experiences.
As a single mom, it gives me the opportunity to take my daughter and her two friends to experience an awesome live event that I don't think they would have got to experience otherwise.
We're from Reno, Nevada. Coming down to the Sharks game, that's a treat. I can't afford to come to all these things. It's great that VetTix throws tickets out to veterans and get us to come out and see other veterans and thank them as well as be out with them and their families as well. So it's a lot of fun.
Hello. If you're not up here at the parade deck, you've made a big mistake in today's choices. We've got a full crowd up here, so I'm just kidding. Hello. There you go.
Test, test, test.
This is actually the pre-comedy. Hello, hello.
Who is so Annette Whitburn? Okay, I know her from. Okay, I know who that is. I know who that is. She been ducking me the whole. Amy, I'm not saying anything in the next 10 seconds. Cause you're that.
We've got another fantastic session ahead of us, and you know all these people. Annette Whittenberg, she's taking the stage here at the parade deck at the Military Influencer Conference.
Got a whole new magazine that she gonna start. I was like, can I get some space? Can I get some page time? Annette, we gotta talk after this.
Our next guest is the owner of a wild ride called Life, editor-in-chief of Veteran Lifestyle Magazine, TEDx speaker, best-selling author, to name a few of her achievements. And her guest today, she'll be joined by Ryan Hunt.
Ryan's another one. Ryan, connect on Hoover. You have accepted my request.
We'll talk.
And Ryan's going to share his story on the entrepreneurial evolution from $550K in hat sales to leading an executive recruiting agency. These two are a duo.
So you got somebody with a magazine and somebody that talks about the money, and I'm just nobody. You know what, Amy? I'm going to meet some fans right now.
Let's toss it over to them for the next session.
All right, wow, thank you. I appreciate that, Parade Deck.
That was quite the intro.
I don't think we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me.
All right. Well, thank you for interviewing me here and spending some time with me. Annette is a special person too, so it's always a great opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. So, Ryan Hunt, you have created a masterpiece that started in 2019, Veteran Social Summit. And for a minute, you said, I don't know if we're going to do this again. It was a lot of work, took a lot of time, but you popped right back in and you said, we're going to do it. We're going to do it again, and we're going to do it bigger, and it's a lot bigger than we anticipated. So many people have been asking about it. Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on in your mind when you created it in the first place, and then fast forward it until today?
All right, well, to skip over some of it, my entrepreneurial journey really began, well, as a little kid, but to go fast forward to Veteran Social Summit, which is a conference that's focused on the transitioning veteran space and also for military spouses and dependents. It'll be held 4 and 5 December virtually, It's a great opportunity for the veteran community to continue to grow, unite, and to elevate. So iron does sharpen iron. So this is really another place, another resource for veterans to come and to learn and grow. And if they're embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, it's a great starting point. There's so many great organizations here at the Military Influencer Conference. Of course, this is a great starting point as well for that. But the resources here are just amazing, including the Institute for Veterans and Military Families. If you're not aware of what that is and you're hearing this out there, definitely that is an organization you want to link in with, especially if you're beginning that entrepreneurial journey or even trying to get some training. But Veteran Social Summit, yes. It's awesome. In 2020, we had 582 people attend virtually, which was great, mostly transitioning military. And a lot of great people, a lot of great speakers were there, including Annette Wittenberger, bam. And we had some other great people like Joe Palacio from Maxwell Soap. He would say, "Don't be nasty." And John Krotek, Stephen Kuhn, who's I think he's graced the mixed stage before. So many great people. And this year we're very honored to have Ralph Galati as our keynote speaker. He is a POW Vietnam veteran, so really great. And he's making some impact in the veteran community, along with some other just terrific speakers. A lot of them are here at the MIC, so it's tremendous to be able to connect with them live. And of course, you can learn more. Thank you for that wonderful prompt. You can learn more by going to www.veteransocialsummit.com. So veteransocialsummit.com, veteransocialsummit.com, 4 and 5 December. Virtual, and it's 100% free. It's free 99. So come on up and participate if you're trying to get into the speaking game. Also, we are looking for speakers. We have some great ones now, but we're always willing to throw in another one to the mix.
Well, thank you for that. I know I was excited to see your growth and how far it has come to present day. So I can't wait till December to see everything that's going to happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So can we talk about this crazy idea you had? What's it, December, January timeframe when you said, I want to start a magazine?
So really, I think we should put some of it into context. I'm definitely what they call a serial entrepreneur. And to me, what an entrepreneur is someone that fails forward quite a bit. I've definitely had my experiences over the last decade specifically, but even growing up as a child, my dad was an entrepreneur, so I learned a lot from him for sure. And I was in 2015, I was sitting on a TDY trip as what's called a physical evaluation board adjudicator at JBLM Fort Lewis, Washington. And I'm sitting in my room, bored to death. I start messing around with a phone app. I created a sticker and threw it into a sticker design, threw it into a closed group of about 10,000 10th Mountain veterans. And overnight, I received 1,000 orders of a sticker I hadn't even created yet. I was just kind of making fun to see if I could actually pull this thing off. And so I sold that. And next thing I knew, I had a warehouse in Las Vegas, right in view of Treasure Island on the I-15 corridor, and made $500,000. Actually, it was more like $550,000 selling hats and stickers. So that's really how my entrepreneurial journey began. But I started one thing. So 10th Mountain began really as a digital marketing / e-commerce company. And one thing that I've learned is fail forward, but also be flexible and adaptable. And so Mountain Up is the DBA of the 10th Mountain e-commerce site, now renamed Pando Commando. But we pivoted, transformed into what you have now, which is an executive recruiting firm. How do they meet? They don't really. They're two different lines of effort, just to be out there. But I've leveraged experience that I obtained not only from my previous life before the military and then during the military. I had so many opportunities because I drank the Kool-Aid. I love the military. I mean, who wouldn't? Because on the first, I'm getting my retirement check, which is great. But I had a lot of opportunities to recruit and recruit in some different spaces. So that's a little bit about that. Oh, and you asked specifically what I came up with in January. It was actually November of last year. I came up with this idea. I'm like, it would be kind of fun to see if we can do a little digital online publication. I know a lot of people have done it. There's some great ones out there, like the Havoc Journal, for example, which there's some tremendous great people out there. And so I asked Annette, come on let's have a little wild ride called Life and create a concept called Veteran Lifestyle Magazine, which we really soft launched in February. We were really blessed. The first 24 hours, we had over 3,000 people visit, which was huge. And now here we are we were sitting over there having a little talk about recruiting and AI, and now we're on the parade deck, and we're bringing back, as a partnership between Veteran Social Summit and Veteran Lifestyle Magazine and Parade Deck, because Parade Deck is actually powering us this December, where it's just all coming together. And Veteran Lifestyle Magazine is also powering the Veteran Social Summit. So it's just a bunch of synergy going on.
I wanted to be real for a minute and talk about Veteran Lifestyle Magazine. When you spoke about failing forward, when we launched it in February, we had these amazing ideas. There were so many things that we wanted to do, but unfortunately, you get people who don't really believe in it, and so you have to try to think, what do I want to do with it? What's my mission? What goals do I have? What are my 5-year goals? And I spoke with Ryan, my teammate. I call him my boss, but he knows I'm playing. And we actually had to sit and be real and think, what do we want to do with this? Are we going to let some people tell us, you're never going to succeed with it, we don't think we're going to go forward with it? Or do you sit and figure out how you want to do it? So today, we are still online. We are still collecting stories. We got accepted to cover media for events such as Austin City Limits. And to us, that's huge, because we didn't let some negativity, some talk keep us from moving forward. And I think that's one of the biggest things with what we do is, how do we want to keep moving?
Well, I think I think what's important is, with Veteran Lifestyle Magazine, you've established what your core values are, and not to throw anyone under the bus, but unfortunately, as an entrepreneur, and when you're trying to collaborate with different people and everything, not to be negative, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and people have to part ways. And I think you were very resilient during a time when you wanted to give up on Veteran Lifestyle Magazine. Now look at you, you're going a huge music event in Austin and actually, what is that,
it's
next
in 3
couple
days.
And it looks like you're going to be going to the Army Navy game, which I'm excited for you about, and continuing your journey. So it's awesome.
Thanks. I think that's just one of the most important things about being an entrepreneur is you're always going to have naysayers. You're going to have people get in your mind and make you think about what you're doing. Why do I want to do this? I'm not getting the amount of followers. I'm not making the money. I'm not doing all these things. But like Ryan, he just kept being persistent and kept moving forward because he believed in it. And same thing with the magazine. When he asked me to be the editor-in-chief, I was like, are you crazy? What am I going to do with that? And I took it. I took it around with it. But you have to also surround yourself with people who believe in you. And that was one of the most important things. So thanks for believing in me.
Awesome. This is a hugging moment. So no, thank you. I think one piece of advice for the Be Real, over there. The one piece of advice that I was given is, and actually it's not really advice, it's just a tactic, is if you're going to assault the bunker, going back to Army stuff, if you're going to assault the bunker, just rip through the freaking objective. Don't worry what's going on. Throw down some smoke grenades, and hopefully you got some support by fire. Like you're my support by fire. There's so many people in here, actually. Kim over there, just kind of buying into all these different good ideas. And on the other side, we'll reconsolidate and do some good things. So I appreciate you too. Oh, kumbaya moment.
What do you see in the future with either the summit, the magazine, 10th Mountain? What do you foresee?
So, overall, our concept is actually to move away from, eventually we will move away from the recruiting model that we're in, and we plan on developing, we have plans for development of a software that will help with talent acquisition, but it's mostly focused, it will be focused in the veteran space. That's to come. We're still kind of going out there and doing our research. There's a lot of great products out there, but I think jumping and getting into the realm of AI. I'm not a software coder or anything, but I think software AI is going to be just critical over the next 5 years or so. So I see us kind of continuing to evolve. We were a sticker company, at one point. Now we're doing recruiting, and we're doing some veteran lifestyle magazine stuff. We're doing a conference to give back to the veteran community, which is near and dear to me. Actually, that's, to be honest, it's not about money. So it's really, again, luckily I'm retired, I can say something like that. But it's really about giving back and adding value as much as I can. Even sitting up here, if one person catches the Be Real or walks by and gets something of value, that's what's going to be really important to me. It's not going to be trying to close a sale, especially here at the MIC with all these distractions. But it's about giving back and adding value.
So what advice would you give to somebody who wants to start a business, a magazine, or recruiting, or whatever? What piece of advice would you give to them?
I think that's actually the first question, and really the most important thing out of all of this. If I was to go back right now in a time machine and tell Ryan of 2015, as I was beginning my little sticker adventure, I would have said, listen to people. I was very closed-minded when I first began as an entrepreneur. You kind of want to grasp on to something and have ownership of your business. But you have to realize that you have to open up and allow people to help you grow. And whether that's in a good way, failing, or a bad way, meaning failing forward. But the first thing I would do right now, if I could go back, I would say, Ryan, go to the Institute for Veterans and Military Families. Start over there. Talk to Misty Fox and all those great people that are over at Syracuse University, just doing some awesome things and making the hugest impact in the veteran community. I don't work for them, but I know a lot of good people over there, and I've seen what they do and how they've transformed, even after I've been in doing business for so long, how it transformed my way of thinking and doing business. So first step, go to Institute for Veterans and Military Families, EBF program. Why wouldn't you go to it when it's free $99? They're paying for your ticket to go to an awesome university, whether it's Syracuse or St. Joseph's or wherever you decide to go, and getting that mentorship and that building that network it's just unreal. So that's the first step. There's also other programs I would be, and I've been to all of them. I went to NYU's program. Gabi, if she was walking around here, I would point her out. NYU has another great program for veterans that's free. I would highly recommend that to any veteran that's out there. Go to that thing. See, and then there's one at University of Florida too. another great program. All these resources are free to veterans that are trying to become entrepreneurs. And I hear the phrase, and I've used it before, bootstrap entrepreneur. So bootstrap entrepreneur, if you're truly bootstrap and you're trying to figure out, well, can I raise money or whatever, or am I going to get a loan? Am I going to do X, Y, and Z? The first thing you got to realize as a bootstrap entrepreneur is leverage all the free stuff you can against your business so that you can build your business. Link in with great people like Annette, for example. You're a great person. I don't know if you remember, but back in 2020, I was calling you during lunch. We would have our lunch. We weren't even working together in any capacity, but I would hit the FaceTime video, or if it was a Facebook video. Sorry, and I would be like, "Hey, we're gonna have lunch," and all I was trying to do was drain you of your energy and your knowledge. No, I'm not an energy vampire, but I wanted that mentorship, and it was also nice to have you kind of giving me some thoughts about what I was doing. But there's a lot of great people here that have done the same thing, and I mean, just tremendous value. So all those resources, I would try to find as many awesome resources. Think about the Military Influencer Conference as another opportunity. I'm not saying you're going to go out there and like sell to everybody and make a bunch of deals. I don't know if this isn't a Jerry Maguire movie where you're walking through the lobby, but I think it's a great opportunity to meet people and to see if you can add value to those people and if they can add value. I mean, the grunt style first sergeant's here. I mean, that's pretty cool, and I'm sure that he wouldn't mind I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving some feedback and giving some advice. I had someone, actually Joe Crandall from Greencastle, who's also a sponsor of the Military Influencer Conference. I walked up to him. He actually came to St. Joseph and gave a talk while I was there. And the first thing he asked me when I came up, shook hands, and he's like, "Ryan, what's your biggest problem today? How can we add value?" And if we have people like that are out there that they can walk up, you can walk up to them and they want to add value to your life, that's also. So it started with what would I do, but these are things I would do. I'd go to the MIC. I would go to the Edge, hosted by the Institute for Veterans and Military Families. There's a theme there. I would also go to Veteran Social Summit too at www.veteransocialsummit.com. So a couple different places. No script on this one.
That was a whole lot. Did you guys catch that? No, but in all seriousness, those are things that we didn't know about years ago. Now there's so many different resources that people need to dig into because it is hard. Bootstrapping and starting a business, people are like, I don't want to do it. It's too hard. It takes too much time. I don't have the money. But if you go to those resources, I'm going to say resources 5 times, then it definitely helps you. Or reach out to Ryan or myself. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And definitely visit veteranlifestylemagazine.com. This person over here has put her heart and soul into this magazine, and it's just amazing. And then our partnership with our friendship with Rico and Parade Deck is just amazing. I appreciate Parade Deck so much, not just because I'm up here talking and yapping away, but just because people like Andrew, they're all about iron sharpening iron. And that means, to me personally, that means the world. If you're not about that, I don't really want to engage with you anyway. So you gotta add value, and I'm gonna try to add value to you, even if it's not today, but 5 years down the line. So thank you, Annette.
Thanks, Ryan.
Oh, and thank you all.
This is Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
So there's nobody here. I do want to, 1 second, I got to thank my sponsors, T-Mobile, provided the stationery for my notes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let me introduce you because our next guest is an accomplished executive manager and program manager currently serving as the National Program Manager for the Veteran and Career and Transition Program at Still Serving Veterans. David is here to share how SSV is making a difference by enhancing veterans' quality of life, easing transition anxiety, and helping secure optimal post-service employment. Please join us in welcoming David Lakin. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
We are here on the parade deck. We're the last session of the day, but we've heard some fantastic speakers and some great sessions, and you're going to top it off with what you have dedicated your life to doing. It's Still Serving Veterans. And we talked before the session about so many of the programs that you're offering, a wide variety of the programs. So let's get it started. Tell us a little bit about your background, your career, and how you got started.
Sure. First of all, I want to say thank you to Parade Deck for letting us be here today. It's a great opportunity to get on stage and talk amongst a crowd, not really here in the room necessarily, but we're here at Parade Deck. There's 2,500 influencers, and it's really an honor to be among them and have a chance to get on stage and talk about what we do every day.
Isn't it amazing, really, the connections that are made, the people that are here, and they're all dedicated, like yourself, to providing those services for our veterans and the military community. It's really second to none. So many amazing people here, and we're in Atlanta, but where are you based out of?
So the admin portion, the advertising portion. So I'm Dave Lakin. I'm a retired Navy chief. I was in the Navy for 24 years. And I finished as a program manager at NAVAIR headquarters. I spent a good portion of the last 6 or 8 years as a manpower manager, so recruiting inside the military to make sure that the commands that I was at had the right mix of people. And so we'll leave it at that. And then when I retired in 2008, I was a government program manager, so I went from doing it on the government side to doing it on the civilian side, and it's like night and day. On the government side, they're all about saving the taxpayers' dollars, and on the other side, they're all about get every penny that you can. And so I burned out of that pretty quick because after 24 years of trying to be a good steward, it didn't align with who I was personally. So I went from there into business coaching. I'm a formally trained business coach, personal coach, executive coach. And then COVID came along and crushed that business. And so I had to retool again. And I went and visited people at Still Serving Vets. I knew about them, but I hadn't really spent any time there. I had gone years ago and met everybody and then went away and then went back during COVID. And they said, hey, there's an opening. So I said, well, let's talk about that. And so I ended up taking the position that I'm in now, and we've grown it a little bit, and still serving veterans. Talk about them for a second. Has been in business since 2006. We've seen 25,000-ish people and helped them with finding jobs and managing the transition. And in the greater Huntsville area, we help with veterans benefits and even some crisis stuff, like if you're in a bad spot and you need car repair, or you need house payment or something like that, we can help with that. But I manage the team out of Huntsville that does veteran employment. So we help veterans to find jobs as they're transitioning out of the service, or if they've been out for a long time, and that's what we do. Making sure I talk good about our sponsors. The Call of Duty Endowment, so folks who are familiar with the Call of Duty, the video game, they have been with us for 10 years. They've only been in existence for 10 years. And for each of those 10 years, they have helped us to be able to do what we do, which is really special. As we get to that, we'll talk about how we do things a little bit different and why it's so successful for us and for the veterans that we work with.
Well, there are so many veteran service organizations out there that help with employment and transition assistance. What makes you, or what makes Still Serving Veterans really provide a unique opportunity or a unique way to serve our veterans under the umbrella of so many things that your organization does?
Right. So what we do a little bit different is that when somebody comes to us, they fill out, kind of like when you go to a doctor's office, right? They hand you the clipboard and you fill out this short form that says, what's wrong with you? Well, we fill out the same form that says, this is where I've been, what I've done, my military background, education, certifications, things like that. And then we go from there and try and assign you to the best counselor who's going to resonate best with what you do and your experience and those kinds of things. And then that counselor is one-to-one with you until you've achieved your goal, which is usually, let's go find a job. And so we have all services represented, officers and enlisted, and different kinds of backgrounds. And so we're pretty good at fitting you with the right counselor. And then that counselor will sit down and, just part of the rapport building process so that you can get to know each other, because you might be together a while. It might be 6 months or a year sometimes, or some of our folks come back for a long time. We've got folks that we've seen for 6-7 years, in fact, and so we get to know each other, and sometimes those are difficult stories. What was the reason for you getting out of the military? How is it going? Tell me about your job search. How long have you been job searching? All those kinds of stories, and so it's important that to the best extent possible we put you with one counselor and keep you there. So you don't always have to start at ground zero over again.
Okay. Well, it sounds like then you have veterans who are helping other veterans as well.
Yeah, every one of our counselors is a veteran. It's a great point. Everybody you talk to at Still Serving Vets is a veteran themselves. Our job requirements to become a counselor is, number one, you got to have a calling for the job, because it's not always easy. We require degrees for the most part. You have to have held the job after the service prior to coming to us, so that you've been there and done that, not only in the service, but in the job search. So, yeah.
Well, one of my favorite sayings is when one veteran succeeds, we all succeed, because as veterans, we want to make sure that the veteran community is thriving and kind of break that stereotype of the broken veteran. And so employment is a good start. What are some other services or ways that you're helping veterans out there with other things, or with the transition anxiety and some other services that beyond just employment?
So let's set the foundation of that a little bit. About 200,000 veterans get out of the service every year. 44% of them, and we talk about percentages a lot, but we really don't think about the numbers of that. So 44% is 88,000 of them would tell you that the job search itself creates a high stress environment for them, right? And if they're married and have a family, then they're not going through it alone. They feel like they're alone often, but they're not. And so the job search can create financial stress and pressure. And, when that starts happening, then you have marital stress and issues there. It can, make it difficult for your family to get along. We've dealt with many people who came to us as they're living in their cars. And, all the pressures around that. So 200,000 vets a year, 44% in a high stress environment, 7.3% of the 18 to 24-year-olds will still be unemployed 6 to 12 months later, which is twice their civilian counterparts. Up to 60% take over 6 months to find a job. That's a long time to be without a paycheck, a rent payment, a car payment, insurance payment, cell phone, food on the table. Who can do that on a regular basis? Most people are a couple of paychecks away from disaster financially. And to go 6 months after the service in the job search, who can handle that? 50% consider themselves underemployed even when they do find a job. 17.9 million veterans in the U.S., half of them are working, half of them have given up or are beyond working age. 241,000 of them unemployed, which is about 2.8% of veteran unemployment, which overall, of the veterans who want to work, 2.8% of them are unemployed, which is better than the civilian side, but still unacceptable for us in this conference this week. And then all of the stresses that creates, the financial stress, the familial stress, the marital stress, the personal stress, the inadequacy, the isolation, the loss of a tribe, loss of resources. We've heard it too many times today. 17.2 veterans per day willingly choose to end their own life. I don't know 0.2 of a person anywhere, but that equates to 6,278 suicides per year from our brothers and sisters. The great thing about this room is that everybody's here to help solve that.
That is a fact. Veteran suicide, but is tragic. There's so many resources out there, but still serving veterans is a unique resource. You're headquartered in Huntsville, Alabama, but that doesn't limit you to who you can help, because you can help people throughout the country because you do a lot of this virtually. So can you talk to us about how you can connect with someone who may live in California or Florida or New York?
So before COVID, we were really kind of a walk-in service, right? And when COVID came along, there's not a lot of walk-in work being done. So we had to refigure it out. And like the rest of the world, we learned how to use Zoom, and eventually Teams. We're working on Teams. We learned how to use Zoom. And so now anywhere there's military and internet, we can do counseling. And we have clients that we're working with from South Korea all the way to Northern Italy and points in between. And we're really proud of that. If they can get on the internet, they have a telephone, they have a computer, then we're happy to work with them. So that's a big deal for us. And what that has meant is that we've kind of exploded a little bit since then. We've hired some more counselors. We're in the process of trying to hire more now. But how do we work with folks? So they come to us and fill out that form. And in that form, not only do they tell us their background so we can put them with the right counselor, but they tell us what they're looking for, how long they've been looking for it, what have they been doing to find it. And so that kind of sets up our action plan as to how we're going to work with them.
Let me ask you, what are some trends that you're seeing? Is the TAMP and TAP classes, when they exit the military, are those working? And what would you recommend that those change? If anyone's listening out there, can make a change. But what are the trends that you're seeing that veterans need most in the job search or the transition?
So you're like a mind reader. So we didn't talk about you asking that, but that's an outstanding question. So the Employment Navigator pilot program has turned into an actual program. It's been funded, and we joined it at the very beginning. We were like the 9th partner, and today there's 50-some partners. And originally there were 25 bases, and now they're expanding it across all of DoD. and we've been there from the beginning. And what they did was they met with lots of veteran service organizations like us and partnered with all of us, and we would meet twice a month and talk about best practices in our space. What do we do with veterans collectively to make them successful in their job search, in managing the anxiety, in finding out what their resources are, in building their network, in engaging with their tribe? What do we do to help facilitate that? And then they were taking all of those best practices and implementing them into the new TAP class. And so for about the last year and a half, 2 years, they've been rolling out continuous change in the TAP environment across the whole military now. And so TAP has gotten much, much, much better than it was for even anybody who just got out 2.5 years ago. So it's really improving very, very rapidly. Good. And I'm proud to say that our organization and organizations that we formally partner with, like Recruit Military and Combined Arms and others, have been involved in making that happen as well. So TAP is coming along.
Okay.
But where TAP leaves off, we pick up.
Good.
And so all of those things, we want to go deep. If they're still job searching, towards the end of their transition out, then we got to pick up that ball and run with it, because one of our first questions is, when do you want to start work? When is day one? And for the person who says day one out of the military, when I start my terminal leave is when I want to start work, then we say, great. Let's back that up 8 weeks. That's when we start making applications. Back that up 8 weeks. We got to have a smooth resume. Back that up to 4 months, 6 months. That's when we really start hammering away to build your network. And then we, that becomes our higher level, longer term action plan, and we head out on that to make sure that they're going to be successful and have the job that they really deserve for their time and experience and the commitments that they've made to the country and the military. We want to make sure that they're set up for success when they want to start working.
And so with all the talent that's out there, the technical skills, the education, the training that's required to be in the military, and then they get out, leveraging those talents and the ambition and what they need to do to get the job and then keep the job and thrive at the job. Do you kind of go with the person through their career, and you've been in touch with people once they go through your program? Do you have touch points with them after they've already landed the job, and then talk about their successes and ways to leverage that into another position?
So the problems that people tend to have, the ones, the 18 to 24-year-olds, the first and second termers, maybe they're finishing up on their second term, 8 years in, 28 years old, probably married, probably have some kids, probably held 3 or 4 jobs while they were in the military, rather than you get in, you go to school, and you do that one job until you get out. That's what happens in the civilian world, but it doesn't happen in the military. Several different hats often. I started out as an aircraft electrician. I became a QA inspector. I was a training petty officer. I taught damage control and shipboard firefighting. I became a manpower manager. I became a program manager. That is not a linear career path for anybody. And when it comes time to get out, we have to take all the things that they did and translate it onto a resume in such a way that their prospective employers see the value, see everything that they're bringing to the table. Yeah. Every military member who completed successfully their first 4 years in the military, or maybe even less, 3 years even, they have learned something about leadership, about problem solving, about perseverance, about the ability to take orders without questioning it too hard. They are amazing at things. They don't get sick. They're physically fit for the most part. So, those things are all very sought after by employers. But if they don't translate it well onto their resume, into their and into their interview, they're not going to get a job. So we collectively, all of us, and especially us at Still Serving Veterans, need to help them with that conversation. And it starts with, tell me everything that you did in the military. Show me all your evaluations. Show me your personal award write-ups. show me your command citations, and let's put it down into a timeline history in great detail, and then let's build a resume that's going to resonate with your next employer.
Well, it sounds like it's still serving veterans. You guys really do a deep dive in terms of getting to know someone, and so you can really leverage their experience. One thing I hear a lot is that veterans don't always negotiate the salary or the package in the right way because they've never had to. Can you talk about how you would shape that for someone, for a veteran looking for some assistance, and what you do to train them and help them?
Sure. So today, what have we had? 15 presentations today in the various stages in the event. Many of them have been on AI and how companies use it for recruiting, and how nonprofits are using it. The way we use it, number one, is we can really improve the quality of the resume, number one. Okay. And then we take that resume information, and some of the problems people have is they shoot too high or they shoot too low in their job search, and then as they're job searching, either the employers just aren't picking them because the resume doesn't match the job, or they get in the interview and they find out that this person, that they're either overqualified or grossly underqualified. And so AI, we can say, am I a good fit for this job? And we drop in the resume, we drop in the job description, and the robot, without any ego or any emotion, will say, yeah, you're a great fit for this job. Or no, you're not, because you're missing these things, let's try again. Sure. And so if it says you're a great fit, then we say, all right, wonderful. So based on my qualifications, my experience, my education in this location for this job description, what should be the salary requirements? And the AI will spit back a range, number range, let's say $110,000 to $120,000. And so we say, all right, well, that's a great range. I can live off of that. Usually, first time we do that, they're shocked at how high it is, which is great to me because I want them to go in fully armed into that interview, knowing their personal worth. All right, and then we say, all right, well, now instead of spending hours tailoring the cover letter like most people do, or rather the resume like most people do, we say, all right, write me a cover letter. And it'll write a great cover letter, and of course, you're not letting it do all the work. You have to read it, you have to, stain wash it and make sure that it's appropriate. But it's done the heavy lifting to start with, and then you make the application, and then you come back to us and say, all right, well now let's get prepared for the interview. When the recruiter calls and says, great application, let's meet on Tuesday.
And there's no charge, though, for veterans. I just want to be clear. What are your service fees for veterans to seek service with you?
That's where we've been so blessed by Call of Duty Endowment, is we don't charge anything for what we do ever. 100% free for everybody and spouses.
Free for veterans and their spouses.
Reserves, National Guard.
National Guard. And how? Yeah. So you've been funded by private entities, and then you get fundraising or other sources of support?
Call of Duty Endowment, and then other big players like Boeing and the USO. We're partners with the USO as well.
Great. And so with so many other like services, there's hundreds of veteran support organizations out there. What would you say that Still Serving Veterans offers as a breakout or your value proposition? What makes you the go-to for our veterans?
Well, again, it's that one-to-one coaching. You're going to be assigned a counselor and stay with that counselor. I don't know any other organization that does that. If you call another organization for help with the job search, they're going to give you a counselor. When you call back again, you're going to have a different counselor, or you may not even get to call back again. You're going to get a resume, and then if you need a new resume, they'll say, well, come on back and I'll charge you for a new resume. So it's a free service. It's one counselor for as long as you need that person, and if you get in that job and find it's not for you, not a good fit, then we'll start all over again. and you set the urgency. So if it's super urgent to you, if you're, E8, E9, officer coming out, and you've got 25-year retirement check and 100% disability check, and so maybe, you're going to be okay if you spend 6 months getting a job. But going back to that 28-year-old who, relatively new wife, relatively new family, and they can't go 6 months without a paycheck. So you stay with that counselor, you set the urgency. If you want to talk 2-3 times a week, then we can do that. That's what sets us apart. You're going to build rapport, you're going to make a new friend, and that person's 100% on your side.
Well, David, for the folks listening at home or on our YouTube channel and Facebook, for veterans out there, and they want to help, and they say, what can I do to help? I have experience with manpower or HR, and I want to maybe volunteer. Is there an option for veterans out there to help you in a volunteer capacity?
There's really not, unfortunately. I hate to say that, and how often you say, here in nonprofits say we don't need volunteers, but the problem is that we do a lot of training. It takes time to get our counselors ready to do all this stuff that I just explained, and to make sure that they're the right person for it. Everybody isn't. So we have to go through that. So the best way people can help is talk to their employers, talk about one-time donations or recurring donations or whatever helps the organization grow. Get in touch with us. We're happy to have that conversation. I am trying to hire somebody in the Fort Bragg area, spelled Liberty, and in the Tampa area, and possibly Fort Cavazos area as well, because we continue to grow.
So during your growth periods and you have physical locations, name some of the other places that you actually have people there that can service and help our veterans.
We had somebody outside of Fort Liberty, and then they found out that they had a horrible back problem, and so they were with us for 2 weeks. An amazing individual. Command Sergeant Major, and we lost him. He's got to go get this surgery done, and so long recovery period. So he's off the books. And we have another person in Norfolk. So right now I'm trying to hire 3 different people, and but the only one that doesn't work in our office in Huntsville or in our satellite office in Phoenix City, Alabama, is our Norfolk work-from-home position.
Okay, David Lakin. Before we wrap it up, what else would you like to tell people here in our audience and at home about Still Serving Veterans, the organization, where people can find you, and how to get involved or support your organization?
SSV, Still Serving Veterans, ssv.org is how you get in touch with us. Career Services is how you get directly to the Veteran Employment Team, and everything else you want to know is on the website, ssv.org. Come now, come often, and we're happy to work with you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here on the parade deck at the Military Influencer Conference. What was the best thing you saw today throughout the conference? What's the most impactful so far that you've seen?
I've been a Jon Stewart fan for a long time, but his presentation today, I had no idea how deeply involved and supportive he is of the military. I knew the stuff that he did on the PACT Act, but I didn't know he was doing USO tours and all the other things he's been so involved in. And what a great resource and what a great presentation today.
Well, good. Well, it's our honor to have you here on the parade deck, and thank you for everything that you do. We are so grateful for veterans like you who are still serving veterans. So thank you.
And again, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Sempre faz right. Yeah. Corona khashnego eida neve hobizadegi altkhanas nilga. I served during World War II as a naval code talker with the United States Marine Corps. I served there for a little over 2 years, stymieing the Japanese with our language that we had developed a code from that ancient language.
Because of the secrets the code talkers had to transmit, they were the first to hit the beach and the last to leave.
So when we got in the military, we had to talk about submarines and bombers and battleships and all these types of things for a reconnaissance plane. Well, it flies at night, it is quiet, doesn't carry any armament, and we said, well, that's a hummingbird. So in Navajo, it was Dakitien, and that's hummingbird in the Navajo language. Say you wanted to give the rank of maybe the commanding officer, who might be a captain. And so to say captain, we would use the term railroad track. And so we would say in Navajo, 2 tracks, besh na kie, 2 irons.
Probably one of the toughest, most important missions in the war.
We didn't win the war by ourselves, but we were very instrumental in the war's favorable outcome for our country. And so we consider our language to be a precious commodity today.
Yeah. Wait, you gonna have to pan out. We got 3 guests, not just 1. Oh,
Are
LJ,
you a guest?
you see how they forget. Oh. Listen, this is what happens when they're like, Greg, how many people do you have? And I'll be like, I don't know. And I just be bringing everybody up on the stage. But what's going on, everybody? It's your boy. You're rocking with your boy, Greg Williams, ParadeDeck.com. We're here live at the Military Influencer and Hot Atlanta ATL Showed. And listen, we have been talking to influencers all day. We have been talking to nonprofits, authors, self-care people, you name it, we got it. And Greg got Sony. S to the O to the N to the Y. So NY, because I'm from New York City. Holla. But anyway, I just want you to give your name, your position, and clarify it up, because I just want to say the so NY, the Sony part. Go ahead.
Thanks, Greg. I'm LJ Posse, and I'm the sales manager for Sony's over-the-counter hearing aids, as well as a Marine Corps veteran.
Hi, I'm Jen Sugarman, and I lead our marketing communications for Sony's over-the-counter hearing aids.
So, what did you hear? Hearing aids. Your boy got tinnitus. Your boy kind of hard of hearing. So, I had to tell the Sony clique, listen, y'all got to come on the parade deck and talk about this. And they even gave me a little QR code for a hearing assessment. So let's start with, what are you guys telling all of the MIC people and attendees about? And let's go into the hearing assessment. So LJ, when do y'all take it?
Yeah, sure. So to start, and what we've been telling all of our wonderful MIC community today is that we do have a free 5-minute online hearing assessment. You find this online, come by the booth, we can give you a QR code to this hearing assessment, and essentially what you need to do is go to a quiet space, get a pair of headphones, AirPods, earbuds, visit the QR code, visit the website to the online hearing assessment. It will take you through a series of sounds and beeps that you respond to. After you're done with that test, the hearing assessment will give you an indication of your hearing range. So that may be in the normal range, which is fantastic, and we do encourage you to protect your hearing within the normal range. It will also give you an indication if you have mild to moderate hearing loss. And that's okay, because there are plenty of options there for you to support mild to moderate hearing loss. Sony makes great over-the-counter hearing aids that also support mild to moderate hearing loss. And the hearing assessment will also tell you if you may be in the more severe hearing loss range, at which point we do encourage you to speak to a healthcare professional about that.
Now, LJ, y'all got these molds
Right?
with the ears
This
and
is so
everything.
fun, isn't it?
I love it. They got ears with them. They bringing the ears everywhere. So tell us, what are the molds?
Yes.
And yeah,
So
go down.
Yeah, the mold is just a demonstration of what the hearing aid looks like in an ear. So this one that's in my hand is what we call the CRE E10, and it is the earbud style. So the earbud style, like most people are used to walking around with AirPods in, you can have an earbud in all day, and it is meant for all day wear. So this one has some capabilities, since it's a little larger, that's like Bluetooth streaming for iOS devices and directionality, which helps you hone in on voices. So like when you're in these really loud environments and it's too loud still, and you're not catching all the voices that you want to hear, you can kind of hone in on what direction you want that for.
I want y'all to take a look at that right there. That's you're gonna have to go to Sony or go to your next retailer. And what is the model again?
This one's CRE E10.
CRE E10.
Yep.
All right, what's that one now?
All right. This one is our newest. So this is our CRE C20. And the CRE C20 is a very discreet, as you could tell. You could barely see it's in there. It's got this little cable on it.
I could barely see it in this mold. Where is it at? Y'all look good with hiding these things.
Right? Well, Sony, we're sleek, we're stylish, right?
I see.
So
That's beautiful.
So this one does not have Bluetooth streaming capabilities, but just like the other one, you'd use the app to get the hearing profile set on each one, and then once it's set, you can fine-tune it in the app. So that's pretty cool. So
what model again is this one?
This one's CRE C20, yes.
20.
20.
CRE 20.
And it is the newest of our models. It just launched on August 27th. And fun fact, this has not been on promotion anywhere, but this week at Sony.com using ID.me login, you can get a military-only discount for 20% off. Yep, pretty sweet deal.
Ooh.
Yep. So
what's the next one? You got another one.
We do have one more. We didn't bring it out. It looks a lot like the C20, but it is a C10. So it's a CRE C10. And it does have changeable batteries, where this one is a rechargeable battery.
Yeah. And the E10 is also rechargeable
yes.
as well.
And okay.
And the wear time for the C20 is 28 hours, excuse me. And the E10 is 26 hours.
That's right.
So you can wear it all day. All day.
So I have to ask, how is this going to impact those who really have severe to moderate hearing loss? And because before you needed a prescription.
That's right.
Now you can over the counter. How does this enhance lives?
Yeah, and so just to give a little bit of background, the FDA did approve over-the-counter hearing aids in general in 2022. So it's a very new, very young category. And the reason why they did that was to make hearing aids more accessible to more people. And so when you're talking about how this impacts people, again, now you have, with the FDA approval back in 2022, more options for people that are more affordable, high quality options like the ones that Sony makes as well. And so more people can now have the hearing support that they need. And easier access to them.
And actually, the CRE E10 has several awards that compare it against prescription hearing aids.
Whoa.
So best in noise, best sound quality, and that is including other prescription hearing aids, not just over-the-counter hearing aids. So the quality you're getting is very good.
So as a Marine Corps veteran, what do you feel is the connection between this? And I'm still in the Army. I still serve. U.S. Army Reserve. You know. So I know for me, when I'm going to talk to others that do have hearing devices in their ear, and I mean, I'm just being honest, it just look big. I just be like, okay, I'm distracted. Like, how does this, do you think, help with the operational factor?
Absolutely. So this is a game changer, not just in the military world, but in the military world, we know we have hearing loss. We all know that we've had jobs that have created some kind of hearing loss throughout the time, whether it was the actual, firing of our weapons or we worked on the flight line, whatever it is, we know that there's hearing loss. And so we thought this was a natural fit to help build the awareness that this is over the counter. And I'll tell you what, I am a Marine through and through. I've been out for a very long time, but I'm a Marine through and through. I hate going to the doctor. I don't want to go. VA, free, it doesn't matter. I don't want to go. I would rather go buy this over the counter and stick it in my ear and try it out myself than go see a doctor.
Wow.
And so I think there's a lot of people out there that are like that, and that this can really benefit them in that scenario. Or maybe you're just like, you know what, in really noisy environments, I'm really struggling. So maybe I'll try it and see. And maybe you'll find out that now you haven't been hearing the birds chirp for years, and you just started hearing them again. And so you don't know what you're missing. So maybe I said this to you earlier or somebody else out there, but when you have glasses, you know you're missing something, and that's why you need to get glasses. So there's something there and you can't see it clearly, and that's why you know. Hearing aids are not that. All of a sudden it's just missing and you don't realize it's missing anymore. So whether it's, you know, the sound of your maybe now grandkids' voices or the birds outside, you're just missing it. You don't know that you're not engaging. And so for military in particular, with all the PTSD issues that are out there, there's a big mental health connection to our hearing health. So if we can hear what's going on around us, we're more likely to engage in the conversation in that moment, and that's going to help keep us connected. And don't we know, like in the military, that's like your number one thing with mental health is staying connected. And that's what like events like this are, right? So I think the military community just has such a unique opportunity to really take advantage of this, and it allows them to connect. It allows them to hear what they couldn't hear before. Great news, this one in particular doesn't have the Bluetooth capability, therefore your security clearance safe. So if you need to go into a skiff or something, then
say that again.
Their security clearance safe. So you don't have to worry about them picking up any information and not being able to go in to work using that. So, yep. So it's another highlight for our military community. So,
now you've had tons of people stop by the booth. Top 3 comments that you've heard so far about this?
So far, well, first I'll say this is my first time at MIC. I am not a veteran, but I really love the positive energy of this military community and all of the people here. So it's been a really great time so far, and I've really enjoyed interacting with all of the people. What I will say is a lot of the comments, we're getting a lot of really positive feedback on just the look and the design of it. Again, it is more modern looking, more sleek. People just being surprised that you can purchase a high quality product like this over the counter through Sony.com, through Amazon, through Best Buy. I think that's been surprising to a lot of people. And then I think they're just really happy to see us here, which has been really nice. So I think the response has been very positive and really nice.
One thing being really nice. Yeah. The number one comment is, my wife says I need them.
There you go. So
that has been also said maybe once or twice, many times. Yeah.
So plug the website, plug when people can get them, and let's do it. Plug it.
Yeah. So for the folks that are here, please stop by our booth. We're here all week. And then to purchase, again, visit Sony.com. You can find more information. Our online hearing assessment is on Sony.com as well.
CRE10, CREE.
C20.
Yeah, C20 and C10. Can't mess that up right now.
It is a bit of a tongue twister.
Yeah, Sony.com. Get that hearing assessment. Check it out. Over the counter. You got tinnitus like your brother does. Let's get that fixed, okay? But thank you so much.
Thanks for having us, Greg.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
And listen, keep it locked. ParadeDeck.com. Amy and I are going to shut it down. We're going to run one more ad, just one more time. Keep it tuned, y'all.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
Wow, what a day.
It has been a day. Oh my gosh. I hope y'all can hear me down there. Yes, y'all can, because tomorrow is going to be even later.
Well, we had so many great speakers here at the parade deck on day one. But what was your favorite thing that you saw today?
So, no, I'm going to ask you, because you're the one with all the fans. Greg only got 3 fans. Amy done ran into 100 fans. But listen, so we had Deshauna Barber.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Yes.
Then we had Patriotic Kenny. I really like that one. Jordana, I like that one. Lakita, I like that one. Kagan, I like that one. Anna Larson, I like that one. Sean Alcazar, I like that one. Annette, I like that one. David Larkin, I really like that one because you interviewed him. Yeah, that was all of our guests. Woo.
You know, what an all-star lineup. But tomorrow,
it doesn't stop, Amy.
we had so many great guest speakers today, but tomorrow I'll be kicking it off at 10:30 tomorrow, talking about my process for writing and publishing a book. And you know, it is the #1 question I get asked from veterans
all the time.
How do I?
Wait, hold on. Were we not downstairs?
Yeah.
And I ordered the Cubano, and she got her salad. Amy, how do I start my book? That's the look I gave her.
Yes. Well, you know, all veterans have a story to tell. And how do you get that story out? Well, you can write a book and you can tell your story and share your secrets with the next generation. And so I'm going to be proud to do that right here on this stage. So be sure to tune in at 10:30. But if you can't make it in person and you can't make it online, you can subscribe and go to the parade deck and catch the replay.
Yes, exactly. See, what do you do now? ParadeDeck.com. All the social media handles at Parade Deck. Just play the streams from the prior day. And I mean, how many hours did we do? 11, and it's 5. That's a whole lot of hours of programming.
Hey, and the good, the get you had today with interviewing and talking to.
Oh my gosh, we had Al from the VFW. Yep. We had Sean. I'm sorry, Stephen Peck from U.S. Veterans. We had the Sony. We had a lot of people. It was just crazy.
Yes. Well, Steve Weintraub from Vet Ticket.
Yes.
Just an amazing program, and the partnerships and the collaboratives. And that's what we're doing here at the Military Influencer Conference, is bringing together people for collaboration and for curation of ideas. And the 5 I's, let me read those. And these are the 5 pillars: inspiration, innovation, influence, inclusivity, and impact.
That's right.
And you don't have to be a podcaster. You don't have to be anybody famous to come to the Military Influencer Conference. You just want to be somebody who wants to make an impact and showcase what you have to offer, or learn something, or meet someone. And maybe there's partnership and a way to help our military community.
And we had our own little parade deck VIP area. We had, I'm just saying Ted Jensen.
Yeah.
And then we had the whole VFW clique. And then we had Pin Up for Vets, the clique. And then big shout out to USCCA, you know, United States Concealed Carry Association. They were up in the house. And then we had TikTok. Big shout out to TikTok in the house. Then we had Cortez. Yes, Cortez made an appearance. Cortez, if you know Cortez, he run the Military Influencer Conference. How you doing, Cortez? And then, you know, we had we had the VA in the house. We had the U.S. Army Recruiting Battalion, Atlanta in the house. They talking about how do we utilize Parade Deck. I'm glad you asked, because you got 2 PAOs in his house.
That's right. And we're here to communicate and really showcase what the power and the potential of Parade Deck. And maybe next year we'll see you in person.
You better be here in person next year, because if you ain't, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
In the meantime, though, you can get your own account, get verified, get registered, get signed up, because we want to meet with you and hang out on Parade Deck and showcase your work, talk about the innovation that's going on there and the collaboration and partnership.
137 million potential households.
Yeah.
I don't need to say anything more. I mean, I don't need to say anything more. I whispered it so much I didn't even hear myself.
Well, tell us what you have on deck for tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, 2:30 p.m., I got NBA former player, Joe Smith. You know his first rookie game, he got punched in the mouth by Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon. We're going to talk about that. He played with Kobe, played against LeBron. Oh, we're going to get into it tomorrow. And then I got a few other surprises.
We have lots coming to you from the Parade Deck. Stay tuned, and we'll see everyone tomorrow morning.
We're going to see you tomorrow morning. Amy and I are going to get croissants. Thank you for tuning in. ParadeDeck.com. Go ahead, Amy. Say your line that ends the whole show.
See you on Parade Deck. Take care.
I mean, if y'all are down, I'm down for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.